Sharpe's Battle by Bernard Cornwell. Read by William Gaminara. Part 1. Chapter 1. Sharpe swore. Then, in desperation, he turned the map upside down. "Might as well not have a bloody map," he said, "for all the bloody use it is."
"We could light a fire with it,"
Sergeant Harper suggested.
"Good kindling's hard to come by in these hills."
"No bloody use for anything else," Sharpe said. The hand-drawn map showed a scatter of villages, a few spidery lines for roads, streams or rivers, and some vague hatchings denoting hills, whereas all Sharpe could see was mountains. No roads or villages, just grey, bleak, rock-littered mountains, with peaks shrouded by mists, and valleys cut by streams turned white and full by the spring rains. Sharpe had led his company into the high ground on the border between Spain and Portugal, and there become lost. His company, 40 soldiers carrying packs, haversacks, cartridge cases and weapons, seemed not to care. They were just grateful for the rest, and so sat or lay beside the grassy track. Some lit pipes, others slept, while Captain Richard Sharpe turned the map right side up and then, in anger, crumpled it into a ball. "We're bloody lost," he said, and then, in fairness, corrected himself. "I'm bloody lost."
"My grandar got lost once,"
Harper said helpfully.
"He'd bought a bullock from a fellow in Clochanley parish and decided to take a short-cut home across the Derryveigh Mountains. Then the fog rolled in and Grandad couldn't tell his left from his right. Lost like a wee lamb he was. And then the bullock deserted the ranks and bolted into the fog and jumped clear over a cliff into the Barra Valley. Grandad said you could hear the poor wee beast bellowing all the way down. And then there was a thump, just like you'd dropped a bagpipe off a church tower, only louder, he said, because he reckoned they must have heard that thump all the way to Ballybuffet. We used to laugh about it later, but not at the time. God knows it was a tragedy at the time. We couldn't afford to lose a good bullock."
"Jesus bloody wept," Sharpe interrupted. "I can afford to lose a bloody sergeant who's got nothing better to do than blather on about a bloody bullock."
"That was a valuable beast,"
Harper protested.
"Besides, we're lost.
We've got nothing better to do than pass the time, sir." Lieutenant Price had been at the rear of the column, but now joined his commanding officer at the front.
"Are we lost, sir?"
"No, Harry, I came here for the hell of it, wherever the hell this is." Sharpe stared glumly about the damp, bleak valley. He was proud of his sense of direction and his skills at crossing strange country, but now he was comprehensively, utterly lost, and the clouds were thick enough to disguise the sun so that he could not even tell which direction was north. "We need a compass," he said.
"Or a map,"
Lieutenant Price suggested happily. "We've got a bloody map. Here." Sharpe thrust the balled-up map into the lieutenant's hands. "Major Hogan drew it for me, and I can't make head nor tail out of it."
"I was never any good with maps,"
Price confessed.
"I once got lost marching some recruits from Chelmsford to the barracks, and that's a straight road. I had a map that time, too. I think I must have a talent for getting lost." "My grandad was like that," Harper said proudly. "He could get lost between one side of a gate and the other. I was telling the captain here about the time he took a bullock up Sleevesnat. It was dirty weather, see, and he was taking the short-cut—" "Shut up," Sharpe said nastily.
"He went wrong at that ruined village," Price said, frowning over the creased map. "I think we should have stayed on the other side of the stream, sir." Price showed Sharpe the map. "If that is the village, hard to tell really, but I'm sure we shouldn't have crossed the stream, sir." Sharpe half suspected the lieutenant was right, but he did not want to admit it. They'd crossed the stream 2 hours before, so God only knew where they were now. Sharpe didn't even know if they were in Portugal or Spain, though both the scenery and the weather looked more like Scotland. Sharpe was supposedly on his way to Villa Formoso, where his company, the Light Company of the South Essex Regiment, would be attached to the town major as a guard unit, a prospect that depressed Sharpe. Town garrison duty was little better than being a provost, and provosts were the lowest form of army life. But the South Essex was short of men, and so the regiment had been taken out of the battle line and set to administrative duties. Most of the regiment were escorting bullock carts loaded with supplies that had been barged up the Tagus from Lisbon, or else were guarding French prisoners on their way to the ships that would carry them to Britain. But the light company was lost, and all because Sharpe had heard a distant cannonade resembling faraway thunder, and he'd marched towards the sound only to discover that his ears had played tricks. The noise of the skirmish, if indeed it was a skirmish and not genuine thunder, had faded away, and now Sharpe was lost. "Are you sure that's the ruined village?" he asked Price, pointing to the cross-hatched spot on the map that Price had indicated. "I wouldn't like to swear to it, sir. Not being able to read maps. Could be any of those scratchings, sir. Or maybe none." "Then why the hell are you showing it to me?" "I didn't hope for inspiration, sir," Price said in a wounded voice. "I was trying to help, sir. Trying to raise our hopes." He looked down at the map again. "Maybe it isn't a very good map," he suggested. "That would make good kindling," Harper repeated. "Well, one thing's certain," Sharpe said as he took the map back from Price. "We haven't crossed the watershed, which means these streams must be flowing west." He paused. "Or they're probably flowing west, unless the world's bloody upside down, which it probably bloody is. But on the chance that it bloody isn't, we'll follow the bloody streams. Here." He tossed the map to Harper. "Kindling." "That's what my granddad did," Harper said, tucking the crumpled map inside his faded and torn green jacket. "He followed the water—" "Shut up," Sharpe said, but not angrily this time. Rather, he spoke quietly, and at the same time gestured with his left hand to make his companions crouch. "Bloody crapo," he said softly. "Or something. Never seen a uniform like it." "Bloody hell," Price said, and dropped down to the path, because a horseman had appeared just 200 yards away. The man hadn't seen the British infantryman, nor did he appear to be on the lookout for enemies. Instead, his horse just ambled out of a side valley until the reins checked it. Then the rider swung himself wearily out of the saddle and looped the reins over an arm while he unbuttoned his baggy trousers and urinated beside the path. Smoke from his pipe drifted in the damp air. Harper's rifle clicked as he pulled the cock fully back. Sharpe's men, even those who'd been asleep, were all alert now and lying motionless in the grass, keeping so low that even if the horseman had turned, he would probably not have noticed the infantry. Sharpe's company was a veteran unit of skirmishers, hardened by 2 years of fighting in Portugal and Spain, and as well trained as any soldiers in Europe. "Recognize the uniform?" Sharpe asked Price softly. "Never seen it before, sir." "Pat?" Sharpe asked Harper. "Looks like a bloody Russian," Harper said. Harper had never seen a Russian soldier, but had a perverse idea that such creatures wore grey, and this mysterious horseman was all in grey. He had a short grey dragoon jacket, grey trousers, and a grey horsehair plume on his steel-grey helmet. Or maybe, Sharpe thought, it was merely a cloth cover designed to stop the helmet's metal from reflecting the light. "Spaniard?" Sharpe wondered aloud. The Dons are always gaudy, sir," Harper said. "The Dons never did like dang and drab clothes." "Or maybe he's a partisan," Sharpe suggested. "He's got crapo weapons," Price said, "and trousers." The pissing horseman was indeed armed just like a French dragoon. He wore a straight sword, had a short-barreled carbine sheathed in his saddle holster, and had a brace of pistols stuck in his belt. He also wore the distinctively baggy saroual trousers that the French dragoons liked. But Sharpe had never seen a French dragoon wearing grey ones, and certainly never a grey jacket. Enemy dragoons always wore green coats, not dark hunting green like the coats of Britain's riflemen, but a lighter and brighter green. "Maybe the buggers are running out of green dye," Harper suggested, then fell silent as the horseman buttoned his floppy trousers and hauled himself up onto his saddle. The man looked carefully about the valley, saw nothing to alarm him, and so spurred his horse back into the hidden side valley. "He was scouting," Harper said softly. "He was sent to see if anyone was here." "He made a bloody bad job of it," Sharpe commented. "Well, even so," Price said fervently, "it's a good thing we're going in the other direction." "We're not, Harry," Sharpe said. "We're going to see who those bastards are and what they're doing." He pointed uphill. "You first, Harry. Take your fellows and go halfway up, then wait." Lieutenant Price led the redcoats of Sharpe's company up the steep slope. Half of the company wore the red jackets of Britain's line infantry, while the other half, like Sharpe himself, had the green jackets of the elite rifle regiments. It had been an accident of war that had stranded Sharpe and his riflemen in a redcoat battalion, but sheer bureaucratic inertia had held them there, and now it was sometimes hard to tell the riflemen from the redcoats, so shabby and faded were their respective uniforms. From a distance, they all looked like brown uniforms because of the cheap Portuguese cloth that the men were forced to use for repairs.
"You think we've crossed the lanes?"
Harper asked Sharpe.
Like as not,"
Sharpe said sourly, still angry at himself. "Not that anyone knows where the damn lines are," he said defensively. And in part he was right. The French were retreating out of Portugal. Throughout the winter of 1810, the enemy had stayed in front of the lines of Torres Vedras, just a half-day's march from Lisbon, and there they had frozen and half-starved to death, rather than retreat to their supply depots in Spain. Marshal Massena had known that retreat would yield all Portugal to the British, while to attack the lines of Torres Vedras would be pure suicide. And so he had just stayed, neither advancing nor retreating, just starving slowly through the winter and staring at the line's enormous earthworks which had been hacked and scraped from a range of hills across the narrow peninsula just north of Lisbon. The valleys between the hills had been blocked by massive dams or with tangled barricades of thorn, while the hilltops and long slopes had been trenched, embrasured, and armed with battery after battery of cannon. The lines, a winter's hunger, and the relentless attacks of partisans had finally defeated the French attempt to capture Lisbon, and in March they had begun to retreat. Now it was April, and the retreat was slowing in the hills of the Spanish frontier, for it was here that Marshal Massena had decided to make his stand. He would fight and defeat the British in the river-cut hills, and always at Massena's back stood the twin fastnesses of Badajoz and Ciudad Rodrigo. Those two Spanish citadels made the frontier into a mighty barrier, though for now Sharpe's concern was not the grim border campaign that loomed ahead, but rather the mysterious grey horseman. Lieutenant Price had reached a patch of dead ground halfway up the hill, where his redcoats concealed themselves as Sharpe waved his riflemen forward. The slope was steep, but the green jackets climbed fast, for like all experienced infantrymen, they had a healthy fear of enemy cavalry, and they knew that steep hillsides were an effective barrier to horsemen, and thus the higher the riflemen climbed, the safer and happier they became. Sharpe passed the resting redcoats and went on up towards the crest of a spur that divided the two valleys. When he was close to the ridge, he waved his green jackets down into the short grass, then crawled up to the skyline to peer down into the smaller valley where the grey horseman had disappeared. And 200 feet beneath him saw Frenchmen. The men were all wearing the strange grey uniform, but Sharpe now knew they were French because one of the cavalrymen carried a guidon. This was a small swallow-tailed banner carried on a lance as a rally mark in the chaos of battle, and this particular shabby frayed flag showed the red, white and blue of the enemy. The standard-bearer was sitting on his horse in the centre of a small abandoned settlement, while his dismounted companions searched the half-dozen stone and thatch houses that looked as if they'd been built to shelter families during the summer months, when the lowland farmers would bring their flocks to graze the high pastures. There were only a half-dozen horsemen in the settlement, but with them was a handful of French infantrymen, also wearing the drab and plain grey coats rather than their usual blue. Sharpe counted 18 infantrymen. Harper wriggled uphill to join Sharpe.
"Jesus, Mary and Joseph,"
he said when he saw the infantry.
"Grey uniforms."
"Well, maybe you're right," Sharpe said. "Maybe the buggers have run out of dye."
"I wish they'd run out of musket balls,"
Harper said.
"So what do we do?"
"Bugger off," Sharpe said. "No point in having a fight for the hell of it."
"Amen to that, sir."
Harper began to slither down from the skyline.
"Are we going now?"
"Just give me a minute," Sharpe said, and felt behind his back for his telescope, which was stored in a pouch of his French oxhide pack. Then, with the telescope's hood extended to shade the outer lens, and so stop even this day's damp light from being reflected downhill, he trained the glass on the tiny cottages. Sharpe was anything but a wealthy man, yet the telescope was a very fine and expensive glass made by Matthew Berger of London, with a brass eyepiece, shutters, and a small engraved plate set into its walnut tube. "In gratitude," the plate read. A.W., September the 23rd, 1803. A.W. was Arthur Wellesley, now the Viscount Wellington, a Lieutenant General and commander of the British and Portuguese armies, which had pursued Marshal Massena to Spain's frontier. But on September the 23rd, 1803, Major General the Honourable Arthur Wellesley had been astride a horse that was piked in the chest, and so pitched its rider down into the enemy's front rank. Sharpe could still remember the shrill Indian cries of triumph as the red-jacketed general had fallen among them, though he could remember precious little else about the seconds that followed. Yet it was those few seconds that had plucked him from the ranks and made him, a man born in the gutter, into an officer in Britain's army. Now he focused Wellington's gift on the French beneath, and watched as a dismounted cavalryman carried a canvas pail of water from the stream. For a second or two, Sharpe thought that the man was carrying the water to his picketed horse, but instead the dragoons stopped between two of the houses and began to pour the water onto the ground. "They're foraging," Sharpe said, "using the water trick." "Hungry bastards," Harper said. The French had been driven from Portugal more by hunger than by force of arms. When Wellington had retreated to Torres Vedras, he left behind him a devastated countryside, with empty barns, poisoned wells, and echoing granaries. The French had endured 5 months of famine, partly by ransacking every deserted hamlet and abandoned village for hidden food. And one way to find buried jars of grain was to pour water on the ground, for where the soil had been dug and refilled, the water would always drain away more quickly and so betray where the grain jars were hidden. "No one would be hating food in these hills," Harper said scornfully. "Who do they think would carry it all the way up here?" Then a woman screamed. For a few seconds, both Sharpe and Harper assumed the sound came from an animal. The scream had been muffled and distorted by distance, and there was no sign of any civilians in the tiny settlement. But as the terrible noise echoed back from the far hillside, so the full horror of the sound registered on both men. "Bastards," Harper said softly. Sharpe slid the telescope shut. "She's in one of the houses," he said. "2 men with her, maybe 3. Means there can't be more than 30 of the bastards down there." 40 of us," Harper said dubiously. It was not that he was frightened by the odds, but the advantage was not so overwhelming as to guarantee a bloodless victory. The woman screamed again. "Fetch Lieutenant Price," Sharpe ordered Harper. "Tell everyone to be loaded and they're to stay just back from the crest." He turned round. "Dan, Thompson, Cooper, Harris, up here." The 4 were his best marksmen. "Keep your heads down," he warned the 4 men, then waited till they reached the crest. "In a minute I'm taking the rest of the rifles down there. I want you 4 to stay here and pick off any bastard who looks troublesome." "Bastards are going already," Daniel Hagman said. Hagman was the oldest man in the company and the finest marksman. He was a Cheshire poacher who'd been offered a chance to enlist in the army rather than face transportation for stealing a brace of pheasants from an absentee landlord. Sharpe turned back. The French were leaving, or rather most of them were, for judging from the way that the men at the rear of the infantry column kept turning and shouting towards the houses, they had left some of their comrades inside the cottage where the woman had screamed. With the half-dozen cavalrymen in the lead, the main group was trudging down the stream towards the larger valley. "They're getting careless," Thompson said. Sharpe nodded. Leaving men in the settlement was a risk, and it was not like the French to run risks in wild country. Spain and Portugal were riddled with guerrilleros, the partisans who fought the guerrilla, the little war, and that war was far more bitter and cruel than the more formal battles between the French and the British. Sharpe knew just how cruel. For only the previous year he had gone into the wild north country to find Spanish gold, and his companions had been partisans whose savagery had been chilling. One of them, Teresa Moreno, was Sharpe's lover. Only now she called herself La Aguja, the needle, and every Frenchman she knifed with her long, slim blade was one small part of the endless revenge she had promised to inflict on the soldiers who had raped her. Teresa was now a long way off, fighting in the country around Badajoz, while in the settlement beneath Sharpe another woman was suffering from the attentions of the French. And again Sharpe wondered why these grey-uniformed soldiers thought it safe to leave men to finish their crime in the isolated village. Were they certain that no partisans lurked in these high hills? Harper came back, breathing hard after leading Price's redcoats up the hill.
"God save Ireland,"
he said as he dropped beside Sharpe.
"But the bastards are going already."
"I think they've left some men behind. Are you ready?"
"Sure I am."
Harper eased back his rifle's doghead. "Backs off," Sharpe told his rifleman as he shrugged his own pack off his shoulders. Then he twisted to look at Lieutenant Price. "Wait here, Harry, and listen for the whistle. 2 blasts means I want you to open fire from up here. And 3 mean I want you down to the village." He looked at Hackman. "Don't open fire, Dan, until they see us. If we can get down there without the bastards knowing, it'll be easier." He raised his voice so the rest of his riflemen could hear. "We go down fast," Sharpe said. "You all ready? You all loaded? Then come on, now!" The rifleman scrambled over the crest and tumbled headlong down the steep hill behind Sharpe. Sharpe kept glancing to his left, where the small French column retreated beside the stream. But no one in the column turned, and the noise of the horses' hooves and the infantrymen's nailed boots must have smothered the sound of the greenjackets running downhill. It wasn't until Sharpe was just yards away from the nearest house that a Frenchman turned and shouted in alarm. Hackman fired at the same instant, and the sound of his Baker rifle echoed first from the small valley's far slope, then from the distant flank of the larger valley. The echo crackled on, fainter and fainter, until it was drowned as the other rifleman on the hilltop opened fire. Sharpe jumped down the last few feet. He fell as he landed, picked himself up, and ran past a dunghill heaped against a house wall. A single horse was tethered to a steel picket pin driven into the ground beside one of the small houses, where a French soldier suddenly appeared in the doorway. The man was wearing a shirt and a grey coat, but nothing below the waist. He raised his musket as Sharpe ran into view, but then saw the rifleman behind Sharpe, and so dropped the musket and raised his hands in surrender. Sharpe had drawn his sword as he ran to the house door. Once there, he shouldered the surrendering man aside and burst into the hovel that was a bare stone chamber, beamed with wood and roofed with stone and turf. It was dark inside the cottage, but not so dark that Sharpe could not see a naked girl scrambling over the earth floor into a corner. There was blood on her legs. A second Frenchman, this one with cavalry overalls round his ankles, tried to stand and reach for his scabbarded sword, but Sharpe kicked him in the balls. He kicked him so hard that the man screamed and then could not draw breath to scream again, and so toppled onto the bloody floor where he whimpered and lay with his knees drawn tight up to his chest. There were 2 other men on the beaten earth floor, but when Sharpe turned on them with his drawn sword, he saw they were both civilians and both dead. Their throats had been cut. Musketry sounded ragged in the valley. Sharpe went back to the door where the bare-legged French infantryman was crouching with his hands held behind his head. "Pat!" Sharpe called. Harper was organising the riflemen. "We've got the buggers tamed, sir," the sergeant said reassuringly, anticipating Sharpe's question. The riflemen were crouching beside the cottages, where they fired, reloaded, and fired again. Their Baker rifle muzzles gouted thick spurts of white smoke that smelt of rotted eggs. The French returned the fire, their musket balls smacking on the stone houses, as Sharpe ducked back into the hovel. He picked up the 2 Frenchmen's weapons and tossed them out of the door. "Perkins!" he shouted. Rifleman Perkins ran to the door. He was the youngest of Sharpe's men, or was presumed to be the youngest, for though Perkins knew neither the day nor the year of his birth, he didn't yet need to shave. "Sir?" "If either of those bastards move, shoot them." Perkins might be young, but the look on his thin face scared the unhurt Frenchman, who reached out a placating hand as though begging the young rifleman not to shoot. "I'll look after the bastards, sir," Perkins said, then slotted his brass-handled saw bayonet onto his rifle's muzzle. Sharpe saw the girl's clothing, which had been tossed under a crudely sawn table. He picked up the greasy garments and handed them to her. He was pale, terrified and crying, a young thing scarcely out of childhood. "Bastards," Sharpe said to the 2 prisoners, then ran out into the damp light. A musket ball hissed over his head as he ducked down into cover beside Harper. "Bastards are good, sir," the Irishman said ruefully. "I thought you had them tamed." "They got different ideas on the matter," Harper said, then broke cover, aimed, fired, and ducked back. "Oh, bastards are good," he said again as he started to reload. And the French were good. Sharpe had expected the small group of Frenchmen to hurry away from the rifle fire, but instead they deployed into a skirmish line, and so turned the easy target of a marching column into a scattered series of difficult targets. Meanwhile, the half-dozen dragoons accompanying the infantry had dismounted and begun to fight on foot, while one man galloped their horses out of rifle range. And now the assorted dragoon carbines and infantry muskets were threatening to overwhelm Sharpe's riflemen. The Baker rifles were far more accurate than the Frenchmen's muskets and carbines, and they could kill at 4 times the distance, but they were desperately slow to load. The bullets, each one wrapped in a leather patch that was designed to grip the barrel's rifling, had to be forced down the tight grooves and lands of the barrel, whereas a musket ball could be rammed fast down a smoothbore's unrifled gullet. Sharpe's men were already abandoning the leather patches in order to load faster, but without the leather the rifling could not impart spin to the ball, and so the rifle was robbed of its one great advantage, its lethal accuracy. Hagman and his 3 companions were still firing down from the ridge, but their numbers were too few to make much difference, and all that was saving Sharpe's riflemen from decimation was the protection of the village's stone walls. Sharpe took the small whistle from its pouch on his crossbelt. He blew it twice, then unslung his own rifle, edged round the corner of the house, and aimed at a puff of smoke down the valley. He fired. A fleck of stone slashed across his scarred cheek, drawing blood and missing his eyeball by half an inch. "Bastards are bloody good!" Sharpe echoed Harper's tribute grudgingly. Then a crashing musket volley announced that Harry Price had lined his redcoats on the hilltop and was firing down at the French. Price's first volley was enough to decide the fight. Sharpe heard a French voice shouting orders, and a second later the enemy's skirmish line began to shred and disappear. Harry Price only had time for one more volley before the grey-coated enemy had retreated out of range. "Green, Horrell, MacDonald, Cressica, Smith, Sergeant Latimer," Sharpe called to his riflemen. 50 paces down the valley, make a picket line there, but get the hell back here if the bastards come back for more. Move! Rest of you stay where you are." "Jesus, sir, you should see it here." Harper had pushed open the nearest house door with the muzzle of his 7-barrel gun. The weapon, originally designed to be fired from the fighting tops of Britain's naval ships, was a cluster of 7 half-inch barrels fired by a single flint. It was like a miniature cannon, and only the biggest, strongest men could fire the gun without permanently damaging their shoulders. Harper was one of the strongest men Sharpe had ever known, but also one of the most sentimental, and now the big Irishman looked close to tears. "Oh, sweet suffering Christ," Harper said as he crossed himself. "The living bastards." Sharpe had already smelt the blood. Now he looked past the sergeant and felt the disgust make a lump in his throat. "Oh, my God," he said softly. For the small house was drenched in blood, its walls spattered and its floor soaked with it, while on the floor were sprawled the limp bodies of children. Sharpe tried to count the little bodies, but couldn't always tell where one blood-bolted corpse began and another ended. The children had evidently been stripped naked and then had their throats cut. A small dog had been killed too, and its blood-matted curly-haired corpse had been tossed onto the children, whose skins appeared unnaturally white against the vivid streaks of black-looking blood. "Oh, sweet Jesus," Sharpe said as he backed out of the reeking shadows to draw a breath of fresh air. He'd seen more than his share of horror. He'd been born to a poorhouse whore in a London gutter, and he'd followed Britain's drum from Flanders to Madras and through the Indian Wars, and now from the beaches of Portugal to the frontiers of Spain, but never, not even in the Sultan Tipu's torture chambers in Seringapatam, had he seen children tossed into a dead pile like so many slaughtered animals. "There's more here, sir," Corporal Jackson called. Jackson had just vomited in the doorway of a hovel in which the bodies of 2 old people lay in a bloody mess. They had been tortured in ways that were only too evident. Sharpe thought of Teresa, who was fighting these same scum who gutted and tormented their victims. Then, unable to bear the unbidden images that seared his thoughts, he cupped his hands and shouted up the hill. "Harris! Down here!" Rifleman Harris was the company's educated man. He'd once been a schoolmaster, even a respectable schoolmaster, but boredom had driven him to drink, and drink had been his ruin, or at least the cause of his joining the army, where he still loved to demonstrate his erudition. "Sir, Harris said as he arrived in the settlement. "You speak French?" "Yes, sir." "There's 2 frogs in that house. Find out what unit they're from and what the bastards did here. And Harris—" "Sir?" The lugubrious red-haired Harris turned back. "You don't have to be gentle with the bastards." Even Harris, who was accustomed to Sharpe, seemed shocked by his captain's tone. "No, sir." Sharpe walked back across the settlement's tiny plaza. His men had searched the 2 cottages on the stream's far side, but found no bodies there. The massacre had evidently been confined to the 3 houses on the nearer bank, where Sergeant Harper was standing with a bleak, hurt look on his face. Patrick Harper was an Ulsterman from Donegal, and had been driven into the ranks of Britain's army by hunger and poverty. He was a huge man, 4 inches taller than Sharpe, who was himself 6 feet tall. In battle, Harper was an awesome figure. Yet in truth he was a kind, humorous, and easy-going man, whose benevolence disguised his life's central contradiction, which was that he had no love for the king for whom he fought, and little for the country whose flag he defended. Yet there were few better soldiers in all King George's army, and none who was more loyal to his friends. And it was for these friends that Harper fought, and the closest of his friends, despite their disparity in rank, was Sharpe himself. "They're just wee kiddies," Harper now said. "Who'd do such a thing?" "Them." Sharpe jerked his head down the small valley to where the stream joined the wider waterway. The grey Frenchman had stopped there, too far to be threatened by the rifles, but still close enough to watch what happened in the settlement where they'd pillaged and murdered. "Some of those wee ones have been raped," Harper said. "I saw," Sharpe said bleakly. "How could they do it?" "There isn't an answer, Pat, God knows." Sharpe felt sick, just like Harper felt sick, but inquiring into the roots of sin would not gain revenge for the dead children, nor would it save the raped girl's sanity, nor bury the blood-soaked dead. Nor would it find a way back to the British lines for one small light company that Sharpe now realized was dangerously exposed on the edge of the French outpost line. "Ask a goddamn chaplain for an answer if you can ever find one closer than the Lisbon brothels," Sharpe said savagely, then turned to look at the charnel houses. "How the hell are we going to bury this lot?" "We can't, sir. We'll just tumble the house walls down on top of them," Harper said. He gazed down the valley. "I could murder those bastards. What are we going to do with the 2 we've got?" "Kill them," Sharpe said curtly. "We'll get an answer or 2 now," he said as he saw Harris duck out of the cottage. Harris was carrying one of the steel-grey dragoon helmets, which Sharpe now saw were not cloth-covered, but were indeed fashioned out of metal, and plumed with a long hank of grey horsehair. Harris ran his right hand through the plume as he walked towards Sharpe. "I've found out who they are, sir," he said as he drew nearer. "They belong to the Brigade Loup, the Wolf Brigade. It's named after their commanding officer, sir, a fellow called Loup, Brigadier General Guy Loup. Loup means wolf in French, sir. They reckon they're an elite unit. Their job was to hold the road open through the mountains this past winter, and they did it by beating the hell out of the natives. If any of Loup's men get killed, then he kills 50 civilians as revenge. That's what they were doing here, sir. A couple of his men were ambushed and killed, and this is the price." Harris gestured at the houses of the dead. "And Loup's not far away, sir," he added in warning, "unless these fellows are lying, which I doubt. He left a detachment here and took a squadron to hunt down some fugitives in the next valley." Sharpe looked at the cavalryman's horse, which was still tethered in the settlement centre, and thought of the infantrymen he'd captured. "This Brigade Loup," he asked, "is it cavalry or infantry?" "The brigade has both, sir," Harris said. "It's a special brigade, sir, formed to fight the partisans, and Loup's got 2 battalions of infantry and 1 regiment of dragoons." "And they all wear grey?" "Like wolves, sir," Harris said helpfully. "Well, we all know what to do with wolves," Sharpe said, then turned as Sergeant Latimer shouted a warning. Latimer was commanding the tiny picket line that stood between Sharpe and the French, but it was no new attack that had caused Latimer to shout his warning, but rather the approach of 4 French horsemen. One of them carried the tricolour guidon, though the swallowtail flag was now half obscured by a dirty white shirt that had been impaled on the guidon's lance-head. "Bastards want to talk to us," Sharpe said. "I'll talk to them," Harper said viciously, and pulled back the cock of his 7-barrel gun. "No," Sharpe said. "And go round the company and tell everyone to hold their fire, and that's an order." "Aye, sir." Harper lowered the flint, then with a baleful glance towards the approaching Frenchman, went to warn the greenjackets to hold their tempers and keep their fingers off their triggers. Sharpe, his rifle slung on his shoulder and his sword at his side, strolled towards the 4 Frenchmen. 2 of the horsemen were officers, while the flanking pair were standard-bearers, and the ratio of flags to men seemed impertinently high, almost as if the 2 approaching officers considered themselves greater than other mortals. The tricolor guidon would have been standard enough, but the second banner was extraordinary. It was a French eagle with gilded wings outspread, perched atop a pole that had a cross-piece nailed just beneath the eagle's plinth. Most eagles carried a silk tricolor from the staff, but this eagle carried 6 wolf-tails attached to the cross-piece. The standard was somehow barbaric, suggesting the far-off days when pagan armies of horse soldiers had thundered out of the steppes to rape and ruin Christendom. And if the wolf-tail standard made Sharpe's blood run chill, then it was nothing compared to the man who now spurred his horse ahead of his companions. Only the man's boots were not grey. His coat was grey, his horse was a grey, his helmet was lavishly plumed in grey, and his grey pelisse was edged with grey wolf fur. Bands of wolf pelt encircled his boot-tops, his saddle-cloth was a grey skin, his sword's long straight scabbard and his carbine saddle holster were both sheathed in wolfskin, while his horse's noseband was a strip of grey fur. Even the man's beard was grey. It was a short beard, neatly trimmed, but the rest of the face was wild and merciless, and scarred fit for nightmare. One bloodshot eye and one blind milky eye stared from that weather-beaten, battle-hardened face as the man curbed his horse beside Sharpe. "My name is Lou," he said. "Brigadier General Guy Lou of His Imperial Majesty's Army." His tone was strangely mild, his intonation courteous, and his English touched with a light Scottish accent. "Sharpe," the rifleman said. "Captain Sharpe, British Army." The 3 remaining Frenchmen had reined in a dozen yards away. They watched as their brigadier swung his leg out of the stirrup and dropped lightly down to the path. He wasn't as tall as Sharpe, but he was still a big man, and he was well muscled and agile. Sharpe guessed the French brigadier was about 40 years old, 6 years older than Sharpe himself. Loup now took 2 cigars from his fur-edged sabretache and offered one to Sharpe. "I don't take gifts from murderers," Sharpe said. Loup laughed at Sharpe's indignation. "More fool you, Captain? Is that what you say? More fool you? I was a prisoner, you see, in Scotland, in Edinburgh. A very cold city, but with beautiful women, very beautiful. Some of them taught me English, and I taught them how to lie to their drab Calvinist husbands. We paroled officers lived just off Candlemaker Row. Do you know the place? No? You should visit Edinburgh, Captain. Despite the Calvinists and the cooking, it's a fine city, very land and hospitable. When the Peace of Amiens was signed, I almost stayed there." Loup paused to strike flint on steel, then to blow the charred linen tinder in his tinderbox into a flame with which he lit his cigar. "I almost stayed, but you know how it is. She was married to another man, and I am a lover of France, so here I am, and there she is, and doubtless she dreams about me a lot more than I dream about her." He sighed. "But this weather reminded me of her. We would so often lie in bed and watch the rain and mist fly past the windows of Candlemaker Row. It is cold today, huh?" "You're dressed for it, General," Sharpe said. "Got as much fur as a Christmas whore, you have." Loup smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. He was missing 2 teeth, and those that remained were stained yellow. He'd spoken pleasantly enough to Sharpe, even charmingly, but it was the smooth charm of a cat about to kill. He drew on his cigar, making the tip glow red, while his single bloodshot eye looked hard at Sharpe from beneath the helmet's grey visor. Loup saw a tall man, with a well-used rifle on one shoulder and a battered, ugly-bladed sword at his hip. Sharpe's uniform was torn, stained, and patched. The jacket's black cord hung in tatters between a few silver buttons that hung by threads, while beneath the jacket Sharpe wore a set of leather-reinforced French cavalry overalls. The remains of an officer's red sash encircled Sharpe's waist, while around his neck was a loosely knotted black choker. It was the uniform of a man who had long discarded the peacetime trappings of soldiering in exchange for the utilitarian comforts of a fighting man. A hard man, too, Loop guessed, not just from the evidence of the scar on Sharpe's cheek, but from the rifleman's demeanour, which was awkward and raw-edged, as though Sharpe would have preferred to be fighting than talking. Loop shrugged, abandoned his pleasantries, and got down to business. "I came to fetch my 2 men," he said. "Forget them, General," Sharpe replied. He was determined not to dignify this Frenchman by calling him Sir or Monsieur. Loop raised his eyebrows. "They're dead?" "They will be." Loop waved a persistent flyaway. The steel-plated straps of his helmet hung loose beside his face, resembling the cadenet of braided hair that French hussars like to wear, hanging from their temples. He drew on his cigar again, then smiled. "Might I remind you, Captain, of the rules of war?" Sharpe offered Loop a word that he doubted the Frenchman had heard much in Edinburgh's learned society. "I don't take lessons from murderers," Sharpe went on. "Not in the rules of war. What your men did in that village wasn't war. It was a massacre." "Of course it was war," Lou said equably. "And I don't need lectures from you, Captain." "You might not need a lecture, General, but you damn well need a lesson." Loop laughed. He turned and walked to the stream's edge, where he stretched his arms, yawned hugely, then stooped to scoop some water to his mouth. He turned back to Sharpe. "Let me tell you what my job is, Captain, and you will put yourself in my boots. That way perhaps you will lose your tedious English moral certainties. My job, Captain, is to police the roads through these mountains and to make the passes safe for the supply wagons of ammunition and food with which we plan to beat you British back to the sea. My enemy is not a soldier dressed in uniform with a colour and a code of honour, but is instead a rabble of civilians who resent my presence. Good. Let them resent me, that is their privilege, but if they attack me, Captain, then I will defend myself, and I do it so ferociously, so ruthlessly, so comprehensively, that they will think 1,000 times before they attack my men again. You know what the major weapon of the guerrilla is? It is horror, Captain, sheer horror. So, I make certain I am more horrible than my enemy. And my enemy in this area is horrible indeed. You have heard of El Castrador? The castrator, Sharpe guessed the translation. Indeed, because of what he does to French soldiers. Only he does it while they are alive, and then he lets them bleed to death. El Castrador, I am sorry to say, still lives, but I do assure you that none of my men has been castrated in 3 months, and you know why? Because El Castrador's men fear me more than they fear him. I have defeated him, Captain. I have made the mountains secure. In all of Spain, Captain, these are the only hills where Frenchmen can ride safely. And why? Because I have used the guerrilleros' weapon against them. I castrate them, just as they would castrate me. Only I use a blunter knife. Brigadier Loop offered Sharpe a grim smile. Now tell me, Captain, if you were in my boots, and if your men were being castrated and blinded and disemboweled and skinned alive and left to die, would you not do as I do? The children? Sharpe jerked his thumb at the village. Loop's one eye widened in surprise, as though he found Sharpe's objection odd in a soldier. Would you spare a rat because it's young? Vermin are vermin, Captain, whatever their age. I thought you said the mountains were safe, Sharpe said, so why kill? Because last week 2 of my men were ambushed and killed in a village not far from here. The families of the mothers came here to take refuge, thinking I would not find them. I did find them, and now I assure you, Captain, that no more of my men will be ambushed in Fuentes de Oñoro. Hey, what if I find them there? Loop shook his head sadly. You are so quick with your threats, Captain. But fight me, and I think you will learn caution. But for now, give me my men, and we shall ride away. Sharpe paused, thinking, then finally shrugged and turned. Sergeant Harper? Sir. Bring the 2 frogs out. Harper hesitated, as though he wanted to know what Sharpe intended before he obeyed the order, but then he turned reluctantly towards the houses. A moment later he appeared with the 2 French captives, both of whom were still naked below the waist, and one of whom was still half doubled over in pain. "Is he wounded?" Loop asked. "I kicked him in the balls," Sharpe said. "He was raping a girl." Loop seemed amused by the answer. "You're squeamish about rape, Captain Sharpe?" "Funny in a man, isn't it? Yes, I am." "We have some officers like that," Loop said. "But a few months in Spain soon cures their delicacy. The women here fight like the men, and if a woman imagines that her skirts will protect her, then she's wrong. And rape is part of the horror, but it also serves a secondary purpose. Release soldiers to rape, and they don't care that they're hungry or that their pay is a year in arrears. Rape is a weapon like any other, Captain." "I'll remember that, General, when I march into France," Sharpe said. Then he turned back towards the houses. "Stop there, Sergeant." The 2 prisoners had been escorted as far as the village entrance. "And Sergeant!" "Sir?" "Fetch their trousers. Get them dressed properly." Loop, pleased with the way his mission was going, smiled at Sharpe. "You're being sensible. Good. I would hate to have to fight you in the same way that I fight the Spanish." Sharpe looked at Loop's pagan uniform. It was a costume he thought to scare a child, the costume of a wolfman walking out of nightmare. But the wolfman's sword was no longer than Sharpe's, and his carbine a good deal less accurate than Sharpe's rifle. "I don't suppose you could fight us, General," Sharpe said. "We're a real army, you see, not a pack of unarmed women and children." Loop stiffened. "You will find, Captain Sharpe, that the Brigade Loop can fight any man, anywhere, anyhow. I do not lose, Captain, not to anyone." "So if you never lose, General, how were you taken prisoner?" Sharpe sneered. "Fast asleep, were you?" "I was a passenger on my way to Egypt, Captain, when our ship was captured by the Royal Navy. That hardly counts as my defeat." Loop watched as his 2 men pulled on their trousers. "Where is Trooper Godin's horse?" "Trooper Godin won't need a horse where he's going," Sharpe said. "He can walk. I suppose he can. Very well, I yield you the horse," Loop said magniloquently. "He's going to hell, General," Sharpe said. "I'm dressing them because they're still soldiers, and even your lousy soldiers deserve to die with their trousers on." He turned back to the settlement. "Sergeant, put them against the wall. I want a firing squad, 4 men for each prisoner. Load up!" "Captain!" Loop snapped, and his hand went to his sword's hilt. "You don't frighten me, Loop, not you nor your fancy dress," Sharpe said. "You draw that sword and we'll be mopping up your blood with your flag of truce. I've got marksmen up on that ridge who can whip the good eye out of your face at 200 yards, and one of those marksmen is looking at you right now." Loop looked up the hill. He could see Price's redcoats there, and one green jacket, but he plainly couldn't tell just how many men were in Sharpe's party. He looked back to Sharpe. "You're a captain. Just a captain, which means you have, what, 1 company? Maybe 2? The British won't entrust more than 2 companies to a mere captain. But within half a mile I have the rest of my brigade. If you kill my men, you'll be hunted down like dogs, and you will die like dogs. I will exempt you from the rules of war, Captain, just as you propose exempting my men. And I will make sure you die in the manner of my Spanish enemies, with a very blunt knife, Captain." Sharpe ignored the threat, turning towards the village instead. "Firing party ready, Sergeant?" "They're ready, sir, and eager, sir." Sharpe looked back to the Frenchman. "Your brigade is miles away, General. If it was any closer, you wouldn't be here talking to me, but leading the attack. Now, if you'll forgive me, I've got some justice to execute." "No!" Loop said sharply enough to turn Sharpe back. "I have made a bargain with my men. You understand that, Captain? You are a leader, I am a leader, and I have promised my men never to abandon them. Don't make me break my promise." "I don't give a bugger about your promise," Sharpe said. Loop had expected that kind of answer, and so shrugged. "Then maybe you will give a bugger about this, Captain Sharpe. I know who you are, and if you do not return my men, I will place a price on your head. I will give every man in Portugal and Spain a reason to hunt you down. Kill those 2 and you sign your own death warrant." Sharpe smiled.
You're a bad loser, General. And you're not?
Sharpe walked away.
I've never lost, he called back across his shoulder. So I wouldn't know. Your death warrant, Sharpe, Luke called.
Sharpe lifted 2 fingers. He'd heard that the English bowmen at Agincourt, threatened by the French with the loss of their bowstring fingers at the battle's end, had first won the battle and then invented the taunting gesture to show the overweening bastards just who were the better soldiers. Now Sharpe used it again. Then went to kill the Wolfman's men. Major Michael Hogan discovered Wellington inspecting a bridge over the river Turones, where a force of 3 French battalions had tried to hold off the advancing British. The resulting battle had been swift and brutal, and now a trail of French and British dead told the skirmish's tale. An initial tide line of bodies marked where the sides had clashed. A dreadful smear of bloodied turf showed where 2 British cannon had enfiladed the enemy. Then a further scatter of corpses betrayed the French retreat across the bridge, which their engineers had not had time to destroy.
"Fletcher thinks the bridge is Roman work, Hogan,"
Wellington greeted the Irish major.
"I sometimes wonder, my lord, whether anyone has built a bridge in Portugal or Spain since the Romans."
Hogan, swathed in a cloak because of the day's damp chill, nodded amicably to his lordship's 3 aides, then handed the general a sealed letter. The seal, which showed the royal Spanish coat of arms, had been lifted.
"I took the precaution of reading the letter, my lord," Hogan explained. "Trouble?"
Wellington asked.
"I wouldn't have bothered you otherwise, my lord,"
Hogan answered gloomily. Wellington frowned as he read the letter. The general was a handsome man, 42 years old, but as fit as any in his army, and Hogan thought wiser than most. The British Army, Hogan knew, had an uncanny knack of finding the least qualified man and promoting him to high command. But somehow the system had gone wrong, and Sir Arthur Wellesley, now the Viscount Wellington, had been given command of His Majesty's army in Portugal, thus providing that army with the best possible leadership. At least Hogan thought so, but Michael Hogan allowed that he could be prejudiced in this matter. Wellington, after all, had promoted Hogan's career, making the shrewd Irishman the head of his intelligence department, and the result had been a relationship as close as it was fruitful. The general read the letter again, this time glancing at a translation Hogan had thoughtfully provided. Hogan, meanwhile, looked about the battlefield where fatigue parties were clearing up the remnants of the skirmish. To the east of the bridge, where the road came delicately down the mountainside in a series of sweeping curves, a dozen work parties were searching the bushes for bodies and abandoned supplies. The French dead were being stripped naked and stacked like cordwood next to a long, shallow grave that a group of diggers was trying to extend. Other men were piling French muskets, or else hurling canteens, cartridge boxes, boots and blankets into a cart. Some of the plunder was even more exotic, for the retreating French had weighed themselves down with the loot of 1,000 Portuguese villages, and Wellington's men were now recovering church vestments, candlesticks, and silver plate.
"Astonishing what a soldier will carry on a retreat,"
the general remarked to Hogan.
"We found one dead man with a milking stool. A common milking stool. What was he thinking of? Taking it back to France?"
He held the letter out to Hogan.
"Damn,"
he said mildly. Then more strongly,
"God damn."
He waved his aides away, leaving him alone with Hogan.
"The more I learn about His Most Catholic Majesty King Ferdinand VII, Hogan, the more I become convinced that he should have been drowned at birth."
Hogan smiled.
"The recognized method, my lord, is smothering."
"Is it indeed?"
"It is indeed, my lord, and no one's ever the wiser. The mother simply explains how she rolled over in her sleep and trapped the blessed little creature beneath her body, and thus the whole church explains another precious angel is born."
"Well, in my family," the general said, "unwanted children get posted into the army."
"It has much the same effect, my lord, except in the matter of angels."
Wellington gave a brief laugh, then gestured with the letter.
"So, how did this reach us?"
"Oh, the usual way, my lord, smuggled out of Valenciennes by Ferdinand's servants and brought south to the Pyrenees, where it was given to partisans for forwarding to us."
"With a copy to London, eh? Any chance of intercepting the London copy?"
"Alas, sir, gone these 2 weeks. Probably there already."
"Hell, damn and hell again. Damn!"
Wellington stared gloomily at the bridge, where a sling cart was salvaging the fallen barrel of a dismounted French cannon.
"So, what to do, Hogan? What to do?"
The problem was simple enough. The letter, copied to the Prince Regent in London, had come from the exiled King Ferdinand of Spain, who was now a prisoner of Napoleon in the French chateau at Valençay. The letter was pleased to announce that His Most Catholic Majesty, in a spirit of cooperation with his cousin of England, and in his great desire to drive the French invader from the sacred soil of his kingdom, had directed the Real Compañía Irlandesa of His Most Catholic Majesty's Household Guard to attach itself to His Britannic Majesty's forces under the command of the Viscount Wellington. Which gesture, though it sounded generous, was not to the Viscount Wellington's taste. He did not need a stray company of Royal Palace Guards. A battalion of trained infantry with full fighting equipment might have been of some service, but a company of ceremonial troops was about as much use to the Viscount Wellington as a choir of psalm-singing eunuchs. "And they've already arrived," Hogan said mildly.
"They've what?"
Wellington's question could be heard 100 yards away, where a dog, thinking it was being reproved, slunk away from some fly-blackened guts that trailed from the eviscerated body of a French artillery officer.
"Where are they?"
Wellington asked fiercely.
"Somewhere on the Tagus, my lord, being barged towards us." "How the hell did they get here?"
"According to my correspondent, my lord, by ship. Our ships." Hogan put a pinch of snuff on his left hand, then sniffed the powder up each nostril. He paused for a second, his eyes suddenly streaming, then sneezed. His horse's ears flicked back at the noise. "The commander of the Real Compañía Irlandesa claims he marched his men to Spain's east coast, my lord," Hogan went on, "then took ship to Minorca, where our Royal Navy collected them." Wellington snorted his derision.
"And the French just let that happen? King Joseph just watched half the Royal Guard march away?"
Joseph was Bonaparte's brother and had been elevated to the throne of Spain, though it was taking 300,000 French bayonets to keep him there. A fifth of the Royal Guard, my lord." Hogan gently corrected the general. Yes, that's exactly what Lord Keeley says. Keeley, of course, being their commandant."
"Keeley?"
"Irish peer, my lord."
"Oh, damn it, Hogan, I know the Irish peerage. Keeley, Earl of Keeley, an exile, right? And his mother, I remember, gave money to Tone back in the 90s.
Wolfe Tone had been an Irish patriot who had tried to raise money and men in Europe and America to lead a rebellion against the British in his native Ireland. The rebellion had flared into open war in 1798, when Tone had invaded Donegal with a small French army that had been roundly defeated, and Tone himself had committed suicide in his Dublin prison rather than hang from a British rope.
"I don't suppose Keeley's any better than his mother,"
Wellington said grimly.
"And she's a witch who should have been smothered at birth. Is his lordship to be trusted, Hogan?"
"So far as I hear, my lord, he's a drunk and a wastrel," Hogan said. "He was given command of the Real Compañía Irlandesa because he's the only Irish aristocrat in Madrid, and because his mother had influence over the king. She's dead now, God rest her soul." He watched a soldier try to fork up the spilt French officer's intestines with his bayonet. The guts kept slipping off the blade, and finally a sergeant yelled at the man to either pick the offal up with his bare hands or else leave it for the crows.
"What has this Irish Guard been doing since Ferdinand left Madrid?"
Wellington asked.
"Living on sufferance, my lord. Guarding the Escorial, polishing their boots, staying out of trouble, reading, whoring, drinking, and saluting the French." "But not fighting the French?"
"Indeed not." Hogan paused. "It's all too convenient, my lord," he went on. "The Real Compañía Irlandesa is permitted to leave Madrid, permitted to take ship, and permitted to come to us. And meanwhile, a letter is smuggled out of France saying the company is a gift to you from His imprisoned Majesty. I smell frog paws all over it, my lord."
"So we tell these damn guards to go away?"
"I doubt we can. In London, the Prince Regent will doubtless be flattered by the gesture, and the Foreign Office, you may depend, will consider any slight offered to the Real Compañía Irlandesa to be an insult to our Spanish allies, which means, my lord, that we're stuck with the bastards."
"Are they good for anything?"
"I'm sure they'll be decorative," Hogan allowed dubiously.
Decoration costs money," Wellington said. I suppose the King of Spain did not think to send his guards pay chest.
No, my lord.
Which means I'm paying them?
Wellington inquired dangerously. And when Hogan's only answer was a seraphic smile, the general swore.
God damn their eyes. I'm supposed to pay the bastards while they stab me in the back? Is that what they're here for, Hogan?
I wouldn't know, my lord, but I suspect as much. A gust of laughter sounded from a fatigue party that had just discovered some intimate drawings concealed in a dead Frenchman's coat-tails. Wellington winced at the noise and edged his horse further away from the raucous group. Some crows fought over a pile of offal that had once been a French skirmisher. The general stared at the unpleasant sight, then grimaced.
So what do you know about this Irish Guard, Hogan?
They're mostly Spanish these days, my lord, though even the Spanish-born guards have to be descended from Irish exiles. Most of the guardsmen are recruited from the 3 Irish regiments in Spanish service, but a handful, I imagine, will be deserters from our own army. I'd suspect that most of them are patriotic to Spain and are probably willing to fight against the French, but undoubtedly a handful of them will be affrancasados, though in that regard I'd suspect the officers before the men. An affrancasado was a Spaniard who supported the French, and almost all such traitors came from the educated classes. Hogan slapped a horsefly that had settled on his horse's neck. "It's all right, Jeremiah. Just a hungry fly," he explained to his startled horse, then turned back to Wellington. "I don't know why they've been sent here, my lord, but I am sure of 2 things. First, it'll be a diplomatic impossibility to get rid of them. And second, we have to assume that it's the French who want them here. King Ferdinand, I've no doubt, was gulled into writing the letter. I hear he's not very clever, my lord."
"But you are, Hogan. Why, put up with you. So what do we do, put them to latrine digging?"
Hogan shook his head. "If you employ the King of Spain's household guard on menial tasks, my lord, it'll be construed as an insult to our Spanish allies as well as to his Catholic Majesty."
"Damn his Catholic Majesty,"
Wellington growled, then stared balefully towards the trench-like grave, where the French dead were now being unceremoniously laid in a long, white, naked row.
"And the junta?"
he asked.
"What of the junta?"
The junta in Cadiz was the regency council that ruled unoccupied Spain in their king's absence. Of its patriotism there could be no doubt, but the same could not be said of its efficiency. The junta was notorious for its internal squabbles and touchy pride, and few matters had touched their pride more directly than the discreet request that Arthur Wellesley, Viscount Wellington, be made generalissimo of all Spain's armies. Wellington was already the General Marshal of Portugal's army, and commander of the British forces in Portugal, and no man of sense denied he was the best general on the Allied side, not least because he was the only one who consistently won battles, and no one denied that it made sense for all the armies opposing the French in Spain and Portugal to be under a unified command. But nevertheless, despite the acknowledged sense of the proposal, the junta was reluctant to grant Wellington any such powers. Spain's army, they protested, must be led by a Spaniard, and if no Spaniard had yet proved capable of winning a campaign against the French, then that was no matter. Better a defeated Spaniard than a victorious foreigner. "The junta, my lord," Hogan answered carefully, "will think this is the thin end of a very broad wedge. They'll think this is a British plot to take over the Spanish armies piecemeal, and they'll watch like hawks, my lord, to see how you treat the Real Compañía Irlandesa."
"The hawk,"
Wellington said with a sour twist,
"being Don Luis."
"Precisely, my lord," Hogan said. General Don Luis Valverde was the junta's official observer with the British and Portuguese armies, and the man whose recommendation was needed if the Spanish were ever to appoint Wellington as their generalissimo. It was an approval that was highly unlikely, for General Valverde was a man in whom all the junta's great pride and none of its small sense was concentrated.
"God damn it,"
Wellington said, thinking of Valverde.
"Well, Hogan, you're paid to advise me, so earn your damn pay."
Hogan paused to collect his thoughts. "I fear we have to welcome Lord Keighley and his men," he said after a few seconds, "even while we distrust them, and so it seems to me, my lord, that we must do our best to make them uncomfortable. So uncomfortable that they either go back to Madrid or else march down to Cadiz."
"We drive them out?"
Wellington said.
"How?"
"Partly, my lord, by bivouacking them so close to the French that those guardsmen who wish to desert will find it easy.
At the same time, my lord, we say that we have put them in a place of danger as a compliment to their fighting reputation, despite which, my lord, I think we must assume that the Real Compañía Irlandesa, while undoubtedly skilled at guarding palace gates, will prove less skilled at the more mundane task of fighting the French. We should therefore insist that they submit to a period of strict training under the supervision of someone who can be trusted to make their life a living misery.
Wellington gave a grim smile.
Make these ceremonial soldiers stoop, eh? Make them chew on humble pie till it chokes them.
Exactly, my lord. I've no doubt that they expect to be treated with respect and even privilege, so we must disappoint them. We'll have to give them a liaison officer, someone senior enough to smooth Lord Keeley's feathers and allay General Valverde's suspicions. But why not give them a drill master too? A tyrant, but someone shrewd enough to smoke out their secrets. Wellington smiled, then turned his horse back towards his aides. He knew exactly who Hogan had in mind.
I doubt our Lord Keeley will much like Mr. Sharpe, the General said.
I cannot think they'll take to each other, my lord, no.
Where is Sharpe?
He should be on his way to Villa Formoso today, my lord. He's an unhappy recruit to the town major's staff.
So he'll be glad to be cumbered with Keeley instead then, won't he? And who do we appoint as liaison officer?
Any emollient fool will do for that post, my lord.
Very well, Hogan, I'll find the fool, you arrange the rest.
The General touched his heels to his horse's flank. His aides, seeing the General ready to move, gathered their reins. Then Wellington paused.
What does a man want with a common milking stool, Hogan?
It keeps his arse dry during wet nights of sentry duty, my lord.
Clever thought, Hogan. Can't think why I didn't come up with the idea myself. Well done.
Wellington wheeled his horse and spurred west away from the battle's litter. Hogan watched the General go, then grimaced. The French, he was sure, had wished trouble on him, and now, with God's good help, he would wish some evil back on them. He would welcome the Real Compañía Irlandesa with honeyed words and extravagant promises, then give the bastards Richard Sharpe. The girl clung to Rifleman Perkins. She was hurt inside. She was bleeding and limping, but she'd insisted on coming out of the hovel to watch the two Frenchmen die. Indeed, she taunted the two men, spitting and screaming at them, then laughed as one of the two captives dropped to his knees and lifted his bound hands towards Sharpe.
He says he wasn't raping the girl, sir,
Harris translated.
So why were the bastard's trousers round his ankles?
Sharpe asked, then looked at his 8-man firing squad. Usually it was hard to find men willing to serve on firing squads, but there'd been no difficulty this time.
Present!
Sharpe called.
Non, monsieur, je vous prie, monsieur.
The kneeling Frenchman called. Tears ran down his face. 8 riflemen lined their sights on the two Frenchmen. The other captive spat his derision and kept his head high. He was a handsome man, though his face was bruised from Harris's ministrations. The first man, realizing that his begging was to go unanswered, dropped his head and sobbed uncontrollably.
Maman,
he called pathetically.
Maman!
Brigadier General Loop, back in his fur-edged saddle, watched the executions from 50 yards away. Sharpe knew he had no legal right to shoot prisoners. He knew he might even be endangering his career by this act. But then he thought of the small, blood-blackened bodies of the raped and murdered children.
Fire!
He called. The 8 rifles snapped. Smoke gusted to form an acrid, filthy-smelling cloud that obscured the skeins of blood splashing high on the hovel's stone wall as the 2 bodies were thrown hard back, then recoiled forward to flop onto the ground. One of the men twitched for a few seconds, then went still.
"You're a dead man, Sharpe!"
Loop shouted. Sharpe raised his 2 fingers to the brigadier, but did not bother to turn round.
"The bloody frogs can bury those 2, he said of the executed prisoners. "But we'll collapse the houses on the Spanish dead. They are Spanish, aren't they?" he asked Harris.
Harris nodded. "We are just inside Spain, sir. Maybe a mile or 2. That's what the girl says." Sharpe looked at the girl. She was no older than Perkins, maybe 16, and had dank, dirty, long black hair. But clean her up, he thought, and she'd be a pretty enough thing. And immediately Sharpe felt guilty for the thought. The girl was in pain. She'd watched her family slaughtered, then had been used by God knows how many men. Now, with her rag-like clothes held tight about her thin body, she was staring intently at the two dead soldiers. She spat at them, then buried her head in Perkins' shoulder. "You'll have to come with us, Perkins," Sharpe said. "If she stays here, she'll be slaughtered by those bastards." "Yes, sir." "So look after her, lad. Do you know her name?" "Miranda, sir." "Look after Miranda, then," Sharpe said. Then he crossed to where Harper was organising the men who had demolished the houses on top of the dead bodies. The smell of blood was as thick as the mass of flies buzzing inside the charnel houses. "The bastards will chase us," Sharpe said, nodding towards the lurking French. "They will too, sir," the sergeant agreed. "So we'll keep to the hilltops," Sharpe said. Cavalry could not get to the tops of steep hills, at least not in good order, and certainly not before their leaders had been picked off by Sharpe's best marksmen. Harper glanced at the two dead Frenchmen. "Were you supposed to do that, sir?" "You mean, am I allowed to execute prisoners of war under the King's regulations? No, of course I'm not. So don't tell anyone." "Not a word, sir. Never saw a thing, sir. And I'll make sure the lads see the same." "And one day," Sharpe said as he stared at the distant figure of Brigadier General Loup, "I'll put him against a wall and shoot him." "Amen," Harper said. "Amen." He turned and looked at the French horse that was still picketed in the settlement. "What do we do with the beast?" "Well, we can't take it with us," Sharpe said. The hills were too steep, and he planned to keep to the rocky heights where dragoon horses could not follow. "But I'll be damned before I give a serviceable cavalry horse back to the enemy." He cocked his rifle. "I hate to do it." "You want me to do it, sir?" "No," Sharpe said, though he meant yes, for he really did not want to shoot the horse. He did it anyway. The shot echoed back from the hills, fading and crackling while the horse thrashed in its bloody death throes. The riflemen covered the Spanish dead with stones and thatch, but left the two French soldiers for their own comrades to bury. Then they climbed high into the misty heights to work their way westwards. By nightfall, when they came down into the valley of the river Turones, there was no sign of any pursuit. There was no stink of saddle-sore horses, no glint of grey light from grey steel. Indeed, there had been no sign nor smell of any pursuit all afternoon, except just once, just as the light faded and as the first small candle flames flickered yellow in the cottages beside the river, when suddenly a wolf had howled its melancholy cry in the darkening hills. Its howl was long and desolate, and the echo lingered, and Sharpe shivered. Chapter 2. The view from the castle in Ciudad Rodrigo looked across the river Agueda towards the hills where the British forces gathered. Yet this night was so dark and wet that nothing was visible except the flicker of two torches burning deep inside an arched tunnel that burrowed through the city's enormous ramparts. The rain flickered silver-red past the flamelight to make the cobbles slick. Every few moments a sentry would appear at the entrance of the tunnel, and the fiery light would glint off the shining spike of his fixed bayonet. But otherwise there was no sign of life. The tricolour of France flew above the gate, but there was no light to show it flapping dispiritedly in the rain, which was being gusted around the castle walls, and sometimes even being driven into the deep embrasured window where a man leant to watch the arch. The flickering torchlight was reflected in the thick, pebbled lenses of his wire-bound spectacles. "Maybe he's not coming," the woman said from the fireplace. "If Luz says he will be here," the man answered without turning round, "then he will be here." The man had a remarkably deep voice that belied his appearance, for he was slim, almost fragile-looking, with a thin, scholarly face, myopic eyes and cheeks pocked with the scars of childhood smallpox. He wore a plain, dark blue uniform with no badge of rank. But Pierre Ducos needed no gaudy chains or stars, no tassels or epaulettes or aiguillettes to signify his authority. Major Ducos was Napoleon's man in Spain, and everyone who mattered, from King Joseph downwards, knew it. "Loup," the woman said. "It means wolf, yes?" This time Ducos did turn round. "Your countrymen call him El Lobo," he said, "and he frightens them." "Superstitious people frighten easily," the woman said scornfully. She was tall and thin, and had a face that was memorable rather than beautiful. A hard, clever, and singular face, once seen never forgotten, with a full mouth, deep-set eyes, and a scornful expression. She was maybe 30 years old, but it was hard to tell, for her skin had been so darkened by the sun that it looked like a peasant woman's. Other well-born women took care to keep their skins as pale as chalk and soft as curds, but this woman did not care for fashionable looks, nor for fashionable clothes. Her passion was hunting, and when she followed her hounds she rode astride like a man, and so she dressed like a man, in breeches, boots, and spurs. This night she was uniformed as a French hussar, with skin-tight sky-blue breeches that had an intricate pattern of Hungarian lace down the front of the thighs, a plum-coloured dolman with blue cuffs and plaited white silk cordings, and a scarlet pelisse edged with black fur. It was rumoured that Doña Juanita de Elia possessed a uniform from the regiment of every man she had ever slept with, and that her wardrobe needed to be as large as most people's parlours. To Major Duco's eyes, the Doña Juanita de Elia was nothing but a flamboyant whore and a soldier's plaything, and in Duco's murky world, flamboyance was a lethal liability. But in Juanita's own eyes, she was an adventuress and an enfrancesada, and any Spaniard willing to side with France in this war was useful to Pierre Ducos. And, he grudgingly allowed, this war-loving adventuress was willing to run great risks for France, and so Ducos was willing to treat her with a respect he would not usually accord to women. "Tell me about El Lobo," the Doña Juanita demanded.
"He's a brigadier of dragoons," Ducos said, "who began his army career as a groom in the Royal Army. He's brave, he's demanding, he's successful, and above all, he is ruthless."
On the whole, Ducos had little time for soldiers whom he considered to be romantic fools, much given to posturing and gestures. But he approved of Loup. Loup was single-minded, fierce, and utterly without illusions, qualities that Ducos himself possessed, and Ducos liked to think that, had he ever been a proper soldier, he would have been like Loup. It was true that Loup, like Juanita de Elia, affected a certain flamboyance, but Ducos forgave the brigadier his wolf-fur pretensions, because quite simply he was the best soldier Ducos had discovered in Spain, and the major was determined that Loup should be properly rewarded.
"Loup will one day be a Marshal of France," Ducos said, "and the sooner the better."
"But not if Marshal Massena can help it?" Juanita asked. Ducos grunted. He collected gossip more assiduously than any man, but he disliked confirming it. Yet Marshal Massena's dislike of Loup was so well known in the army that Ducos had no need to dissemble about it.
"Soldiers are like stags, madame," Ducos said. "They fight to prove they are the best in their tribe, and they dislike their fiercest rivals far more than the beasts that offer them no competition. So I would suggest to you, madame, that the Marshal's dislike of Brigadier Loup is confirmation of Loup's genuine abilities."
It was also, Ducos thought, a typical piece of wasteful posturing. No wonder the war in Spain was taking so long and proving so troublesome when a Marshal of France wasted petulance on the best brigadier in the army. He turned back to the window as the sound of hooves echoed in the fortress's entrance tunnel. Ducos listened as the challenge was given. Then he heard the squeal of the gate hinges opening, and a second later he saw a group of grey horsemen appear in the flame-lit archway. The Doña Juanita de Elia had come to stand beside Ducos. She was so close that he could smell the perfume on her gaudy uniform. "Which one is he?" she asked.
"The one in front," Ducos replied.
"He rides well," Juanita de Elia said with grudging respect.
"A natural horseman," Ducos said. "Not fancy. He doesn't make his horse dance, he makes it fight."
He moved away from the woman. He disliked perfume as much as he disliked opinionated whores. The two waited in silent awkwardness. Juanita de Elia had long sensed that her weapons did not work on Ducos. She believed he disliked women, but the truth was that Pierre Ducos was oblivious of them. Once in a while he would use a soldier's brothel, but only after a surgeon had provided him with the name of a clean girl. Most of the time he went without such distractions, preferring a monkish dedication to the Emperor's cause. Now he sat at his table and leafed through papers as he tried to ignore the woman's presence. Somewhere in the town, a church clock struck 9. Then a sergeant's voice echoed from an inner courtyard as a squad of men was marched towards the ramparts. The rain fell relentlessly. Then at last, boots and spurs sounded loud on the stairway leading to Duco's big chamber, and the Doña Juanita looked up expectantly. Brigadier Lou did not bother to knock on Duco's door. He burst in, already fuming with anger. "I lost 2 men, goddammit, 2 good men, lost to riflemen, Duco, to British riflemen. Executed. They were put against the wall and shot like vermin." He had crossed to Duco's table and helped himself from the decanter of brandy. "I want a price put on the head of their captain, Duco. I want the man's balls in my men's stewpot." He stopped suddenly, checked by the exotic sight of the uniformed woman standing beside the fire. For a second, Lou had thought the figure in cavalry uniform was an especially effeminate young man, one of the dandified Parisians who spent more money on their tailor than on their horse and weapons. But then he realized that the dandy was a woman, and that the cascading black plume was her hair and not a helmet's embellishment. "Is she yours, Duco?" Lou asked nastily. "Monsieur," Duco said very formally, "allow me to name the Doña Juanita de Elia. Madame, this is Brigadier General Guy Lou." Brigadier Lou stared at the woman by the fire, and what he saw he liked. And the Doña Juanita de Elia returned the Dragoon General's stare, and what she saw she also liked. She saw a compact, one-eyed man with a brutal, weather-beaten face, who wore his grey hair and beard short, and his grey fur-trimmed uniform like an executioner's costume. The fur glinted with rainwater that had brought out the smell of the pelts, a smell that mingled with the heady aromas of saddles, tobacco, sweat, gun oil, powder, and horses. "Brigadier," she said politely. "Madame?" Lou acknowledged her, then shamelessly looked up and down her skin-tight uniform. "Or should it be Colonel?" "Brigadier at least," Juanita answered, "if not Marshal." "2 men?" Duco interrupted the flirtation. "How did you lose 2 men?" Lou told the story of the day. He paced up and down the room as he spoke, biting into an apple he took from Duco's desk. He told how he'd taken a small group of men into the hills to find the fugitives from the village of Fuentes de Oñoro, and how, having taken his revenge on the Spaniards, he'd been surprised by the arrival of the Greenjackets. "They were led by a captain called Sharpe," he said. "Sharpe," Duco repeated, then leafed through an immense ledger in which he recorded every scrap of information about the Emperor's enemies. It was Duco's job to know about those enemies and to recommend how they could be destroyed, and his intelligence was as copious as his power. "Sharpe," he said again as he found the entry he sought. "A rifleman, you say? I suspect he may be the same man who captured an eagle at Talavera. Was he with Greenjackets only, or did he have redcoats with him?" "He had redcoats." "Then it is the same man. For a reason we have never discovered, he serves in a red-jacketed battalion." Duco was adding to his notes in the book that contained similar entries on over 500 enemy officers. Some of the entries were scored through with a single black line denoting that the men were dead, and Duco sometimes imagined a glorious day when all these enemy heroes, British, Portuguese, and Spanish alike, would be black-lined by a rampaging French army. "Captain Sharpe," Duco now said, "is reckoned a famous man in Wellington's forces. He came up from the ranks, Brigadier, a rare feat in Britain." "I don't care if he came up from the jakes, Duco. I want his scalp and I want his balls." Duco disapproved of such private rivalries, fearing that they interfered with more important duties. He closed the ledger. "Would it not be better," he suggested coldly, "if you allowed me to issue a formal complaint about the execution? Wellington will hardly approve." "No," Lou said. "I don't need lawyers taking revenge for me." Lou's anger was not caused by the death of his 2 men. The death was a risk all soldiers learned to abide, but rather by the manner of their death. Soldiers should die in battle or in bed, not against a wall like common criminals. Lou was also piqued that another soldier had got the better of him. "But if I can't kill him in the next few weeks, Duco, you can write your damned letter." The permission was grudging. Soldiers are harder to kill than civilians, Loeb went on, and we've been fighting civilians too long. Now my brigade will have to learn how to destroy uniformed enemies as well. I thought most French soldiers would rather fight other regulars than fight guerrilleros, the Doña Juanita said. Loeb nodded. Most do, but not me, madame. I have specialized in fighting the guerrilla. Tell me how? She asked. Loeb glanced at Duco as if seeking permission, and Duco nodded. Duco was annoyed by the attraction he sensed between these two. It was an attraction as elemental as the lust of a tomcat, a lust so palpable that Duco almost wrinkled his nose at the stench of it. Leave these two alone for half a minute, he thought, and their uniforms would make a single heap on the floor. It wasn't their lust that offended him, but rather the fact that it distracted them from their proper business. Go on, he told Loeb. Loeb shrugged as though there was no real secret involved. I've got the best trained troops in the army, better than the Imperial Guard. They fight well, they kill well, and they're rewarded well. I keep them separate. They're not billeted with other troops, they don't mix with other troops, and that way no one knows where they are or what they're doing. If you send 600 men marching from here to Madrid, then I guarantee you that every guerrillero between here and Seville will know about it before they leave. But not with my men. We don't tell anyone what we're doing or where we're going. We just go there and do it. And we have our own places to live. I emptied the village of its inhabitants and made it my depot, but we don't just stay there. We travel where we will, sleep where we will, and if guerrilleros attack us, they die. And not just them, but their mothers, their children, their priests, and their grandchildren die with them. We horrify them, madame, just as they try to horrify us. And by now my wolf pack is more horrifying than the partisans. Good, Juanita said simply. Brigadier Loeb's patrol area is remarkably free of partisans, Duco said in generous tribute. But not entirely free, Loeb added grimly. El Castrador survives, but I'll use his own knife on him yet. Maybe the arrival of the British will encourage him to show his face again. Which is why we are here, Duco said, taking command of the room. Our job is to make certain that the British do not stay here, but are sent packing. And then, in his deep and almost hypnotic voice, he described the military situation as he comprehended it. Brigadier General Loeb, who had spent the last year fighting to keep the passes through the frontier hills free of partisans, and who had thus been spared the disasters that had afflicted Marshal Masséna's army in Portugal, listened raptly as Duco told the real story, and not the patriotic lies that were peddled in the columns of the Moniteur. Wellington is clever, Duco admitted. He's not brilliant, but he is clever, and we underestimated him. The existence of the lines of Torres Vedras had been unknown to the French until they marched within cannon shot of the defences, and there they had waited, ever hungrier, ever colder, through a long winter. Now the army was back on the Spanish frontier and waiting for Wellington's assault. It was an assault that would be hard and bloody because of the two massive fortresses that barred the only passable roads through the frontier mountains. Ciudad Rodrigo was the northern fastness, and Badajoz the southern. Badajoz had been in Spanish hands till a month before, and Masséna's engineers had despaired of ever reducing its massive walls. But Duco had arranged a huge bribe, and the Spanish commander had yielded the keys to the fortress. Now both keys of Spain, Badajoz and Ciudad Rodrigo, were firmly in the Emperor's grip. But there was a third border fortress which also lay in French hands. Almeida was inside Portugal, and, though it was not so important as Ciudad Rodrigo or Badajoz, and though its massive castle had been destroyed with the neighbouring cathedral in an earth-shattering explosion of gunpowder just the previous year, the town's thick, star-shaped walls and its strong French garrison still presented a formidable obstacle. Any British force laying siege to Ciudad Rodrigo would have to use thousands of men to guard against the threat of Almeida's garrison sallying out to raid the supply roads, and Duco reckoned that Wellington would never abide that menace in his army's rear. Wellington's first priority will be to capture Almeida, Duco said, and Marshal Masséna will do his best to relieve the fortress from the British siege. In other words, Brigadier, Duco was speaking more to Loeb than to the Doña Juanita, there will be a battle fought close to Almeida. Not much is certain anymore, but I think we can be certain of that. Loup stared at the map, then nodded agreement. Unless Marshal Massena withdraws the garrison, he said in a tone of contempt, suggesting that Massena, his enemy, was capable of any foolishness. He won't, Ducos said with the certainty of a man who had the power to dictate strategy to marshals of France. And the reason he will not is here, Ducos said, and he tapped the map as he spoke. Look, he said, and Lou bent obediently over the map. The fortress of Almeida was depicted like a star to imitate its jagged, star-shaped fortifications. Around it were the hatch marks of hills, but behind it, between Almeida and the rest of Portugal, ran a deep river, the Coa. It runs in a gorge, Brigadier, Ducos said, and is crossed by a single bridge at Castelo Bom. I know it well. So, if we defeat General Wellington on this side of the river, Ducos said, then the fugitives of his army will be forced to retreat across a single bridge scarce 3 meters wide. That is why we shall leave the garrison in Almeida, because its presence will force Lord Wellington to fight on this bank of the Coa, and when he does fight, we shall destroy him. And once the British are gone, Brigadier, we shall employ your tactics of horror to end all resistance in Portugal and Spain. Loup straightened up. He was impressed by Ducos' analysis, but also dubious of it. He needed a few seconds to phrase his objection, and made the time by lighting a long, dark cigar. He blew smoke out, and then decided there was no politic way to voice his doubt, so he just stated it boldly. I've not fought the British in battle, Major, but I hear they're stubborn bastards in defence. Loup tapped the map. I know that country well. It's full of hill ranges and river valleys. Give Wellington a hill, and you could die of old age before you could shift a bugaloos. That's what I hear, anyway. Loup finished with a shrug, as if to deprecate his own opinion. Ducos smiled. Supposing, Brigadier, that Wellington's army is rotted from the inside. Loup considered the question, then nodded. He'll break, he confirmed simply. Good. Because that is precisely why I wanted you to meet the Doña Juanita, Ducos said, and the ladies smiled at the dragoon. The Doña Juanita will be crossing in the lines, Ducos continued, and living among our enemies. From time to time, Brigadier, she will come to you for certain supplies that I shall provide. I want you to make the provision of those supplies to Doña Juanita your most important duty. Supplies? Loup asked. You mean guns? Ammunition? Doña Juanita answered for Ducos. Nothing, Brigadier, that cannot be carried in the panniers of a pack horse. Loup looked at Ducos. You think it's easy to ride from one army to another? Hell, Ducos, the British have a cavalry screen, and our partisans, and our own pickets, and God knows how many other British entries. It isn't like riding in the Bois de Boulogne. Ducos looked unconcerned. The Doña Juanita will make her own arrangements, and I have faith in those. What you must do, Brigadier, is acquaint the lady with your lair. She must know where to find you and how. You can arrange that? Loup nodded, then looked at the woman. You can ride with me tomorrow? All day, Brigadier. Then we ride tomorrow, Loup said. And maybe the next day, too. Maybe, General, maybe, the woman answered. Ducos again interrupted their flirtation. It was late, his supper was waiting, and he still had several hours of paperwork to be completed. Your men, he said to Loup, are now the army's picket line, so I want you to be alert for the arrival of a new unit in the British Army. Loup, suspecting he was being taught how to suck eggs, frowned. We're always alert to such things, Major. We're soldiers, remember? Especially alert, Brigadier. Ducos was unruffled by Loup's scorn. A Spanish unit, the Real Compañía Irlandesa, is expected to join the British soon, and I want to know when they arrive and where they are positioned. It is important, Brigadier. Loup glanced at Juanita, suspecting that the Real Compañía Irlandesa was somehow connected with her mission, but her face gave nothing away. Never mind, Loup thought, the woman would tell him everything before the next 2 nights were done. He looked back to Ducos.
If a dog farts in the British lines, Major, you'll know about it. Good, Duco said, ending the conversation. I won't keep you, Brigadier. I'm sure you have plans for the evening. Loup, thus dismissed, picked up his helmet with its plume of wet grey hair. Doña, he said as he reached the staircase door. Isn't that the title of a married woman? My husband, General, is buried in South America. Juanita shrugged. The yellow fever, alas. And my wife, madame, Loup said, is buried in her kitchen in Besançon. Alas. He held a hand towards the door, offering to escort her down the winding stairs, but Duco held the Spanish woman back. You're ready to go? Duco asked Juanita when Loup was gone out of earshot. So soon? Juanita answered. Duco shrugged. I suspect the Real Compañía Irlandesa will have reached the British lines by now, certainly by the month's end. Juanita nodded. I'm ready. She paused. And the British, Duco, will surely suspect the Real Compañía Irlandesa's motives. Of course they will. They would be fools not to, and I want them to be suspicious. Our task, madame, is to unsettle our enemy, so let them be wary of the Real Compañía Irlandesa, and perhaps they will overlook the real threat. Duco took off his spectacles and polished their lenses on the skirts of his plain jacket. And Lord Keeley, you're sure of his affections? He's a drunken fool, Major, Juanita answered. He will do whatever I tell him. Don't make him jealous, Duco warned. Juanita smiled. You may lecture me on many things, Duco, but when it comes to men and their moods, believe me, I know all there is to know. Do not worry about my Lord Keeley. He will be kept very sweet and very obedient. Is that all? Duco looped his spectacles back into place. That is all. May I wish you a good night's rest, madame? I'm sure it would be a splendid night, Duco. The Doña Juanita smiled and walked from the room. Duco listened as her spurs jangled down the steps, then heard her laugh as she encountered Loup, who had been waiting at the foot of the steps. Duco closed the door on the sound of their laughter and walked slowly back to the window. In the night the rain beat on, but in Duco's busy mind there was nothing but the vision of glory. This did not just depend on Juanita and Loup doing their duty, but rather on the clever scheme of a man whom even Duco acknowledged as his equal. A man whose passion to defeat the British equaled Duco's passion to see France triumphant, and a man who was already behind the British lines, where he would sow the mischief that would first rot the British army, then lead it into a trap beside a narrow ravine. Duco's thin body seemed to quiver as the vision unfolded in his imagination. He saw an insolent British army eroded from within, then trapped and beaten. He saw France triumphant. He saw a river gorge crammed to its rocky brim with bloody carcasses. He saw his emperor ruling over all Europe, and then, who could tell, over the whole known world. Alexander had done it, why not Bonaparte? And it would begin with a little cunning from Duco and his most secret agent on the banks of the Coa near the fortress of Almeida. Oh, this is a chance, Sharpe. For my soul, it's a chance. A veritable chance. Not many chances come in a man's life, and a man must seize them. My father taught me that. He was a bishop, you see, and a fellow doesn't rise from being cured to bishop without seizing his chances. You comprehend me? Yes, sir. Colonel Claude Runciman's massive buttocks were well set on the inn bench, while before him on a plain wooden table were the remnants of a huge meal. There were chicken bones, the straggling stalks of a bunch of grapes, orange peel, rabbit vertebrae, a piece of unidentifiable gristle, and a collapsed wineskin. The copious food had forced Colonel Runciman to unbutton his coat, waistcoat, and shirt in order to loosen the strings of his corset, and the subsequent distending of his belly had stretched a watch chain hung thick with seals tight across a strip of pale drum-taut flesh. The colonel belched prodigiously. "There's a hunchbacked girl somewhere about who serves the food, Sharpe," Runciman said. "If you see the lass, tell her I'll take some pie. With some cheese, perhaps, but not if it's goat's cheese. Can't buy goat's cheese. Gives me spleen, you see." Runciman's red coat had the yellow facings and silver lace of the 37th, a good line regiment from Hampshire that had not seen the colonel's ample shadow in many a year.
Recently, Runciman had been the Wagon Master General in charge of the drivers and teams of the Royal Wagon Train and their auxiliary Portuguese muleteers, but now he'd been appointed liaison officer to the Real Compañía Irlandesa.
"Oh, it's an honour, of course," he told Sharpe, "but neither unexpected nor undeserved. I told Wellington when he made me Wagon Master General that I'd do the job as a favour to him, but that I expected a reward for it. Well, a fellow doesn't want to spend his life thumping sense into thick-witted wagon drivers. Good God, no. Oh, there's the hunchback, Sharpe. There she is. Stop her, Sharpe. There's a kind fellow. Tell her I want pie and a proper cheese."
The pie and cheese were arranged, and another wineskin was fetched, along with a bowl of cherries, to satisfy the last possible vestiges of Runciman's appetite. A group of cavalry officers sitting at a table on the far side of the yard were making wagers on how much food Runciman would consume, but Runciman was oblivious of their mockery.
"It's a chance," he said again when he was well tucked into his pie. "I can't tell what's in it for you, of course, because, well, a chap like you probably doesn't expect too much out of life anyway, but I reckon I've got a chance at a golden fleece."
He peered up at Sharpe.
"You do know what Real means, don't you?"
"Royal, sir."
Oh, so you're not completely uneducated then, eh? Royal indeed, Sharpe. The Royal Guard. These Irish fellows are royal. Not a pack of common carriers and mule drivers. They've got royal connections, Sharpe, and that means royal rewards. I've half an idea that the Spanish court might even give a pension with the Order of the Golden Fleece. The thing comes with a nice star and a golden collar, but a pension would be very acceptable. A reward for a job well done, don't you see? And that's just from the Spanish. The good Lord alone knows what London might cough of. Knighthood, the Prince Regent will want to know we've done a good job, Sharpe. He'll take an interest, don't you see? They'll be expecting us to treat these fellows proper, as befits a royal guard. Order of the Bath, the very least, I should think. Maybe even a viscountcy, and why not? There's only one problem."
Colonel Runciman belched again, then raised a buttock for a few seconds.
"Oh, my God, that's better," he said. "Let the effusions out, that's what my doctor says. There's no future in keeping noxious effusions in the body, he tells me, in case the body rots from within. Now, Sharpe, the fly in our unguent is the fact these Royal Guards are all Irish. Have you ever commanded the Irish?"
"A few, sir."
"Well, I've commanded dozens of the rogues, ever since they amalgamated the train with the Irish Corps of Wagoners, and there ain't much about the Irish that I don't know. Ever served in Ireland, Sharpe?"
"No, sir."
"I was there once, garrison duty at Dublin Castle. 6 months of misery, Sharpe, without a single properly cooked meal. God knows, Sharpe, I strive to be a good Christian and to love my fellow man, but the Irish do sometimes make it difficult. Not that some of them ain't the nicest fellows you could ever meet, but they can be obtuse. Dear me, Sharpe, I sometimes wondered if they were gulling me, pretending not to understand the simplest orders. Do you find that? And there's something else, Sharpe. We'll have to be politic, you and I. The Irish—"
and here Runciman leant awkwardly forward as though confiding something important to Sharpe,
"are very largely Romish, Sharpe, papists. We shall have to watch our theological discourse if we're not to unsettle their tempers. You and I might know that the Pope was the reincarnation of the scarlet whore of Babylon, but it won't help our cause if we say it out loud. Know what I mean?"
"You mean there'll be no golden fleece, sir?"
"Good fellow. You comprehend exactly. We have to be diplomatic, Sharpe. We have to be understanding. We have to treat these fellows as if they were Englishmen."
Runciman thought about that statement, then frowned.
Almost English, anyway. You came up from the ranks, ain't that right? So these things might not be obvious to you, but if you just remember to keep silent about the Pope, you can't go far wrong. And tell your chaps the same," he added hastily.
"A fair number of my fellows are Catholics themselves, sir," Sharpe said. "And Irish."
"Oh, they would be. A third of this army is Irish. If there was ever a mutiny, Sharpe, oh—"
Colonel Runciman shuddered at the prospect of the Papist redcoats running wild.
"Well, it doesn't bear thinking about, does it?" he went on. "So, ignore their infamous heresies, Sharpe. Just ignore them. Ignorance is the only possible cause for papism, my dear father always said, and a burning at the stake the only known cure. He was a bishop, so he understood these matters. Oh, one other thing, Sharpe. I'd be obliged if you didn't call me Colonel Runciman. They haven't replaced me yet, so I'm still the Wagon Master General. So it ought to be General Runciman."
Of course, General, Sharpe said, hiding a smile. After 19 years in the army, he knew Colonel Runciman's type. The man had purchased his promotions all the way to lieutenant colonel, and there got stuck because promotion above that rank depended entirely on seniority and merit. But if Runciman wanted to be called general, then Sharpe would play along for a while. He also sensed that Runciman was hardly likely to prove a difficult man, so there was small point in antagonizing him.
Good fellow, good. You see that scrawny chap who's just going?
Runciman pointed to a man leaving the inn through its arched entrance.
I swear he's left half a skin of wine on his table. See it? Go and snaffle it, Sharpe. There's a stout fellow, before that hunchback girl gets her paws on it. I go myself, but the damn gout is pinching me something hard today. Off you go, man. I'm thirsty.
Sharpe was saved the indignity of scavenging the tables like a beggar by the arrival of Major Michael Hogan, who waved Sharpe back towards the wreckage of Runciman's luncheon.
Good afternoon to you, Colonel, Hogan said. And it's a grand day too, is it not?
Hogan, Sharpe noticed, was deliberately exaggerating his Irish accent.
It's hot,
Runciman said, dabbing with his napkin at the perspiration that dripped down his plump cheeks, and then, suddenly conscious of his naked belly, he vainly tried to tug the edges of his corset together.
Damnably hot, he said. It's the sun, Colonel, Hogan said very earnestly. I've noticed that the sun seems to heat up the day. Have you noticed that? Well, of course it's the sun,
Runciman said, confused.
Oh, so I'm right. Isn't that amazing? But what about winter, Colonel?
Runciman threw an anguished glance towards the abandoned wineskin. He was about to order Sharpe to fetch it when the serving girl whisked it away.
Oh, damn,
Runciman said sadly.
You spoke, Colonel?
Hogan asked, helping himself to a handful of Runciman's cherries.
Oh, nothing, Hogan, nothing but a twinge of gout. I need some more Husson's water, but the stuff is damned hard to find. Maybe you could put a request to the Horse Guards in London. You must realize we need medication here. And one other thing, Hogan.
Speak, Colonel, I'm ever yours to command. Runciman coloured. He knew he was being mocked, but though he outranked the Irishman, he was nervous of Hogan's intimacy with Wellington.
I am still, well, as you know, Wagon Master General,
Runciman said heavily.
So you are, Colonel, so you are, and a damned fine one too, I might say. The peer was only saying to me the other day, Hogan, says he, have you ever seen Wagon so finely mastered in all your born days? Wellington said that?
Runciman asked in astonishment.
He did, Colonel, he did? Well, I'm not really surprised, Runciman said. My dear mother always said I had a talent for organisation, Hogan. But the thing is, Major, Runciman went on, that until a replacement is found, then I am still the Wagon Master General.
He stressed the word general.
And I would be vastly obliged if you addressed me as my dear Wagon Master.
Hogan interrupted Runciman's laborious request.
Why didn't you say so earlier? Of course I shall address you as Wagon Master, and I apologise for not thinking of that simple courtesy myself. But now, Wagon Master, if you'll excuse me, the Real Compagnia Irlandesa have reached the edge of town, and we need to review them. If you're ready.
Hogan gestured to the inn's gateway. Runciman quailed at the prospect of exerting himself.
Well, right now, Hogan, this minute. But I can't. Well, doctor's orders. A man of my constitution needs to take a rest after,
He paused, seeking the right word.
After,
He went on and failed again.
Rest after labour?
Hogan suggested sweetly.
Very well, Wagon Master. I'll tell Lord Keeley you'll meet him and his officers at General Valverde's reception this evening, while Sharpe takes the men up to San Isidro. Oh, this evening at Valverde's, Hogan.
Runciman agreed.
Very good. And, Hogan, about my being Wagon Master General. No need to thank me, Wagon Master. You just embarrass me with gratitude, so not another word. I shall respect your wishes and tell everyone else to do the same. Now, come, Richard. Where are you green fellas?
In a tap room at the front of the inn, sir, Sharpe said. His riflemen were to join Sharpe in the San Isidro fort, an abandoned stronghold on the Portuguese border, where they would help train the Real Compagnia Irlandesa in musketry and skirmishing.
My God, Richard, but Runciman's a fool,
Hogan said happily as the two men walked through the inn's gateway. "He's a genial fool, but, he must have been the worst wagon master general in history. McGilligan's dog would have done a better job, and McGilligan's dog was famously blind, epileptic, and frequently drunk. You never knew McGilligan, did you? A good engineer, but he fell off the old mole at Gibraltar and drowned himself after drinking 2 quarts of sherry, God rest his soul. The poor dog was inconsolable, had to be shot. The 73rd Highlanders did the deed with a full firing party and military honours to follow. But Runciman's just a fella to flatter the Irish and make them think we're taking them seriously. But that's not your job, you understand me?" "No, sir," Sharpe said. "I don't understand you in the least, sir." "You're being awkward, Richard," Hogan said, then stopped and took hold of one of Sharpe's silver coat buttons to emphasise his next words. "The object of all we now do is to upset Lord Keeley. Your job is to insert yourself into Lord Keeley's fundament and be an irritant. We don't want him here, and we don't want his bloody royal company here. But we can't tell him to bugger off because it wouldn't be diplomatic. So your job is to make them go away voluntarily. Oh, sorry now." He apologised because the button had come away in his fingers. "The buggers are up to no good, Richard, and we have to find a diplomatic way of getting rid of them. So whatever you can do to upset them, do it. And rely on Runciman the Rotund to smooth things over so they don't think we're being deliberately rude." Hogan smiled. "They'll just blame you for not being a gentleman." "But I'm not, am I?" "As it happens, you are. It's one of your faults. But let's not worry about that now. Just get rid of Keeley for me, Richard, with all his merry men. Make them cringe, make them suffer. But above all, Richard, please, please, make the bastards go away." The Real Compañía Irlandesa might be called a company, but in fact it was a small battalion, one of the 5 that made up the household guard of Spain's royalty. 304 guardsmen had been on the company's books when it had last served in the Escorial Palace outside Madrid, but the imprisonment of Spain's king and benign neglect by the occupying French had reduced its ranks, and the journey by sea around Spain to join the British army had thinned the files even more, so that by the time the Real Compañía Irlandesa paraded on the outskirts of Vilafamoso, there were a mere 163 men left. The 163 men were accompanied by 13 officers, a chaplain, 89 wives, 74 children, 16 servants, 22 horses, a dozen mules, and 1 mistress, Hogan told Sharpe. "1 mistress?" Sharpe asked in disbelief. "There's probably a score of mistresses," Hogan said. 2 score. A walk-in brothel in all likelihood, but his lordship tells me we have to arrange accommodation suitable for himself and a lady friend. Not that she's here yet, you understand, but his lordship tells me she's coming. The Doña Juanita de Elia is supposed to charm her way across the enemy lines in order to warm his lordship's bed. And if she's the same Juanita de Elia that I've heard about, then she's well practised in bed warming. You know what they say of her? That she collects a uniform from the regiment of every man she sleeps with." Hogan chuckled. "If she crosses the lines here," Sharpe said, "she'll be damned lucky to escape the Loop Brigade." "How the hell do you know about Loop?" Hogan asked instantly. For most of the time the Irishman was a genial and witty soul, but Sharpe knew the bonhomie disguised a very keen mind, and the tone of the question was a sudden bearing of that steel. Yet Hogan was also a friend, and for a split second Sharpe was tempted to confess how he had met the brigadier and illegally executed 2 of his grey-uniformed soldiers, but then decided that was a deed best forgotten. "Everyone knows about Loop here," he answered instead. "You can't spend a day on this frontier without hearing about Loop." "Well, that's true enough," Hogan admitted, his suspicions allayed. "But don't be tempted to inquire further, Richard. He's a bad boy. Let me worry about Loop while you worry about that shambles." Hogan and Sharpe, followed by the rifleman, had turned a corner to see the Real Compañía Irlandesa slouching in parade order on a patch of wasteland opposite a half-finished church. "Our new allies," Hogan said sourly. "Believe it or not, in fatigue dress." Fatigue dress was meant to be a soldier's duty uniform for everyday wear, but the fatigue uniform of the Real Compañía Irlandesa was much gaudier and smarter than the full-dress finery of most British line battalions. The guardsmen wore short red jackets with black-edged, gilt-fringed swallowtails behind. The same gold-trimmed black cord edged their buttonholes and collars, while the facings, cuffs, and turnbacks of their coats were of emerald green. Their breeches and waistcoats had once been white. Their calf-length boots, belts, and cross-belts were of black leather, while their sashes were green, the same green as the high plume that each man wore on the side of his black bicorn hat. The gilded hat badges showed a tower and a rearing lion, the same symbols that were displayed on the gorgeous green and gold shoulder sashes worn by the sergeants and drummer boys. As Sharpe walked closer, he saw that the splendid uniforms were frayed, patched, and discoloured, yet they still made a brave display in the bright spring sunshine. The men themselves looked anything but brave, instead appearing dispirited, weary, and aggravated.
"Where are their officers?"
Sharpe asked Hogan.
"Gone to a tavern for luncheon."
"They don't eat with their men?"
"Evidently not."
Hogan's disapproval was acid, but not as bitter as Sharpe's.
"Now don't be getting sympathetic, Richard," Hogan warned. "You're not supposed to like these boys, remember."
"Do they speak English?" Sharpe asked.
"As well as you or I. About half of them are Irish-born. The other half are descended from Irish emigrants, and a good few, I have to say, once wore redcoats,"
Hogan said, meaning that they were deserters from the British Army. Sharpe turned and beckoned Harper towards him.
"Let's have a look at this palace guard, Sergeant," he said. "Put them in open order."
"What do I call them?" Harper asked.
"Battalion?"
Sharpe guessed. Harper took a deep breath.
"Battalion! Shun!"
His voice was loud enough to make the closest men wince, and the further ones jump in surprise, but only a few men snapped to attention.
"For inspection! Open order, march!"
Harper bellowed. And again very few guardsmen moved. Some just gaped at Harper, while the majority looked towards their own sergeants for guidance. One of those gorgeously sashed sergeants came toward Sharpe, evidently to inquire what authority the rifleman possessed, but Harper did not wait for explanations.
"Move, you bastards!"
he bellowed in his Donegal accent.
"You're in a war now, not guarding the royal piss pot. Behave like the good whores we all are and open up now."
"I can remember when you didn't want to be a sergeant," Sharpe said to Harper under his breath, as the startled guards at last obeyed the green-jacket sergeant's command.
"You coming, Major?"
Sharpe asked Hogan.
"I'll wait here, Richard."
"Come on then, Pat," Sharpe said, and the two men began inspecting the company's front rank. An inevitable band of small mocking boys from the town fell into step behind the two green-jackets and pretended to be officers. But a thump on the ear from the Irishman's fist sent the boldest boy snivelling away, and the others dispersed rather than face more punishment. Sharpe inspected the muskets rather than the men, though he made sure that he looked into each soldier's eyes in an attempt to gauge what kind of confidence and willingness these men had. The soldiers returned his inspection resentfully, and no wonder, Sharpe thought, for many of these guards were Irishmen who must have been feeling all kinds of confusion at being attached to the British Army. They had volunteered for the Real Compañía Irlandesa to protect a most Catholic king. Yet here they were being harried by the army of a Protestant monarch. Worse still, many of them would be avid Irish patriots, fierce for their country as only exiles can be. Yet now they were being asked to fight alongside the ranks of that country's foreign oppressors. Yet as Sharpe walked down the rank, he sensed more nervousness than anger, and he wondered if these men were simply fearful of being asked to become proper soldiers. For if their muskets were any indication, the Real Compañía Irlandesa had long abandoned any pretensions to soldiering. Their muskets were a disgrace. The men carried the serviceable and sturdy Spanish-issue musket with its straight-backed hammer. However, these guns were anything but serviceable, for there was rust on the locks and fouling caked inside the barrels. Some of them had no flints, others had no leather flint seatings, while one gun didn't even have the doghead screw to hold the flint in place. "You ever fire this musket, son?" Sharpe asked the soldier.
"No, sir."
"Have you ever fired a musket, son?" The boy looked nervously towards his own sergeant.
"Answer the officer, lad,"
Harper growled.
Once, sir. One day," the soldier said. "Just the once."
"If you wanted to kill someone with this gun, son, you'd have to beat them over the head with it. Mind you," Sharpe pushed the musket back into the soldier's hands. "You look big enough for that."
"What's your name, soldier?"
Harper asked him.
Work, sir. Don't call me sir. I'm a sergeant. Where are you from?
My dad's from Galway, Sergeant.
And I'm from Tongaveen in County Donegal, and I'm ashamed, boy. Ashamed that a fellow Irishman can't keep a gun in half-decent order. Jesus, boy, you couldn't shoot a Frenchman with that thing, let alone an Englishman.
Harper unslung his own rifle and held it under Rourke's nose.
Look at that, boy. Clean enough to pick the dirt out of King George's nose. That's how a gun should look. We're right, sir.
Harper added the last 3 words under his breath. Sharpe turned to see 2 horsemen galloping across the waste ground towards him. The horses' hooves spurted dust. The leading horse was a fine black stallion being ridden by an officer who was wearing the gorgeous uniform of the Real Compañía Irlandesa, and whose coat, saddlecloth, hat and trappings fairly dripped with gold tassels, fringes and loops. The second horseman was equally splendidly uniformed and mounted, while behind them a small group of other riders curbed their horses when Hogan intercepted them. The Irish major, still on foot, hurried after the 2 leading horsemen, but was too late to stop them from reaching Sharpe.
What the hell are you doing?
The first man asked as he reined in above Sharpe. He had a thin, tanned face with a moustache trained and greased into fine points. Sharpe guessed the man was still in his 20s, but despite his youth, he possessed a sour and ravaged face that had all the effortless superiority of a creature born to high office. "I'm making an inspection," Sharpe answered coldly. The second man reined in on Sharpe's other side. He was older than his companion, and was wearing the bright yellow coat and breeches of a Spanish dragoon, though the uniform was so crusted with looped chains and gold frogging that Sharpe assumed the man had to be at least a general. His thin, moustached face had the same imperious air as his companion's.
"Haven't you learned to ask a commanding officer's permission before inspecting his men?"
he asked with a distinct Spanish accent, then snapped an order in Spanish to his younger companion.
"Sergeant Major Noonan," the younger man shouted, evidently relaying the older man's command. "Close order now."
The Real Compañía Irlandesa's sergeant major obediently marched the men back into close order just as Hogan reached Sharpe's side.
There you are, my lords," Hogan was addressing both horsemen. "And how was your lordship's luncheon?" "It was shit, Hogan. I wouldn't feed it to a hound,"
the younger man, whom Sharpe assumed was Lord Keeley, said in a brittle voice that dripped with aloofness but was also touched by the faint slur of alcohol. His lordship, Sharpe decided, had drunk well at lunch. Well enough to loosen whatever inhibitions he might have possessed.
"You know this creature, Hogan?"
His lordship now waved towards Sharpe.
"Indeed I do, my lord. Allow me to name Captain Richard Sharpe of the South Essex, the man Wellington himself chose to be your tactical adviser. And, Richard, I have the honour to present the Earl of Keeley, Colonel of the Real Compañía Irlandesa."
Keeley looked grimly at the tattered rifleman.
"So, you're supposed to be our drill master?"
He sounded dubious. "I give lessons in killing too, my lord," Sharpe said. The older Spaniard in the yellow uniform scoffed at Sharpe's claim.
"These men don't need lessons in killing," he said in his accented English. "They're soldiers of Spain, and they know how to kill. They need lessons in dying."
Hogan interrupted.
"Allow me to name His Excellency Don Luis Valverde," he said to Sharpe. "The General is Spain's most valued representative to our army."
Hogan gave Sharpe a wink that neither horseman could see.
"Lessons in dying, my lord?"
Sharpe asked the General, puzzled by the man's statement and wondering whether it sprang from an incomplete mastery of English. For answer, the yellow-uniformed General touched his horse's flanks with the tips of his spurs to make the animal walk obediently along the line of the Real Compañía Irlandesa's front rank, and, superbly oblivious of whether Sharpe was following him or not, lectured the rifleman from his saddle.
"These men are going to war, Captain Sharpe,"
General Valverde said in a voice loud enough for a good portion of the guard to hear him.
"They are going to fight for Spain, for King Ferdinand and St. James. And fighting means standing tall and straight in front of your enemy. Fighting means staring your enemy in the eye while he shoots at you. And the side that wins, Captain Sharpe, is the side that stands tallest, straightest, and longest. So you don't teach men how to kill or how to fight. but rather how to stand still while all hell comes at them. That's what you teach them, Captain Sharpe. Teach them drill. Teach them obedience. Teach them to stand longer than the French. Teach them—"
The general at last twisted in his saddle to look down on the rifleman.
"to die."
"I'd rather teach them to shoot," Sharpe said. The general scoffed at the remark.
"Of course they can shoot," he said. "They're soldiers."
"They could shoot with those muskets?" Sharpe asked derisively. Valverde stared down at Sharpe with a look of pity on his face.
"For the last 2 years, Captain Sharpe, these men have stayed at their post of duty on the sufferance of the French."
Valverde spoke in the tone he might have used to a small and unintelligent child.
"Do you really think they would have been allowed to stay there if they had posed a threat to Bonaparte? The more their weapons decayed, the more the French trusted them. But now they are here, and you can provide them with new weapons."
"To do what with?" Sharpe asked. "To stand and die like bullocks?"
"So, how would you like them to fight?"
Lord Keighley had followed the two men and asked the question from behind Sharpe. "Like my men, my lord," Sharpe said. "Smartly. And you begin fighting smartly by killing the enemy officers." Sharpe raised his voice so that the whole of the Real Compañía Irlandesa could hear him. "You don't go into battle to stand and die like bullocks in a slaughter yard. You go to win. And you begin to win when you drop the enemy officers dead." Sharpe had walked away from Keighley and Valverde now, and was using the voice he had developed as a sergeant, a voice pitched to cut across windy parade grounds and through the deadly clamour of battlefields. "You start by looking for the enemy officers. They're easy to recognise, because they're the overpaid, overdressed bastards with swords. And you aim for them first. Kill them any way you can. Shoot them, club them, bayonet them, strangle them if you must, but kill the bastards. And after that you kill the sergeants, and then you can begin murdering the rest of the poor leaderless bastards. Isn't that right, Sergeant Harper?" "That's the way of it, sure enough," Harper called back. "And how many officers have you killed in battle, Sergeant?" Sharpe asked, without looking at the rifle sergeant. "More than I can number, sir." "And were they all frog officers, Sergeant Harper?" Sharpe asked. And Harper, surprised by the question, didn't answer. So Sharpe provided the answer himself. "Of course they weren't. We've killed officers in blue coats, officers in white coats, and even officers in red coats, because I don't care what army an officer fights for, or what colour coat he wears, or what king he serves. A bad officer is better off dead. And a good soldier had better learn how to kill him. Ain't that right, Sergeant Harper?" "Right as rain, sir." "My name is Captain Sharpe." Sharpe stood in the centre front of the Real Compañía Irlandesa. The faces watching him showed a mixture of astonishment and surprise. But he had their attention now, and neither Keighley nor Valverde had dared to interfere. "My name is Captain Sharpe," he said again. "And I began where you are, in the ranks. And I'm going to end up where he is, in the saddle." He pointed at Lord Keighley. "But in the meantime, my job is to teach you to be soldiers. I dare say there are some good killers among you, and some fine fighters too. But soon you're going to be good soldiers as well. But for tonight, we've all got a fair step to go before dark, and once we're there you'll get food, shelter, and we'll find out when you were last paid. Sergeant Harper, we'll finish the inspection later. Get them moving." "Sir," Harper shouted. "Stallion, well, turn to the right. Right, turn. By the left. March." Sharpe didn't even look at Lord Keighley, let alone seek his lordship's permission to march the Real Compañía Irlandesa away. Instead, he just watched as Harper led the guard off the waste ground towards the main road. He heard footsteps behind, but still he didn't turn. "By God, Sharpe, but you push your luck." It was Major Hogan who spoke. "It's all I've got to push, sir," Sharpe said bitterly. "I wasn't born to rank, sir. I don't have a purse to buy it. I don't have the privileges to attract it. So I need to push what bit of luck I've got." "Giving lectures on assassinating officers?" Hogan's voice was frigid with disapproval. "The peer won't like that, Richard. It smacks of republicanism." "Bugger republicanism," Sharpe said savagely. But you were the one who told me the Real Compañía Irlandesa can't be trusted, but I tell you, sir, that if there's any mischief there, it isn't coming from the ranks. Those soldiers weren't trusted with French mischief. They don't have enough power. Those men are what soldiers always are, victims of their officers, and if you want to find where the French have sown their mischief, sir, then you look among those damned, overpaid, overdressed, overfed bloody officers. And Sharpe threw a scornful glance towards the Real Compañía Irlandesa's officers, who seemed unsure whether or not they were supposed to follow their men northwards. "That's where your rotten apples are, sir," Sharpe went on. "Not in the ranks. I'd as happily fight alongside those guardsmen as alongside any other soldier in the world, but I wouldn't trust my life to that rabble of perfumed fools." Hogan made a calming gesture with his hand, as if he feared Sharpe's voice might reach the worried officers. "You make your point, Richard." "My point, sir, is that you told me to make them miserable, so that's what I'm doing." "I just wasn't sure I wanted you to start a revolution in the process, Richard," Hogan said, "and certainly not in front of Valverde. You have to be nice to Valverde. One day with any luck you can kill him for me, but until that happy day arrives, you have to butter the bastard up. If we're ever going to get proper command of the Spanish armies, Richard, then bastards like Don Luis Valverde have to be well buttered, so please don't preach revolution in front of him. He's just a simple-minded aristocrat who isn't capable of thinking much beyond his next meal or his last mistress. But if we're going to beat the French, then we'll need his support. And he expects us to treat the Real Compañía Irlandesa well, so, when he's nearby, Richard, be diplomatic, will you?" Hogan turned as the group of Real Compañía Irlandesa's officers, led by Lord Keighley and General Valverde, came close. Riding between the two aristocrats was a tall, plump, white-haired priest, mounted on a bony roan mare. "This is Father Sarsfield." Keighley introduced the priest to Hogan, conspicuously ignoring Sharpe, who was our chaplain. "Father Sarsfield and Captain Donoghue will travel with the company tonight. The rest of the company's officers will attend General Valverde's reception." "Where you'll meet Colonel Runciman," Hogan promised. "I think you'll find him much to your lordship's taste." "You mean he knows how to treat royal troops?" General Valverde asked, looking pointedly at Sharpe as he spoke. "Oh, I know how to treat royal guards, sir," Sharpe intervened. "This isn't the first royal bodyguard I've met." Keighley and Valverde both stared down at Sharpe with looks little short of loathing, but Keighley could not resist the bait of Sharpe's comment. "You refer, I suppose, to the Hanoverians' lackeys," he said in his half-drunken voice. "No, my lord," Sharpe said. "This was in India. They were royal guards protecting a fat little royal bugger called the Sultan Tipu." "And you trained them too, no doubt?" Valverde inquired. "I killed them," Sharpe said, "and the fat little bugger too." His words wiped the supercilious look off both men's thin faces, while Sharpe himself was suddenly overwhelmed with the memory of the Tipu's water tunnel, filled with a shouting bodyguard armed with jewelled muskets and broad-bladed sabres. Sharpe had been thigh-deep in scummy water, fighting in the shadows, digging out the bodyguard one by one to reach that fat, glittering-eyed, buttery-skinned bastard who'd tortured some of Sharpe's companions to death. He remembered the echoing shouts, the musket flashes reflecting from the broken water, and the glint of the gems draped over the Tipu's silk clothes. He remembered the Tipu's death, too, one of the few killings that had ever lodged in Sharpe's memory as a thing of comfort. "He was a right royal bastard," Sharpe said feelingly, "but he died like a man." "Captain Sharpe," Hogan put in hastily, "has something of a reputation in our army. Indeed, you may have heard of him yourself, my lord. It was Captain Sharpe who took the Talavera Eagle." "With Sergeant Harper," Sharpe put in. And Keighley's officers stared at Sharpe with a new curiosity. Any soldier who'd taken an enemy standard was a man of renown, and the faces of most of the Guards' officers showed that respect, but it was the chaplain, Father Sarsfield, who reacted most fulsomely. "My God, and don't I remember it," he said enthusiastically. "And didn't it just excite all the Spanish patriots in Madrid?" He climbed clumsily down from his horse and held a plump hand out to Sharpe. "It's an honour, Captain, an honour, even though you are a heathen Protestant." This last was said with a broad and friendly grin. "Are you a heathen, Sharpe?" the priest asked more earnestly. "I'm nothing, Father." "Well, we're all something in God's eyes, my son, and loved for it. You and I shall talk, Sharpe. I shall tell you of God, and you shall tell me how to strip the damned French of their eagles." The chaplain turned a smiling face on Hogan. "By God, Major, but you do us proud by giving us a man like Sharpe." The priest's approval of the rifleman had made the other officers of the Real Compañía Irlandesa relax, though Keely's face was still dark with distaste. "Have you finished, father?" Keely asked sarcastically. "I shall be on my way with Captain Sharpe, my lord, and we shall see in the morning." Keely nodded, then turned his horse away. His other officers followed, leaving Sharpe, the priest, and Captain Donahue to follow the straggling column formed by the Real Compañía Irlandesa's baggage, wives, and servants. By nightfall, the Real Compañía Irlandesa was safe inside the remote San Isidro fort that Wellington had chosen to be their new barracks. The fort was old, outdated, and had long been abandoned by the Portuguese, so that the tired, newly arrived men first had to clean out the filthy stone barracks rooms that were to be their new home. The fort's towering gatehouse was reserved for the officers, and Father Sarsfield and Donahue made themselves comfortable there, while Sharpe and his riflemen took possession of one of the magazines for their own lodgings. Sarsfield had brought a royal banner of Spain in his baggage that was proudly hoisted on the old fort's ramparts next to the Union flag of Britain. "I'm 60 years old," the chaplain told Sharpe as he stood beneath Britain's flag, "and I never thought the day would come when I'd serve under that banner." Sharpe looked up at the British flag. "Does it worry you, father?" "Napoleon worries me more, my son. Defeat Napoleon, then we can start on the lesser enemies like yourself." The comment was made in a friendly tone. "What also worries me, my son," Father Sarsfield went on, "is that I've 8 bottles of decent red wine and a handful of good cigars, and only Captain Donahue to share them with. Now, will you do me the honour of joining us for supper now? And tell me, do you play an instrument, perhaps?" "No? Oh, sad. I used to have a violin, but it was lost somewhere. But Sergeant Connors is a rare man on the flute, and the men in his section sing most beautifully. They sing of home, Captain." "Of Madrid?" Sharpe asked mischievously. Sarsfield smiled. "Of Ireland, Captain. Of our home across the water, where few of us have ever set foot, and most of us never shall. Come, let's have supper." Father Sarsfield put a companionable arm across Sharpe's shoulder and steered him towards the gatehouse. A cold wind blew over the bare mountains as night fell, and the first cooking fires curled their blue smoke into the sky. Wolves howled in the hills. There were wolves throughout Spain and Portugal, and in winter they had sometimes come right up to the picket line in the hope of snatching a meal from an unwary soldier. But this night the wolves reminded Sharpe of the grey-uniformed Frenchman in Loup's brigade. Sharpe supped with the chaplain, and afterwards, under a star-shining sky, he toured the ramparts with Harper. Beneath them, the Real Compañía Irlandesa grumbled about their accommodations and about the fate that had stranded them on this inhospitable border between Spain and Portugal. But Sharpe, who had orders to make them miserable, wondered if instead he could make them into real soldiers, who would follow him over the hills and far into Spain, to where a wolf needed to be hunted, trapped, and slaughtered. Pierre Ducos waited nervously for news of the Real Compañía Irlandesa's arrival in Wellington's army. The Frenchman's greatest fear was that the unit would be positioned so far behind the fighting front that it would be useless for his purposes. But that was a risk Ducos was forced to run. Ever since French intelligence had intercepted Lord Keely's letter requesting King Ferdinand's permission to take the Real Compañía Irlandesa to war on the Allied side, Ducos had known that the success of his scheme depended as much on the Allies' unwitting cooperation as on his own cleverness. Yet Ducos's cleverness would achieve nothing if the Irishman failed to arrive, and so he waited with mounting impatience. Little news came from behind the British lines. There had been a time when Loup's men could ride with impunity on either side of the frontier, but now the British and Portuguese armies were firmly clamped along the border, and Loup had to depend for his intelligence on the unreliable and minuscule handful of civilians willing to sell information to the hated French, on interrogations of deserters, and on educated guesses formed from the observations of his own men as they peered through spyglasses across the mountainous border. And it was one of those scouts who first brought Loup news of the Real Compañía Irlandesa. A troop of grey dragoons had gone to one of the lonely hilltops which offered a long view into Portugal, and from where, with luck, a patrol might see some evidence of a British concentration of forces that could signal a new advance. The lookout post dominated a wide, barren valley, where a stream glittered before the land rose to the rocky ridge on which the long-abandoned fort of San Isidro stood. The fort was of little military value, for the road it guarded had long fallen into disuse, and a century of neglect had eroded its ramparts and ditches into mockeries of their former strength, so that now the San Isidro was home to ravens, foxes, bats, wandering shepherds, lawless men, and the occasional patrol of Loup's grey dragoons, who might spend a night in one of the cavernous barracks rooms to stay out of the rain. Yet now there were men in the fort, and the patrol leader brought Loup news of them. The new garrison was not a full battalion, he said, just a couple of 100 men. The fort itself, as Loup well knew, would need at least 1,000 men to man its crumbling walls, so a mere 200 hardly constituted a garrison. Yet strangely, the newcomers had brought their wives and children with them. The dragoons' troop leader, a Captain Brodel, thought the men were British. "They're wearing redcoats," he said, "but not the usual stovepipe hats." He meant shakos. "They've got bicorns." "Infantry, you say?" "Yes, sir." "No cavalry? Any artillery?" "Didn't see any." Loup picked at his teeth with a sliver of wood. "So what are they doing?" "Doing drill," Brodel said. Loup grunted. He wasn't much interested in a group of strange soldiers taking up residence in San Isidro. The fort didn't threaten him, and if the newcomers were content to sit tight and make themselves comfortable, then Loup wouldn't stir them into wakefulness. Then Captain Brodel stirred Loup himself into wakefulness. "But some of them were unblocking a well," the captain said. "Only they weren't redcoats, they were wearing green." Loup stared at him. "Dark green?" "Yes, sir." Rifleman. Damned rifleman. And Loup remembered the insolent face of the man who'd insulted him. The man who'd once insulted all France by taking an eagle touched by the Emperor himself. Maybe Sharpe was in the San Isidro fort. Ducos had denigrated Loup's thirst for vengeance, calling it unworthy of a great soldier, but Loup believed that a soldier made his reputation by picking his fights and winning them famously. Sharpe had defied Loup. The first man to openly defy him in many a long month. And Sharpe was a champion among France's enemies. So Loup's vengeance was not just personal, but would send ripples throughout the armies that waited to fight the battle that would decide whether Britain lunged into Spain or was sent reeling back into Portugal. So, that afternoon, Loup himself visited the hilltop, taking his finest spyglass, which he trained on the old fort, with its weed-grown walls and half-filled dry moat. 2 flags hung limply in the windless air. One flag was British, but Loup could not tell what the second was. Beyond the flags, the red-coated soldiers were doing musket drill. But Loup didn't watch them long. Instead, he inched the telescope southwards, until, at last, he saw 2 men in green coats strolling along the deserted ramparts. He couldn't see their faces at this distance, but he could tell that one of the men was wearing a long, straight sword, and Loup knew that British light infantry officers wore curved sabres. "Sharpe," he said aloud, as he collapsed the telescope. A scuffle behind made him turn round. 4 of his wolf-grey men were guarding a pair of prisoners. One captive was in a gaudily trimmed red coat, while the other was presumably the man's wife or lover. "Found them hiding in the rocks down there," said the sergeant who was holding one of the soldiers' arms. "He says he's a deserter, sir," Captain Brodel added, "and that's his wife." Brodel spat a stream of tobacco juice onto a rock. Loup scrambled down from the ridge. The soldier's uniform he now saw was not British. The waistcoat and sash, the half-boots and the plume bicorn were all too fancy for British taste. Indeed, they were so fancy that for a second Loup wondered if the captive was an officer. Then he realized that Brodel would never have treated a captured officer with such disdain. Brodel clearly liked the woman, who now raised shy eyes to stare at Loup. She was dark-haired, attractive, and probably Loup guessed about 15 or 16. Loup had heard that the Spanish and Portuguese peasants sold such daughters as wives to Allied soldiers for 100 francs apiece, the cost of a good meal in Paris. The French army, on the other hand, just took their girls for nothing. "What's your name?" Loup asked the deserter in Spanish. "Grogan, sir. Jean Grogan." "Your unit, Grogan?" "Real Compagnie Irlandesa, senor." Guardsman Grogan was plainly willing to cooperate with his captors, and so Loup signalled the sergeant to release him. Loup questioned Grogan for 10 minutes, hearing how the Real Compagnie Irlandesa had travelled by sea from Valencia. and how the men had been happy enough with the idea of joining the rest of the Spanish army at Cadiz, but how they resented being forced to serve with the British. Many of the men, the fugitive claimed, had fled from British servitude, and they had not enlisted with the King of Spain just to return to King George's tyranny. Loeb cut short the protests. "When did you run?" he asked.
"Last night, sir. 6 of us did, and a good many run the night before."
"There is an Englishman in the fort, a rifle officer. You know him?" Grogan frowned, as though he found the question odd, but then he nodded.
"Captain Sharpe, sir. He's supposed to be training us."
"To do what?"
"To fight, sir,"
Grogan said nervously. He found this one-eyed, calm-spoken Frenchman very disconcerting.
"But we know how to fight already," he added defiantly.
"I'm sure you do," Loeb said sympathetically. He poked at his teeth for a second, then spat the makeshift toothpick away. "So you ran away, soldier, because you didn't want to serve King George, is that right?"
"Yes, sir."
"But you'd certainly fight for His Majesty the Emperor." Grogan hesitated.
"I would, sir,"
he finally said, but without any conviction. "Is that why you deserted?" Loeb asked. "To fight for the Emperor? Or were you hoping to get back to your comfortable barracks in the Escorial?" Grogan shrugged.
"We were going to our family's house in Madrid, sir."
He jerked his head towards his wife.
"Her father's a cobbler, and I'm not such a bad hand with a needle and thread myself. I thought I'd learn the trade."
"It's always good to have a trade, soldier," Loeb said with a smile. He took a pistol from his belt and toyed with it for a moment, before he pulled back the heavy cock. "My trade is killing," he added in the same pleasant voice. And then, without showing a trace of emotion, he lifted the gun, aimed it at Grogan's forehead, and pulled the trigger. The woman screamed as her husband's blood splashed across her face. Grogan was thrown violently back, blood spraying and misting the air. Then his body thumped and slid backwards down the hill. "He didn't really want to fight for us at all," Loeb said. "He'd just have been another useless mouth to feed." "And the woman, sir?" Brodel asked. She was bending over her dead husband and screaming at the French. "She's yours, Paul," Loeb said. "But only after you have delivered the message to Madame Juanita de Elia. Give Madame my undying compliments. Tell her that her toy Irish soldiers have arrived and are conveniently close to us, and that tomorrow morning we shall mount a little drama for their amusement. Tell her also that she would do well to spend the night with us." Brodel smirked. "She'll be pleased, sir." "Which is more than your woman will be," Loeb said, glancing at the howling Spanish girl. "Tell this widow, Paul, that if she does not shut up, I will tear her tongue out and feed it to the Doña Juanita's hounds. Now, come on." He led his men down the hill to where the horses had been picketed. Tonight the Doña Juanita de Elia would come to the wolf's stronghold, and tomorrow she would ride to the enemy like a plague rat sent to destroy them from within. And somewhere, sometime before victory was final, Sharpe would feel France's vengeance for 2 dead men. For Loeb was a soldier, and he did not forget, did not forgive, and never lost. Chapter 3. 11 men deserted during the Real Compañía Irlandesa's first night in the San Isidro fort, and 8 men, including 4 pickets set to stop such desertions, ran on the second night. The guardsmen were providing their own sentries, and Colonel Runciman suggested Sharpe's riflemen took over the duty. Sharpe argued against such a change. His riflemen were supposed to be training the Real Compañía Irlandesa, and they couldn't work all day and stand guard all night. "I'm sure you're right, General," Sharpe said tactfully, "but unless headquarters sends us more men, we can't work round the clock." Colonel Runciman, Sharpe had discovered, was malleable, so long as he was addressed as General. He only wanted to be left alone to sleep, to eat, and to grumble about the amount of work expected from him.
"Well, even a general is only human," he liked to inform Sharpe.
Then he would inquire how he was supposed to discharge the onerous duties of liaising with the Real Compañía Irlandesa while he was also expected to be responsible for the royal wagon train. In truth, the colonel's deputy still ran the wagon train with the same efficiency he'd always displayed, But until a new wagon master general was formally appointed, Colonel Runciman's signature and seal were necessary on a handful of administrative documents. "You could surrender the seals of office to your deputy, General," Sharpe suggested.
"Oh, never. Never let it be said that a Runciman evaded his duty, Sharpe. Never."
The colonel glanced anxiously out of his quarters to see how his cook was proceeding with a hare shot by Daniel Hackman. Runciman's lethargy meant that the colonel was quite content to let Sharpe deal with the Real Compagnie Irlandesa, but even for a man of Runciman's idle nonchalance, 19 deserters in 2 nights was cause to worry.
"Damn it, man."
He leaned back after inspecting the cook's progress.
"It reflects on our efficiency, don't you see? Oh, he must do something, Sharpe.
Another fortnight we won't have a soul left." Which, Sharpe reflected silently, was exactly what Hogan wanted. The Real Compagnie Irlandesa was supposed to self-destruct. Yet Richard Sharpe had been put in command of their training, and there was a stubborn streak in Sharpe's soul that wouldn't let him permit a unit for which he was responsible to slide into ruin. Damn it, he would make the guards into soldiers whether Hogan wanted him to or not. Sharpe doubted he would get much help from Lord Keighley. Each morning his lordship woke in a foul ill temper that lasted until his steady intake of alcohol gave him a burst of high spirits that would usually stretch into the evening, but then be replaced by a morose sullenness aggravated by his losses at cards. Then he would sleep till late in the morning, and so begin the cycle again.
"How in hell,"
Sharpe asked Keighley's second-in-command, Captain Donoghue, "did he get command of the guard?"
"Birth,"
Donoghue said. He was a pale, thin man with a worried face who looked more like an impoverished student than a soldier. But of all the officers in the Real Compagnie Irlandesa, he seemed the most promising.
"You can't have a royal guard commanded by a commoner, Sharpe,"
Donoghue said with a touch of sarcasm.
"But when Keighley's sober, he can be quite impressive."
The last sentence contained no sarcasm at all.
"Impressive?"
Sharpe asked dubiously.
"He's a good swordsman,"
Donoghue replied.
"He detests the French, and in his heart he'd like to be a good man."
"Keighley detests the French?" Sharpe asked without bothering to disguise his scepticism.
"The French, Sharpe, are destroying Keighley's privileged world,"
Donoghue explained. "He's from the Ancien Regime, so of course he hates them.
He has no money.
But under the Ancien Regime that didn't matter, because birth and title were enough to get a man a royal appointment and exemption from taxes. But the French preach equality and advancement on merit, and that threatens Keighley's world, though he escapes the threat by drinking, whoring, and gambling. But the flesh is very weak, Sharpe, and it's especially feeble if you're bored, underemployed, and also suspect that you're a relic of a bygone world." Donoghue shrugged, as though ashamed of having offered Sharpe such a long and high-minded sermon. The captain was a modest man, but efficient, and it was on Donoghue's slender shoulders that the day-to-day running of the guard had devolved. He now told Sharpe how he would attempt to stem the desertions by doubling the centuries, and using only men he believed were reliable as pickets. But at the same time, he blamed the British for his men's predicament. "Why did they put us in this god-forsaken place?" Donoghue asked. "It's almost as if your general wants our men to run." That was a shrewd thrust, and Sharpe had no real answer. Instead, he mumbled something about the fort being a strategic outpost and needing a garrison, but he was unconvincing, and Donoghue's only response was to politely ignore the fiction. But the San Isidro fort was indeed a god-forsaken place. It might have had strategic value once, but now the main road between Spain and Portugal ran leagues to the south, and so the once huge fastness had been abandoned to decay. Weeds grew thick in the dry moat that had been eroded by rainfall, so that the once formidable obstacle had become little more than a shallow ditch. Frost had crumbled the walls, toppling their stones into the ditch to make countless bridges to what was left of the glacis. A white owl roosted in the remains of the chapel's bell tower, while the once tended graves of the garrison's officers had become nothing but shallow declivities in a stony meadow. The only serviceable parts of San Isidro were the old barracks buildings that had been kept in a state of crude repair, thanks to the infrequent visits of Portuguese regiments which had been stationed there in times of political crisis. During those crises, the men would block the holes in the barracks walls to protect themselves from the cold winds, while the officers took up quarters in the twin-towered gatehouse that had somehow survived the years of neglect. There were even gates that Runciman solemnly ordered closed and barred each night, though employing such a precaution against desertion was like stopping up one earth of a mighty rabbit warren. Yet for all its decay, the fort still held a mouldering grandeur. The impressive twin-tiered gateway was embellished with royal escutcheons and approached by a four-arched causeway that spanned the only section of the dry moat still capable of checking an assault. The chapel ruins were laced with delicate carved stonework, while the gun platforms were still hugely massive. Most impressive of all was the fort's location, for its ramparts offered skyborne views deep across shadowy peaks to horizons unimaginable distances away. The eastern walls looked deep into Spain, and it was on those eastern battlements, beneath the flags of Spain and Britain, that Lord Keighley discovered Sharpe on the third morning of the guard's stay in the fort. It seemed that even Keighley had become worried about the rate of desertion. "He didn't come here to be destroyed by desertion," Keighley snapped at Sharpe. The wind quivered the wax tips of his moustaches. Sharpe fought back the comment that Keighley was responsible for his men, not Sharpe, and instead asked his lordship just why he had come to join the British forces. And to Sharpe's surprise, the young Lord Keighley took the question seriously. "I want to fight, Sharpe. That's why I wrote to His Majesty." "So you're in the right place, my lord," Sharpe said sourly. "The Crappos are just the other side of that valley." He gestured towards the deep, bare glen that separated the San Isidro from the nearest hills. Sharpe suspected that French scouts must be active on the valley's far side and would already have seen the movement in the old fort. "You're not in the right place, Sharpe," Keighley said. "I asked King Ferdinand to order us to Cadiz, to be in our own army, and among our own kind. But he sent us to Wellington instead. We don't want to be here, but we have royal orders, and we obey those orders." "Then give your men a royal order not to desert," Sharpe said glibly. "They're bored, they're worried, they feel betrayed." Keighley shuddered, not with emotion, but because he had just risen from his bed and was still trying to shake off his morning hangover. "They didn't come here to be trained, Sharpe," he snarled, "but to fight. A proud men, a bodyguard, not a pack of raw recruits. Their job is to fight for the king, to show Europe that Ferdinand still has teeth." Sharpe pointed east. "See that track, my lord? The one that climbs to that saddle in the hills? March your men up there, keep them marching for half a day, and I'll guarantee you a fight. The French will love it. It'll be easier for them than fighting choir boys. Half your men don't even have working muskets. The other half can't use them. You tell me they're trained? I've seen militia companies better trained in Britain. And all those plump militia bastards do is parade in the marketplace once a week and then beat a retreat to the nearest bloody tavern. Your men aren't trained, my lord, whatever you might think. But you give them to me for a month, and I'll have them sharper than a bloody razor." "They're merely out of practice," Keighley said loftily. His immense pride would not let him concede that Sharpe was right, and that his vaunted palace guards were a shambles. He turned and gazed at his men, who were being drilled on the weed-thick flagstones of the fort's plaza. Beyond the company, hard by the gatehouse towers, grooms were bringing saddled horses ready for the officers' midday exercises in horsemanship, while just inside the gate, on a stretch of smooth flagstones, Father Sarsfield was teaching the catechism to some of the company's children. The learning process evidently involved a deal of laughter. Indeed, Sharpe had noticed wherever the chaplain went, good humour followed. "If they were just given an opportunity," Keighley said of his men, "they'd fight." "I'm sure they would," Sharpe said. "And they'd lose. What do you want of them, suicide?" "If necessary," Keighley said seriously. He'd been staring east into enemy-held country, but now looked Sharpe in the eye. "If necessary," he said again. "Yes." Sharpe gazed at the dissolute, ravaged young face. "You're mad, my lord." Keighley didn't take offence at the accusation. "What'd you call Roland's defence of Roncesvalles the suicide of a madman? Did Leonidas' Spartans do nothing but throw away their lives in a fit of imbecility? What about your own Sir Richard Grenville? Was he just mad? Sometimes, Sharpe, a great name and undying fame can only come from a grand gesture." He pointed at the far hills. "There are 300,000 Frenchmen over there. And how many British here? 30,000? The war's lost, Sharpe. It's lost. A great Christian kingdom is going down to mediocrity, and all because of a Corsican upstart. All the glory and the valour and the splendour of a royal world are about to become commonplace and tawdry. All the nasty, mean things, republicanism, democracy, equality, are crawling into the light and claiming that they can replace a lineage of great kings. We're seeing the end of history, Sharpe, and the beginnings of chaos. But maybe, just maybe, King Ferdinand's household guard can bring the curtain down with one last act of shining glory. For a few seconds, the drunken Keeley had betrayed his younger, nobler self. That's why we're here, Sharpe, to make a story that will still be told when men have forgotten the very name of Bonaparte. Christ, Sharpe said. No wonder your boys are deserting. Jesus! I would too. If I take a man into battle, my lord, I like to offer him a better than evens chance that he'll march away with his skin intact. If I wanted to kill the buggers, I'd just strangle them in their sleep. It's kinder. He turned and watched the Real Compagnie Irlandesa. The men were taking it in turns to use the 40 or so serviceable muskets, and, with a handful of exceptions, they were virtually useless. A good soldier could shoot a smoothbore musket every 20 seconds, but these men were lucky to get a shot away every 40 seconds. The guards had spent too long wearing powdered wigs and standing outside gilded doors, and not long enough learning the simple habits of priming, ramming, firing, and loading. "But I'll train them," Sharpe said, when the echo of another straggling volley had faded across the fort. "And I'll stop the buggers deserting." He knew he was undermining Hogan's stratagem, but Sharpe liked the rank and file of the Real Compagnie Irlandesa. They were soldiers like any others, not so well trained maybe, and with more confused loyalties than most, but the majority of the men were willing enough. There was no mischief there, and it cut against Sharpe's grain to betray good men. He wanted to train them. He wanted to make the company into a unit of which any army could be proud. "So how will you stop them deserting?" Keeley asked. "By my own method," Sharpe said. "And you don't want to know what it is, my lord, because it isn't a method Roland would have much liked." Lord Keeley didn't respond to Sharpe's taunt. Instead, he was staring eastwards at something that had just claimed his attention. He took a small telescope from his uniform pocket, snapped it open and trained it across the wide bare valley to where Sharpe, staring into the morning sun, could just make out the figure of a lone horseman picking his way down the track, which zigzagged from the saddle. Keeley turned. "Gentlemen!" he shouted at his officers. "The horse!" His lordship, energized by a sudden excitement, ran down one of the ammunition ramps and shouted for a groom to bring his big black stallion. Sharpe turned back east and took out his own telescope. It took him a moment or two to train the cumbersome instrument. Then he managed to trap the distant rider in the lens. The horseman was in the uniform of the Real Compagnie Irlandesa, and he was also in trouble. Till now the man had been following the course of the steep track as it twisted down the valley's side, but now he abandoned the track and put his horse to the precipitous slope, and slashed back with his whip to drive the beast down that dangerous descent. Half a dozen dogs raced ahead of the horseman, but Sharpe was more interested in what had prompted the man's sudden, dangerous plunge down the mountainside, and so he raised the telescope to the skyline, and there, silhouetted against the cloudless sky's hard brilliance, he saw dragoons. French dragoons. The lone horseman was a fugitive, and the French were close behind. "Are you coming, Sharpe?" Colonel Runciman, mounted on his cart-horse-like mare, had thoughtfully provided his spare horse for Sharpe. Runciman was relying more and more on Sharpe as a companion to stave off the necessity of dealing with a sardonic Lord Keeley, whose tart comments constantly dispirited Runciman. "Do you know what's happening, Sharpe?" Runciman asked as his nemesis led a ragged procession of mounted officers out of the fort's imposing entranceway. "Is it an attack?" The colonel's uncommon display of energy was doubtless caused by fear rather than curiosity. "There's a fellow in company uniform coming towards us, General, with a pack of frogs on his tail." "My word!" Runciman looked alarmed. As Wagon Master General, he had been given few opportunities to see the enemy, and he was not certain he wanted to remedy that lack now. But he could hardly display timidity in front of the guards, and so he spurred his horse into a lumbering walk. "You'll stay close to me, Sharpe? As an aide, you understand." "Of course, General." Sharpe, uncomfortable as ever on horseback, followed Runciman across the entrance bridge. Sergeant Harper, curious about the excitement that had stirred the fort into sudden activity, led the Real Compagnie Irlandesa onto the ramparts, ostensibly to stand guard, but in reality so they could watch whatever event had prompted this sudden exodus of officers from San Isidro. By the time Sharpe had negotiated the causeway over the half-filled dry moat and had persuaded his horse to turn east off the road, the adventure seemed over. The fugitive had already crossed the stream and was now closer to Lord Keely's rescue party than to his French pursuers. And as Keely was attended by a dozen officers, and there were only half a dozen dragoons, the horseman was clearly safe. Sharpe watched the fugitive's dogs lope excitedly round the rescue party. Then he saw that the pursuing Frenchmen were dressed in the mysterious grey coats of Brigadier General Lou's brigade. "That fellow had a lucky escape, General," Sharpe said. "Those are Lou's dragoons." "Loup?" Runciman asked. "Brigadier Loup, General. He's a nasty frog who dresses his men in wolf fur and likes to cut off his enemies' balls before they die." "Oh, my word!" Runciman paled. "Are you sure?" "I've met him, General. He threatened to geld me." Runciman was driven to fortify himself by taking a handful of sugared almonds from a pocket and putting them one by one into his mouth. I do sometimes wonder if my dear father wasn't right," he said between mouthfuls, "and that perhaps I should have chosen a churchman's career. I would have made a very serviceable bishop, I think. Perhaps a bishop's life might not have proved full enough for a man of my energies. There's a little real work to do as a prelate, Sharpe. One preaches the odd sermon, of course, and makes oneself pleasant to the better sort of people in the county, and from time to time a fellow has to whip the lesser clergy into line, but there's not much else to the job. Hardly a demanding life, Sharpe, and, well, quite frankly, most episcopal palaces are inhabited by very mediocre men. My dear father accepted, of course. Oh, my word, what's happening?" Lord Keely had ridden ahead to greet the fugitive, but after stretching out a hand and offering a hasty word, his lordship had spurred on towards the French pursuers, who, recognizing that their quarry had escaped, had already reined in their horses. But now Keely crossed the stream, drew his sword, and shouted a challenge to the Frenchman. Every man in the valley knew what Keely intended. He was challenging an enemy officer to a duel. Men of sense, like infantrymen or anyone given half a set of wits, disapproved of the practice, but cavalrymen could rarely resist the challenge. To take part in such a combat required pride and bravery. But to win such a fight was to forge a name as a warrior, and every cavalry regiment and every army had officers whose fame went back to just such a fight. One man against one man. Single sword against single sword. A duel between strangers that invited fame or death. "Keely's trying to get himself killed, General," Sharpe told Runciman. Sharpe sounded sour, yet he couldn't deny a reluctant admiration for Keely, who for this moment at least had thrown off his hangover and his morose bitterness to become what he was in his own daydreams, the perfect knight and king's champion. "Keely's got a fancy to die famous," Sharpe said. "He wants to be Roland or that Spartan fellow who thumped the Persians." Leonidas, Sharpe, King Leonidas," Runciman said. "Mind you, Sharpe, Keely's a fine swordsman. I've watched him at practice, and the drink scarcely slows him a beat. Not that we'll see any evidence of that today," Runciman said as Keely turned away from the unmoving Frenchman. "None of them will fight." Runciman sounded surprised, but also a little relieved that he wouldn't have to witness any bloodshed. "Keely hardly gave them time to accept," Sharpe said. And Keely had indeed stayed only a few seconds, almost as though he'd wanted to make the defiant gesture, but was scared lest any of the enemy might accept his challenge. Then one of the enemy did accept. Keely had reached the stream's bank when a shout sounded behind him, and a dragoon officer spurred out from among his companions. Keely twisted in his saddle, and Sharpe could have sworn that his lordship blanched as the Frenchman rode towards him. "Oh, my word," Runciman said in alarm. Keely couldn't refuse to fight now, not without losing face, and so he returned to the grey dragoon, who threw back his wolf-fur pelisse, tugged down on his helmet's brim, then drew his long-bladed straight sword. He twisted its strap about his wrist, then held the blade upright in salute of the man who would either be his killer or his victim. Lord Keely returned the salute with his own straight blade. His lordship might have made the challenge as a gesture that he never expected to be taken up, but now that he was committed to the fight, he showed neither reluctance nor nervousness. "They're both bloody fools," Sharpe said, "dying for bloody nothing." He and Runciman had joined the Real Compagnia Irlandese's officers, as had Father Sarsfield, who had abandoned his catechism class to follow Keely into the valley. The priest heard Sharpe's scorn and offered the rifleman a surprised glance. The priest-like Runciman seemed uncomfortable with the imminent duel, and was running the beads of his rosary through plump fingers as he watched the two horsemen face each other across a 50-yard gap. Lord Keighley dropped his blade from the salute, and both men put spurs to their horses' flanks.
"Oh, my word," Runciman said.
He fumbled another handful of almonds from his pocket. The two horses closed slowly at first. Only at the very last moment did their riders release them to the full gallop. Both men were right-handed, and looked to Sharpe to be well matched in size, though Lord Keighley's black horse was the bigger by a clear hand. The dragoon cut first. He seemed to have put his faith in a savage sweeping slash that would have disemboweled an ox, except that at the last moment he checked the swing to reverse the blade and cut back at his enemy's unprotected neck. It was done as fast as a man could blink, and on the back of a horse at full gallop, and against any other rider it might have worked. But Lord Keighley simply turned his horse into his opponent's mount without even bothering to parry. The dragoon's smaller horse staggered as the weight of the stallion hit its hindquarters. The Frenchman's backslash cut thin air. Then the horses parted, and both men were sawing on their reins. Keighley turned faster, rammed his spurs back to add the horse's weight to the lunge of his straight sword. Masters-at-arms always taught that the point beats the edge, and Keighley now lanced his sword's point at the grey dragoon's belly. For a second, Sharpe thought the lunge would surely pierce the Frenchman's defence. Somehow the dragoon parried, and a second later the sound of the blade's ringing clash carried to Sharpe. By the time the harsh sound had echoed back from the far hills, the two horses were already 20 yards apart, and being turned into the attack again. Neither man had dared ride too far from his opponent in case he should be pursued and attacked from behind. So from now on the duel would be fought at close quarters, and it would depend as much on the training of the two horses as on the riders' swordsmanship.
"Oh dear,"
Runciman said. He feared to watch the horror of a man dying, yet dared not take his eye from the spectacle. It was a sight as old as warfare, two champions clashing in full view of their comrades.
"It's a wonder Keighley can fight at all,"
Runciman continued,
"considering how much he drank last night. 5 bottles of claret by my count."
"He's young," Sharpe said sourly. "He was born with natural gifts for riding horses and fighting with swords, but as he gets older, General, those gifts will waste away, and he knows it. He's living on borrowed time. That's why he wants to die young."
I can't believe that,"
Runciman said, then winced as the two men hammered at each other with their swords.
"Keighley should go for the bastard's horse, not the man,"
Sharpe said. "You can always beat a horseman by crippling his bloody horse."
"It isn't the way a gentleman fights, Captain,"
Father Sarsfield said. The priest had edged his horse close to the two British officers. "There's no future in being a gentleman in a fight, Father," Sharpe said. "If you think wars should only be fought by gentlemen, then you should stop recruiting people like me out of the gutter."
"No need to mention your origin, Sharpe,"
Runciman hissed reprovingly.
"You're an officer now, remember?" "I pray for the day when no gentleman fights at all, nor other men either," Father Sarsfield said. "I do so dislike fighting."
"Yet you're a chaplain in the army?" Sharpe asked.
"Well, I go where the need is greatest," the chaplain said.
"And where will a man of God look to find the greatest concentration of sinners outside of a prison?
In an army, I would suggest, begging your presence."
Sarsfield smiled, then flinched as the duellists charged, and their long swords clashed again. Lord Keighley's stallion instinctively ducked its head to avoid the blades that hissed above its ears. Lord Keighley lunged at his opponent, and one of Keighley's officers cheered when he thought that his lordship had skewered the Frenchman. But the sword had merely pierced the cloak that was rolled onto the cantle of the dragoon's saddle. Keighley dragged his sword free of the cloak just in time to parry a vicious backslash from the dragoon's heavier blade.
"Will Keighley win, do you think?"
Runciman asked Sharpe anxiously. "God knows, General," Sharpe said. The two horses were virtually motionless now, just standing still as the riders exchanged blows. The sound of the steel was continuous, and Sharpe knew the men would be getting tired. The sword fighting was damned hard work. Their arms would be weary from the weight, and Sharpe could imagine the breath rasping in their throats, the grunts as they cut down with the steel, and the pain as the sweat stung their eyes. And every now and then, Sharpe knew, each man would feel the strange sensation of catching the dispassionate gaze of the stranger he was trying to kill. Blades clashed and scraped for another few seconds. Then the grey dragoon yielded that phase of the fight by touching spurs to his horse. The Frenchman's horse started forward, then put a hoof into a rabbit's hole. The horse stumbled. Keeley spurred forward as he saw his opportunity. He slashed down hard, rising out of the saddle to put all the weight of his body behind the killing blow. But somehow the dragoon parried the cut, even though the strength of it almost knocked him out of the saddle. His tired horse struggled to rise as the dragoon parried again and again. Then suddenly the Frenchman abandoned his defence and lunged hard at Keeley. His sword-tip caught in the hilt of Keeley's sword and drove it clear out of Keeley's grip. Keeley had looped the silk-tasseled sword strap around his wrist, so the sword just hung loose. But it would take his lordship a few seconds to retrieve the snakeskin-wrapped hilt, and to give himself that time he wheeled his horse desperately away. The Frenchman scented victory and spurred his tired horse after his opponent. Then the carbine cracked. The report was startling, and it echoed back from the steep hill slope before anyone reacted. The dragoon gave a gasp as the bullet struck him. The shot had taken him in the ribs and knocked him back in his saddle. The dying man recovered his balance, then shook his head in disbelief that someone had interfered in the duel. His own sword fell to dangle from its strap as his companions shouted in protest that anyone should have dared break the convention that such duellists should be left alone on the battlefield. Then the dragoon's mouth fell open, and a wash of dark blood soaked the front of his grey jacket as he collapsed backwards off his tired horse. An astonished Lord Keeley took one look at the vengeful dragoons spurring towards their fallen companion, then fled across the stream. "I don't understand," Colonel Runciman said. "Someone broke the rules, General," Sharpe said, "and they saved Keeley's bacon by doing it. He was a dead man till that shot was fired." The French were still shouting protests, and one of them rode to the stream bank and dared any of the Allied officers to face him in a second duel. No one accepted his offer, so he began to call taunts and insults, all of which Sharpe reckoned were deserved, because whoever had fired the carbine had killed the Frenchman unfairly. "So who did fire?" Sharpe asked aloud. It had been the single officer who had been pursued by the dragoons and whose arrival in the valley had prompted the duel who'd ended it so unsportingly. Sharpe could see the carbine in the fugitive's hands, but what surprised him was that no one was chiding the officer for his interference in the duel. Instead, the other officers of the Real Compañía Irlandesa clustered about the newcomer in evident welcome. Sharpe urged his horse closer to see that the fugitive was a slim young officer with what Sharpe took to be a plume of shining black horsehair reaching down his back. But then Sharpe saw that it wasn't horsehair at all, but real hair, and that the officer was not an officer either, but a woman. "He was going for his pistol," the woman offered in explanation, "so I shot him." "Bravo!" one of the admiring officers called. The taunting Frenchman had turned away in disgust. Is it? Runciman asked incoherently. "It's a woman, General," Sharpe said dryly. "Oh, my word, Sharpe. So she is." She was a striking-looking woman, too, Sharpe thought, whose fierce looks were made even more noticeable by the man's uniform that had been tailored to her trim figure. She swept off her plumed hat to salute Lord Keeley, then leant over to kiss his lordship. "It's the mistress, General," Sharpe said. "Major Hogan told me about her. She collects uniforms from all her lovers' regiments." "Oh, my word. You mean they're not married and were to be introduced?" Runciman asked in alarm, but it was too late to escape, for Lord Keeley was already beckoning the two English officers forward. He introduced Runciman first, then gestured towards Sharpe. "Captain Richard Sharpe, my dear, our tutor in modern fighting." Keeley did not try to disguise the sneer as he so described Sharpe. "Ma'am," Sharpe said awkwardly. Juanita gave Runciman one withering glance, then appraised Sharpe for a long time, while her pack of hunting dogs sniffed about his horse's legs. The woman's gaze was unfriendly, and she finally turned away without even acknowledging the rifleman's presence. "So why did you shoot the dragoon, ma'am?" Sharpe asked, trying to provoke her. She turned back to him. "Because he was going to shoot my Lord Keeley," she answered defiantly. "I saw him reach for his pistol." She had not seen anything of the kind, Sharpe thought, but he would achieve nothing by challenging her barefaced lie. She had shot to preserve her lover's life, nothing else, and Sharpe felt a pang of jealousy that the wastrel Keeley should have found himself such a brazen, defiant, and remarkable woman. She was no beauty, but something in her clever, feral face stirred Sharpe, though he'd be damned before he let her know she had that power. "You've come far, ma'am?" he asked. "From Madrid, Captain," she said frostily. "And the French didn't stop you?" Sharpe asked pointedly. "I don't need French permission to travel in my own country, Captain, nor in my own country do I need to explain myself to impertinent British officers." She spurred away, summoning her shaggy-haired, long-legged hounds to follow her. "He doesn't like you, Sharpe," Runciman said. "It's a mutual thing, General," Sharpe said. "I wouldn't trust the bitch an inch." It was mainly jealousy that made him say it, and he knew it. "She's a fine-looking woman, though, ain't she?" Runciman sounded wistful, as though he understood he was not the man to donate a uniform of the 37th Line to Juanita's wardrobe. "Can't say as I've ever seen a woman in breeches before," Runciman said, "let alone astride a saddle. Doesn't happen much in Hampshire." "And I've never seen a woman ride from Madrid to Portugal without a servant or a lick of luggage," Sharpe said. "I wouldn't trust her, General." "You wouldn't trust who, Sharpe?" Lord Keeley asked. He was riding back towards the British officers. "Brigadier Loop, sir," Sharpe lied smoothly. "I was explaining to General Runciman the significance of the grey uniforms." Sharpe pointed towards the dragoons, who were now carrying the dead man's body back up the hillside. "A grey uniform didn't help that dragoon today." Keeley was still animated by the duel, and apparently unashamed of the way it had ended. His face seemed younger and more attractive, as though the arrival of his mistress had restored the lustre of youth to Keeley's drink-ravaged looks. "Chivalry didn't help him either," Sharpe said sourly. Runciman, suspecting that Sharpe's words might provoke another duel, hissed in remonstrance. Keeley just sneered at Sharpe. "He broke the rules of chivalry, Sharpe, not me. The man was evidently going for his pistol. I reckon he knew he'd be dead the moment I recovered my sword." His expression dared Sharpe to contradict him. "Funny how chivalry becomes sordid, isn't it, my lord?" Sharpe said instead. "But then war is sordid. It might start with chivalrous intentions, but it always ends with men screaming for their mothers and having their guts flensed out by cannonballs. You can dress a man in scarlet and gold, my lord, and tell him it's a noble cause he graces, but he'll still end up bleeding to death and shitting himself in a panic. Chivalry stinks, my lord, because it's the most sordid, bloody thing on earth." Keeley was still holding his sword, but now he slid the long blade home into its scabbard. "I don't need lectures on chivalry from you, Sharpe. Your job is to be a drill master, and to stop my rogues from deserting, if indeed you can stop them." "Oh, I can do that, my lord," Sharpe promised. "I can do that." And that afternoon he went to keep his word. Sharpe walked south from San Isidro, following the spine of the hills as they dropped ever lower towards the main border road. Where the hills petered out into rolling meadowland, there was a small village of narrow, twisting streets, stone-wall gardens, and low-roofed cottages that huddled on a slope climbing from a fast-flowing stream up to a rocky ridge where the village church was crowned by the ragged sticks of a stork's nest. The village was called Fuentes de Oñoro, the village that had provoked Loop's fury, and it lay only 2 miles from Wellington's headquarters in the town of Villaformoso. That proximity worried Sharpe, who feared his errand might be questioned by an inquisitive staff officer. But the only British troops in Fuentes de Oñoro were a small picket of the 60th Rifles, who were positioned just north of the village and took no notice of Sharpe. On the stream's eastern bank were a few scattered houses, some walled gardens and orchards, and a small chapel that were all reached from the main village by a footbridge constructed of stone slabs supported on boulders, standing beside a ford where a patrol of King's German Legion cavalry was watering its horses. The Germans warned Sharpe that there were no Allied troops on the further bank. "Nothing but French over there," the cavalry's captain said, and then, when he discovered Sharpe's identity, he insisted on sharing a flask of brandy with the rifleman. They exchanged news of von Lossow, a KGL friend of Sharpe's. Then the captain led his men out of the stream and onto the long straight road that led towards Ciudad Rodrigo. "I'm looking for trouble," he called over his shoulder as he pulled himself up into the saddle. and with God's help I'll find it." Sharpe turned the other way and climbed the village street to where a tiny inn served a robust red wine. It wasn't much of an inn, but then Fuentes de Oñoro wasn't much of a village. The place lay just inside the Spanish border and had been plundered by the French as they'd marched into Portugal, then raked over again as they marched back out, and the villagers were justifiably suspicious of all soldiers. Sharpe took his wineskin out of the inn's smoky interior to a small vegetable garden, where he sat beneath a grapevine with a half-severed trunk. The damage seemed not to have affected the plant, which was putting out vigorous new tendrils and bright fresh leaves. He dozed there, almost too weary to lift the wineskin.
"The French tried to cut the vine down."
A voice spoke in sudden Spanish behind Sharpe.
"They tried to destroy everything. Bastards."
The man belched. It was a vast belch, loud enough to stir a cat sleeping on the garden's far wall. Sharpe turned to see a mountainous creature dressed in filthy brown leggings, a blood-stained cotton shirt, a green French dragoon coat that had split at all the seams in order to accommodate its new owner's bulk, and a leather apron that was caked, black and stiff with dried blood. The man and his clothes stank of old food, bad breath, stale blood, and decay. At his belt there hung an old-fashioned, unscabbarded sabre, with a blade as dark, thick and filthy as a poleaxe, a horse pistol, a small bone-handled knife with a curiously hooked blade, and a wooden whistle.
"You're Captain Sharpe?"
the enormous man asked as Sharpe rose to greet him. "Yes."
"And my whistle tells you who I am, does it not?"
Sharpe shook his head. "No."
"You mean that castrators in England don't signal their coming with a blast on a whistle?"
"I've never heard of them doing it," Sharpe said. El Castrador sat heavily on a bench opposite Sharpe.
"No whistles? Where would I be without my little whistle? It tells a village I'm coming. I blow it, and the villagers bring out their hogs, beeves, and foals, and I bring out my little knife."
The man flicked the small, wickedly curved blade and laughed. He'd brought his own wineskin, which he now squirted into his mouth before shaking his head in rueful nostalgia.
"Ah, and in the old days, my friend,"
El Castrador went on wistfully,
"the mothers would bring out their little boys to be cut. And 2 years later, the boys would travel to Lisbon or Madrid to sing so sweetly. My father now, he cut many boys. One of his youngsters even sang for the Pope. Can you imagine? For the Pope in Rome. And all because of this little knife."
He fingered the small bone-handled cutter. "And sometimes the boys died?" Sharpe guessed. El Castrador shrugged.
"Boys are easily replaced, my friend. One cannot afford to be sentimental about small children."
He jetted more red wine down his vast gullet.
"I had 8 boys. Only 3 survived, and that, believe me, is too many."
"No girls?"
4.
El Castrador fell silent for a second or two, then sighed.
"That French bastard Lou took them. You know of Lou?"
"I know him."
"He took them and gave them to his men. El Lobo and his men like young girls."
He touched the knife at his belt, then gave Sharpe a long, speculative look.
"So, you are La Aguja's Englishman?"
Sharpe nodded.
"Ah, Teresa,"
the Spaniard sighed.
"We were angry when we heard she'd given herself to an Englishman. But now I see you, Captain, I can understand. How is she?"
"Fighting the French near Badajoz, but she sends her greetings." In fact, Teresa had not written to Sharpe in weeks, but her name was a talisman among all the partisans, and had been sufficient to arrange this meeting with the man who'd been so roundly defeated by Brigadier Loup. Loup had tamed this part of the Spanish frontier, and wherever Sharpe went he heard the Frenchman's name mentioned with an awed hatred. Every piece of mischief was the fault of Loup. Every death, every house fire, every flood, every sick child, every robbed hive, every stillborn calf, every unseasonable frost, all were the wolf's work.
"She will be proud of you Englishmen,"
El Castrador said. "She will?" Sharpe asked. Why?
Because El Lobo has placed a price on your head.
El Castrador said.
Did you not know?
I didn't know.
$100.
El Castrador said slowly, with relish, as though he was tempted by the price himself. A pittance, Sharpe said disparagingly. £25 might be a small fortune to most people, a good year's pay indeed for most working folk, but still Sharpe reckoned his life was worth more than £25. Well, the reward on Therese's head is $200, he said resentfully.
But we partisans kill more French than you English, El Castrador said, so it is only right that we should be worth more.
Sharpe tactfully refrained from asking whether there was any reward on El Castrador's own matted and lice-ridden head. Sharpe suspected the man had lost most of his power because of his defeats, but at least Sharpe thought El Castrador lived, while most of his men were dead, killed by the wolf after being cut in the same way that El Castrador had cut his captives. There were times when Sharpe was very glad he did not fight the guerrilla. El Castrador raised the wineskin again, spurted the wine into his mouth, swallowed, belched again, then breathed an effluent gust towards Sharpe.
So, why do you want to see me, Englishman?
Sharpe told him. The telling took a good while, for though El Castrador was a brutal man, he was not especially clever, and Sharpe had to explain his requirements several times before the big man understood. In the end, though, El Castrador nodded.
Tonight, you say?
I would be pleased, and grateful.
But how grateful?
El Castrador shot a sly look at the Englishman.
Shall I tell you what I need? Muskets, or even rifles like that.
He touched the barrel of Sharpe's Baker rifle, which was propped against the vine's trunk. I can bring you muskets, Sharpe said, though he didn't yet know how. The Real Compañía Irlandesa needed muskets much more desperately than this great butcher of a man did, and Sharpe didn't even know how he was to supply those weapons. Hogan would never agree to give the Real Compañía Irlandesa new muskets, yet if Sharpe was to turn King Ferdinand's palace guard into a decent infantry unit, then he'd need to find them guns somehow. Rifles I can't get, he said, but muskets yes, but I'll need a week.
Muskets, then.
El Castrador agreed.
And there is something else.
Go on, Sharpe said warily.
I want revenge for my daughters,
El Castrador said with tears in his eyes.
I want Brigadier Loeb and this knife to meet each other.
He held up the small bone-handled cutter.
I want your help, Englishman. Therese says you can fight, so fight with me and help me catch El Lobo.
Sharpe suspected this second request would prove even more difficult than the first, but he nodded anyway. You know where Loeb can be found? El Castrador nodded.
Usually at a village called San Cristobal. He drove out the inhabitants, blocked the streets, and fortified the houses. A stoat could not get near without being spotted. Sanchez says it would take 1,000 men and a battery of artillery to take San Cristobal.
Sharpe grunted at the news. Sanchez was one of the best guerrilla leaders, and if Sanchez reckoned San Cristobal was virtually impregnable, then Sharpe would believe him. You said usually, so he's not always at San Cristobal.
He goes where he likes, senor,
El Castrador said moodily.
Sometimes he takes over a village for a few nights, sometimes he would put his men in the fort where you now live, sometimes he would use Fort Concepcion. Loeb, senor, is a law to himself.
El Castrador paused.
But La Aguja says you are also a law unto yourself. If any man can defeat El Lobo, senor, it must be you. And there is a place near San Cristobal, a defile, where he can be ambushed.
El Castrador offered this last detail as an enticement, but Sharpe ignored the lure. I'll do all a man can do, he promised.
Then I shall help you tonight,
El Castrador assured Sharpe in return.
Look for my gift in the morning, senor, he said,
then stood and shouted a command to the men he'd evidently left outside the inn. Hooves clattered loud in the little street.
And next week, the partisan added, I shall come for my reward. Don't let me down, Captain.
Sharpe watched the gross man go, then hefted the wineskin. He was tempted to drain it, but knew that a bellyful of sour wine would make his journey back to San Isidro doubly hard. and so instead he poured the liquid over the roots of the ravaged vine. Maybe, he thought, it would help the vine repair itself. Wine to grapes, ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. He picked up his hat, slung his rifle, and walked home. That night, despite all Captain Donahue's precautions, 3 more guardsmen deserted. More men might have tried, but shortly after midnight a series of terrible screams sounded from the valley, and any other men tempted to try their luck across the frontier decided to wait for another day. At dawn next morning, when Rifleman Harris was leading a convoy down the mountainside to fetch water from the stream to augment the trickle that the fort's well provided, he found the 3 men. He came back to Sharpe, white-faced. "It's horrible, sir. Horrible. See that cart?" Sharpe pointed across the fort's courtyard to a handcart. "Get it down there, put them in, and bring them back." "Do we have to?" Rifleman Thompson asked, aghast. "Yes, you bloody do. And Harris?" "Sir?" "Put this in with them." And Sharpe handed Harris a sack, holding a heavy object. Harris began to untie the sack's mouth. "Not here, Harris," Sharpe said. "Do it down there, and only you and our lads to see what you're doing." By 8 o'clock, Sharpe had the 127 remaining guardsmen on parade, together with all their junior officers. Sharpe was the senior officer left inside the fort, for both Lord Keeley and Colonel Runciman had spent the night at Army headquarters, where they'd gone to plead with the Assistant Commissary General for muskets and ammunition. Father Sarsfield was visiting a fellow priest in Guarda, while both Keeley's majors and 3 of his captains had gone hunting. Doña Juanita de Elia had also taken her hounds in search of hares, but had spurned the company of the Irish officers. "I can't alone," she said, and then had scorned Sharpe's warning of patrolling Frenchmen. "In coming here, Captain," she told Sharpe, "I escaped every Frenchman in Spain. Worry about yourself, not me." Then she had spurred away with her hounds loping behind. So now, bereft of their senior officers, the Real Compañía Irlandesa lined in 4 ranks beneath one of the empty gun platforms that served Sharpe as a podium. It had rained in the night, and the flags on the crumbling battlements lifted reluctantly to the morning wind, as Harris and Thompson manoeuvred the handcart up one of the ramps which led from the magazines to the gun platforms. They pushed the vehicle with its sordid cargo to Sharpe's side, then tipped the handles up so that the cart's bed faced the 4 ranks. There was an intake of breath. Then a communal groan sounded from the ranks. At least one guardsman vomited, while most just looked away or closed their eyes. "Look at them!" Sharpe snapped. "Look!" He forced the guardsman to look at the 3 mutilated naked bodies, and especially at the bloody, gut-churning mess dug out of the centre of each corpse, and at the rictus of horror and pain on each dead face. Then Sharpe reached past one of the cold, white, stiff shoulders to drag free a steel-grey helmet plumed with coarse grey hair. He set it on one of the up-tilted cart shafts. It was the same helmet that Harris had collected as a keepsake from the high settlement where Sharpe had discovered the massacred villagers, and where Perkins had met Miranda, who now followed the young rifleman with a touching and pathetic devotion. It was the same helmet that Sharpe had given back to Harris in the sack earlier that morning. "Look at the bodies!" Sharpe ordered the Real Compañía Irlandesa. "And listen! The French believe there are 2 kinds of people in Spain, those who are for them and those who are against them. And there ain't a man among you who can escape that judgment. Either you fight for the French, or you fight against them. And that isn't my decision. That's what the French have decided." He pointed to the 3 bodies. "That's what the French do. They know you're here now. They're watching you. They're wondering who and what you are. And until they know the answers, they'll treat you like an enemy. And that's how the frogs treat their enemies." He pointed to the bloody holes carved into the dead men's crutches. "Which leaves you lot with 3 choices," Sharpe went on. "You can run east and have your manhood sliced off by the frogs, or you can run west and risk being arrested by my army and shot as a deserter. Or else you can stay here and learn to be soldiers. And don't tell me this isn't your war. You swore an oath to serve the King of Spain, and the King of Spain is a prisoner in France, and you were supposed to be his guard. By God, this is your war far more than it's my war. I never swore an oath to protect Spain. I never had a woman raped by a Frenchman, or a child murdered by a dragoon, or a harvest stolen and a house burned by a crapo forage party. Your country has suffered all those things, and your country is Spain. And if you'd rather fight for Ireland than for Spain, then why in the name of Almighty God did you take the Spanish oath?" He paused. He knew that not every man in the company was a would-be deserter. Many, like Lord Keighley himself, wanted to fight. But there were enough troublemakers to sap the company's usefulness, and Sharpe had decided that this shock treatment was the only way to jar the troublemakers into obedience. "Or does the oath mean nothing to you?" Sharpe demanded. "Because I'll tell you what the rest of this army thinks about you, and I mean the rest of this army, including the Connaught Rangers and the Inniskilling Dragoons, and the Royal Irish Regiment, and the Royal County Down Regiment, and the Prince of Wales' own Irish Regiment, and the Tipperary Regiment, and the County of Dublin Regiment, and the Duke of York's Irish Regiment. They say you lot are soft. They say you're powder-puff soldiers, good for guarding a pisspot and a palace, but not good for a fight. They say you ran away from Ireland once, and you'll run away again. They say you're about as much use to an army as a pack of singing nuns. They say you're overdressed and overcoddled. But that's going to change, because one day you and I will go into battle together, and on that day you're going to have to be good. Bloody good." Sharpe hated making speeches, but he'd seized these men's attention, or at least the three castrated bodies had gripped their interest, and Sharpe's words were making some kind of sense to them. He pointed east. "Over there," Sharpe said, and he plucked the helmet of the cart's shaft. "There's a man called Loup, a Frenchman, and he leads a regiment of dragoons called the Wolf Pack, and they wear these helmets, and they leave that mark on the men they kill. So we're going to kill them. We're going to prove that there isn't a French regiment in the world that can stand up to an Irish regiment, and we're going to do that together. And we're going to do it because this is your war, and your only damn choice is whether you want to die like gelded dogs or fight like men. Now you make up your damn minds what you're going to do. Sergeant Harper?" "Sir." "1 half hour for breakfast. I want a burial party for these 3 men, then we begin work." "Yes, sir." Harris caught Sharpe's eye as the officer turned away. "Not one word, Harris," Sharpe said, thrusting the helmet into the rifleman's belly. "Not one bloody word." Captain Donahue stopped Sharpe as he walked away from the ramparts. "How do we fight without muskets?" "I'll get you muskets, Donahue." "How?" "The same way a soldier gets everything that isn't issued to him," Sharpe said. "By theft." That night, not a single man deserted. And next morning, though Sharpe didn't recognize it at first, the trouble began. "It's a bad business, Sharpe," Colonel Runciman said. "My God, man, but it's a bad business." "What is, General?" "What, you haven't heard?" Runciman asked. "About the muskets, you mean?" Sharpe asked, assuming that Runciman must be referring to his visit to the army headquarters, a visit that had ended in predictable failure. Runciman and Keighley had returned with no muskets, no ammunition, no blankets, no piped clay, no boots, no knapsacks, and not even a promise of money for the unit's back pay. Wellington's parsimony was doubtless intended to draw the fangs of the Real Compañía Irlandesa, but it gave Sharpe horrid problems. He was struggling to raise the guardsmen's morale, but without weapons and equipment, that morale was doomed. Worse still, Sharpe knew he was close to enemy lines, and if the French did attack, then it would be no consolation to know that the Real Compañía Irlandesa's defeat had been a part of Hogan's plans, not if Sharpe was himself involved in the debacle. Hogan might want the Real Compañía Irlandesa destroyed, but Sharpe needed it armed and dangerous in case Brigadier Loup came calling. I wasn't talking about muskets, Sharpe," Runciman said, "but about the news from Ireland. You really haven't heard?" "No, sir." Runciman shook his head, making his jowls wobble. It seems there are new problems in Ireland, Sharpe. Damn bad business. Bloody rebels making trouble. Troops fighting back, women and children dead. River Erne blocked with bodies at Belleek. Talk of rape. Dear me, I really thought that 98 had settled the Irish business once and for all, but it seems not. The damn papists are making trouble again.
Oh, dear me, dear me. Why did God allow the papists to flourish? They try us Christians so sorely. Ah, well, Runciman sighed. We'll have to break some skulls over there, just as we did when Tone rebelled in 98.
Sharpe reflected that if the remedy had failed in 1798, then it was just as likely to be ineffective in 1811, but he thought it tactful not to say as much. It might mean trouble here, General, he said instead. When the Irish troops hear about it.
That's why we have the lash, Sharpe.
Well, we might have the lash, General, but we don't have muskets. I was just wondering, sir, exactly how a wagon master general orders his convoys about. Runciman goggled at Sharpe, amazed at the apparently inappropriate question.
Well, paper, of course. Paper. Orders.
Sharpe smiled. And you're still wagon master general, sir, isn't that so? Because they haven't replaced you, I doubt they can find a man to fill your shoes, sir.
It's kind of you to say so, Sharpe. Most kind.
Runciman looked slightly surprised at receiving a compliment, but tried not to show too much unfamiliarity with the experience.
And it's probably true, he added.
I was wondering, General, how we might divert a wagon or two of weapons up to the fort here. Runciman gaped at Sharpe.
Steal them, you mean?
I wouldn't call it theft, General, Sharpe said reproachfully. Not when they're being employed against the enemy. We're just reallocating the guns, sir, if you see what I mean. Eventually, sir, the army will have to equip us, so why don't we anticipate the order now? Can always catch up with the paperwork later. Runciman shook his head wildly, dislodging the careful strands of long hair that he obsessively brushed over his balding pate.
Oh, it can't be done, Sharpe. It can't be done. It's against all precedents, against all arrangements. Damn it, man, it's against regulations. I could be court-martialed. Oh, think of the disgrace.
Runciman shuddered at the thought.
I'm astonished, Sharpe, he went on, even disappointed that you should make such a suggestion. I know you were denied a gentleman's breeding or even an education, but I had still expected better from you. A gentleman doesn't steal, he doesn't lie, he doesn't demean a woman, he honours God and the King. These attributes are not beyond you, Sharpe.
Sharpe went to the door of Runciman's quarters. The colonel's day parlour was the old guardroom in one of the gatehouse towers, and with the fortress's ancient gates propped open, the doorway offered a stunning view south. Sharpe leant on a doorpost. "What happened, General?" he asked when Runciman's sermon had petered out. "When a wagon went missing?" "Oh, you must have lost some wagons to thieves."
"A few, very few, hardly one. 2, maybe. A handful, possibly."
"So then," Sharpe began. Colonel Runciman held up a hand to interrupt him.
"Don't suggest it, Sharpe. I'm an honest man, a God-fearing man, and I won't contrive to cheat His Majesty's exchequer of a wagonload of muskets. No, I won't. I have never dealt in untruths, and I shall not start now. Indeed, I expressly forbid you to continue talking of the matter, and that is a direct order, Sharpe."
2 wagon-loads of muskets, Sharpe offered the correction, and 3 ammunition carts.
"No, I've already forbidden you to speak of the matter, and that is an end of it. You will say no more."
Sharpe took out the penknife he used to clean the fouling off his rifle's lock. He unfolded the blade and ran his thumb along the edge. "Brigadier Loop knows we're here now, General, and he's going to be upset about that young fellow that Keeley's whore killed. Wouldn't surprise me if he tried to take revenge. Let's see now. A night assault? Probably. And he's got 2 full battalions of infantry, and each and every one of those bastards will be trying to earn the reward Loop's put on my head. If I was Loop, I'd attack from the north, because the walls have virtually disappeared there, and I'd have the dragoons waiting down there to cut off the survivors." Sharpe nodded down the steep approach road, then chuckled. "Just imagine it, can't you? Being hunted down in the dawn by a pack of grey dragoons, each of them with a newly sharpened castrating knife in his sabretache. Loop doesn't give quarter, you see. He's not known for taking prisoners, General. He just pulls out the knife, yanks down your breeches, and slices the—
Sharpe, please, please!"
A wan Runciman stared at Sharpe's penknife.
"Do you have to be so graphic?"
"General, I'm raising a serious matter. I can't hold off a brigade of Frenchmen with my handful of riflemen. I might do some damage if the Irish boys had muskets, but without muskets, bayonets, and ammunition—" Sharpe shook his head, then snapped the blade shut. It's your choice, General, but if I was the senior British officer in this fort, then I'd find a way to get some decent weapons up here as fast as possible. Unless, of course, I wanted to be singing the high notes in the church choir when I got back to Hampshire. Runciman gaped at Sharpe. The colonel was sweating now, overwhelmed by a vision of castrating Frenchmen running wild inside the crumbling fort.
But they won't give us muskets, Sharpe. Oh, we tried. Killy and I tried together, and that awkward man, General Valverde, pleaded for us as well. But the Quartermaster General says there's a temporary shortage of spare weapons. He hoped General Valverde might persuade Cadiz to send us some Spanish muskets.
Sharpe shook his head at Runciman's despair. So we have to borrow some muskets, General, till the Spanish ones arrive. We just need to divert a wagon or two with the help of those seals you've still got.
But I can't issue orders to the wagon train, Sharpe. Not any longer. But I have new duties, new responsibilities.
You've got too many responsibilities, General, Sharpe said, because you're too valuable a man. But really, sir, you shouldn't be worrying yourself over details. Your job is to look after the big decisions and have me look after the small. Sharpe tossed the penknife in the air and caught it. And have me look after the crappos if they come, sir. You've got better things to do. Runciman leaned back in his folding chair, making it creak dangerously.
Oh, you have a point, Sharpe. You do indeed have a point.
Runciman shuddered as he contemplated the enormity of the crime.
But you think I'm merely anticipating an order rather than breaking one?
Sharpe stared at the colonel with feigned admiration.
I wish I had your mind, General, I really do.
That's a brilliant way of putting it. Anticipating an order. I wish I thought of that. Runciman preened at the compliment.
My dear mother always maintained I could have been a lawyer, he said proudly. Maybe even Lord Chancellor. But my father preferred me to take an honest career.
He pulled some empty papers across his makeshift desk and began writing orders. From time to time, the horror of his conduct made him pause. But each time Sharpe snapped the small blade open and shut, and the noise prompted the colonel to dip his quill's tip into the inkwell. And next day, 4 ox-drawn wagons with puzzled drivers, and beds loaded with weapons, ammunition, and supplies arrived at the San Isidro fort. And the Real Compañía Irlandesa was armed at last, and thinking of mutiny. Chapter 4. Next morning, just after dawn, a delegation discovered Sharpe at the deserted northern end of the fort. The sun was slicing across the valley to gild the small mist that sifted above the stream, where Sharpe was watching a harrier float effortlessly in the light wind, with its gaze trained down on the hillside. The 8 men of the delegation halted awkwardly behind Sharpe, who, after one sour glance at their serious faces, looked back to the valley. "There's some rabbits down there," Sharpe said to no one in particular, "and that daft bird keeps losing them in the mist."
"He won't go hungry for long, though," Harper said. "I've never seen a hawk dafter than a rabbit."
The green-jacket sergeant was the only delegate from Sharpe's company. The other men were all from the Real Compañía Irlandesa.
"That's a nice morning,"
Harper said, sounding uncharacteristically nervous. He plainly believed that either Father Sarsfield, Captain Donahue, or Captain Lacey should broach the delicate subject that had caused his delegation to seek Sharpe out. But the chaplain and the 2 embarrassed officers were silent.
"A grand morning,"
Harper said, breaking the silence again. "Is it?" Sharpe responded. He had been standing on a merlon beside a gun embrasure, but now he jumped down to the firing platform, and from there into the bed of the dry ditch. Years of rainfall had eroded the glacis and filled the ditch, just as frost had degraded and crumbled the stonework of the ramparts. "I've seen hovels built better than this," Sharpe said. He kicked at the wall's base, and one of the larger stones shifted perceptibly. "There's no bloody mortar there," he said.
"There wasn't enough water in the mix,"
Harper explained. He took a deep breath, then, realizing that his companions would not speak up, took the plunge himself.
"We wanted to see you, sir. It's important, sir."
Sharpe clambered back up to the ramparts and brushed his hands together. "Is it about the new muskets?"
"No, sir. The muskets are just grand, sir."
"For the training?"
"No, sir."
"Then the man you want to see is Colonel Runciman," Sharpe said curtly. "Call him General and he'll give you anything." Sharpe was deliberately dissembling. He knew exactly why the delegation was here, but he had small appetite for their worries. "Talk to Runciman after breakfast. He'll be in good enough mood," he said.
"We've spoken to the Colonel." Captain Donoghue spoke at last. "And the Colonel said we should speak with you."
Father Sarsfield smiled.
"I think we knew he would say that, Captain, when we approached him. I don't think Colonel Runciman is particularly sympathetic to the problems of Ireland."
Sharpe looked from Sarsfield to Donoghue, from Donoghue to Lacey, and then from Lacey to the sullen faces of the 4 rank-and-file guardsmen. "That's about Ireland, is it?" Sharpe said. "Well, go on. I haven't got any other problems to solve today." The chaplain ignored the sarcasm, offering Sharpe a folded newspaper instead.
"It's about that, Captain Sharpe,"
Sarsfield said respectfully. Sharpe took the paper, which to his surprise came from Philadelphia. The front page was a dense mass of black type, lists of ships arriving or departing from the city wharfs, news from Europe, reports of Congress, and tales of Indian atrocities suffered by settlers in the Western Territories.
"It's at the bottom of the page,"
Donoghue offered. "The melancholy effects of intemperance," Sharpe read a headline aloud.
"No, Sharpe, just before that,"
Donoghue said, and Sharpe sighed as he read the words, "New massacres in Ireland." What followed was a more lurid version of the tale Runciman had already told Sharpe. A catalogue of rape and slaughter, of innocent children cut down by English dragoons, and of praying women dragged out of houses by drink-crazed grenadiers. The newspaper claimed that the ghosts of Cromwell's troopers had come back to life to turn Ireland into a blood-drenched misery again. Ireland, the English government had announced, would be pacified once and for all, and the newspaper commented that the English were choosing to make that pacification when so many Irishmen were fighting against France and the King's army in Portugal. Sharpe read the piece through twice. "What did Lord Keeley say?" he asked Father Sarsfield, not because he cared one fig what Keeley thought, but the question bought him a few seconds while he thought how to respond. He also wanted to encourage Sarsfield to do the delegation's talking, for the Real Compañía Irlandese's chaplain had struck Sharpe as a friendly, sensible, and cool-headed man, and if he could get the priest on his side, then he reckoned the rest of the company would follow.
"His lordship hasn't seen the newspaper," Sarsfield said. "He's gone hunting with a Doña Juanita."
Sharpe handed the paper back to the priest. "Well, I've seen the newspaper," he said, "and I can tell you it's bloody rubbish." One of the guardsmen stirred indignantly, then stiffened when Sharpe gave him a threatening look. "It's a fairy tale for idiots," Sharpe said provocatively. "Pure bloody make-believe."
"How do you know?"
Donoghue asked resentfully. "Because if there was trouble in Ireland, Captain, would have heard about it before the Americans. And since when did the Americans have a good word to say about the British?" "But we have heard about it," Captain Lacey intervened. Lacey was a stocky young man with a pugnacious demeanour and scarred knuckles. "There've been rumours," Lacey insisted.
"There have too,"
Harper added loyally. Sharpe looked at his friend. "Oh, Christ," he said as he realised just how hurt Harper was, though he also realised that Harper must have come to him hoping that the stories were not true. If Harper had wanted a fight, he would not have chosen Sharpe, but some other representative of the enemy race. "Oh, Christ," Sharpe swore again. He was plagued with more than enough problems already. The Real Compañía Irlandesa had been promised pay and given none. Every time it rained, the old barracks ran with damp. The food in the fort was dreadful, and the only well provided nothing but a trickle of bitter water. Now, on top of those problems, and the added threat of Lou's vengeance, there was this sudden menace of an Irish mutiny. "Give me back the newspaper, Father," Sharpe said to the chaplain, then stabbed a dirty fingernail at the date printed at the top of the sheet. "When was this published?" He showed the date to Sarsfield.
"A month ago,"
the priest said.
"So?"
Lacey asked belligerently. "So how many bloody drafts have arrived from Ireland in the last month?" Sharpe asked, his voice as scornful as it was forceful. 10? 15? And not one of those men thought to tell us about his sister being raped or his mother being buggered witless by some dragoon. Yet suddenly some bloody American newspaper knows all about it. Sharpe had addressed his words to Harper more than to the others, for Harper alone could be expected to know how frequently replacement drafts arrive from Ireland. "Come on, Pat, it doesn't make bloody sense, and if you don't believe me, then I'll give you a pass and you can go down to the main camps and find some newly arrived Irishmen and ask them for news of home." Maybe you'll believe them if you don't believe me. Harper looked at the date on the paper, thought about Sharpe's words, and nodded reluctantly. It doesn't make sense, sir, you're right, but not everything in this world needs to make sense. Of course it bloody does, Sharpe snapped. That's how you and I live. We're practical men, Pat, not bloody dreamers. We believe in the Baker rifle, the Tower musket, and the 23 inches of bayonet. You can leave superstitions to women and children. And these things, he slapped the newspaper, are worse than superstitions. They're downright lies. He looked at Donahue. Your job, Captain, is to go to your men and tell them that they're lies. If you don't believe me, then you ride down to the camps, go to the Connaught Rangers and ask their new recruits, go to the Inniskillings, go wherever you like, but be back here by dusk. In the meantime, Captain, tell your men they've got a full day of musket training, loading and firing till their shoulders are raw meat. Is that clear? The men from the Real Compañía Irlandesa nodded reluctantly. Sharpe had won the argument, at least until the evening, when Donahue returned from his reconnaissance. Father Sarsfield took the paper from Sharpe. Are you saying this is the forgery? The priest asked. How would I know, Father? I'm just saying it isn't true. Where did you get it? Sarsfield shrugged. Oh, they're scattered throughout the army, Sharpe. And when did you and I ever see a newspaper from America, Pat? Sharpe asked Harper. And funny, isn't it? That the first one we ever see is all about Britain being bloody to Ireland. It smacks of mischief to me. Father Sarsfield folded the paper. I think you're probably right, Sharpe, and praise be to God for it, but you won't mind, will you, if I ride with Captain Donahue today? It isn't up to me what you do, Father, Sharpe said. But for the rest of you, let's get to work. Sharpe waited while the delegation left. He motioned Harper to stay behind, but Father Sarsfield also lingered for Sharpe's attention. I'm sorry, Sharpe, the priest said. Why? Sarsfield flinched at Sharpe's harsh tone. I imagine you don't need Irish problems intruding on your life. I don't need any damn problems, Father. I've got a job to do. And the job is to turn your boys into soldiers. Good soldiers. Sarsfield smiled. I think you're a rare thing, Captain Sharpe. An honest man. Of course I'm not, Sharpe said, almost blushing as he remembered the horrors done to the 3 men caught by El Castrador at Sharpe's request. I'm not a bloody saint, Father, but I do like to get things done. If I spent my damn life dreaming dreams, I'd still be in the ranks. You can only afford dreams if you're rich and privileged. He added the last words viciously. You speak of Keighley, Sarsfield said, and started walking slowly back along the ramparts beside Sharpe. The skirts of the priest's soutane were wet with the dew from the ragweed and grass that grew inside the fort. Lord Keighley is a very weak man, Captain, Sarsfield went on. He had a very strong mother. The priest grimaced the memory. And you wouldn't know, Captain, what a trial to the church strong women can be. But I think they can be even more of a trial to their sons. Lady Keighley wanted her son to be a great Catholic warrior, an Irish warrior, a Catholic warlord who would succeed where the Protestant lawyer Wolfe Tone failed. But instead she drove him into drink, pettiness and whoring. I buried her last year. He made a quick sign of the cross. And I fear her son did not mourn her as a son should mourn his mother, nor, alas, will he ever be the Christian she wanted him to be. He told me last night he intends to marry the Lady Juanita, and his mother, I think, will be weeping in purgatory at the thought of such a match. The priest sighed. Still, I didn't want to talk to you about Keighley. Instead, Captain, I beg you to be a little patient with us. I thought I was being patient with you, Sharpe said defensively. Oh, with us Irish, Father Sarsfield explained. You're a man with a country, Captain. You don't know what it's like to be in exile. You cannot know what it's like to be listening to the harps beside the waters of Babylon. Sarsfield smiled at the phrase, then shrugged. It's like a wound, Captain Sharpe, that never heals. And I pray to God that you never have to feel that wound for yourself. Sharpe felt a stab of embarrassed pity as he looked into the priest's kindly face. Were you never in Ireland, Father? Oh, once, my son. Years ago. Long years ago. If I live 1,000 years, that one brief stay will always seem like yesterday. He smiled ruefully, then he hitched up his damp soutane. I must join Donahue for our expedition. Think about my words, Captain. The priest hurried away, his white hair lifting in the breeze. Harper joined Sharpe.
A nice man, that,
Harper said, nodding at the priest's receding back.
He was telling me how he was in Donegal once, up in Loch Swilly. I had an aunt who lived that way, God rest her poor soul. He was in Rathmullen.
I never was in Donegal, Sharpe said, and I'll probably never get there, and frankly, Sergeant, right at this moment I don't care. I've got enough bloody troubles without the bloody Irish going moody on me. We need blankets, food and money, which means I'm going to have to get Runciman to write another of his magic orders, but it won't be easy because the fat bugger's scared shitless of being court-martialed. Lord bloody Keely's no bloody help. All he does is suck brandy, dream about bloody glory, and trail around behind that blackhead whore like a mooncalf. Sharpe, despite Sarsfield's advice about patience, was losing his temper. The priest is telling me to feel sorry for you all. Hogan wants me to kick these lads in the teeth, and there's a fat Spaniard with a castrating knife who thinks I'm going to hold Lou down while he cuts off his bloody balls. Everyone expects me to solve all their bloody problems, so for God's sake, give me some bloody help.
They always do,
Harper said resentfully. Yes, you do, Pat, and I'm sorry.
And if the stories were true,
Harper began. They're not! Sharpe shouted.
All right, God save Ireland.
Harper blew out a long breath. Then there was an awkward silence between the two men. Sharpe just glowered to the north, while Harper clambered down into a nearby gun embrasure and kicked at a loosened stone.
God knows why they built a fort up here, he said at last.
Well, there used to be a main road down there. Sharpe nodded to the pass which lay to the north. It was a way to avoid Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida, but half the road got washed away. What's left of it can't take modern guns, so it's no use these days. But the road eastwards is still all there, Pat, and Lou's bloody brigade can use it. Down there, he pointed to the route as he spoke, up this slope, over these walls, and straight down on us, and there's bugger all here to stop them.
Why should Lou do that?
Harper asked. Because he's a mad, brave, ruthless bugger, that's why. And because he hates me, and because kicking the lights out of us would be a cheap victory for the bastard. Sharpe had become preoccupied by the threat of a night raid by Loop's brigade. He'd first thought of the raid merely as a means of frightening Colonel Runciman into signing his fraudulent wagon orders. But the more Sharpe had thought about it, the more likely such a raid seemed. And the San Isidro fort was hopelessly ill-prepared for such an attack. 1,000 men might have been able to hold its degraded ramparts, but the Real Compañía Irlandesa was far too small a unit to offer any real resistance. They'd be trapped within the vast, crumbling walls like rats in a terrier's fighting ring. Which is just what Hogan and Wellington want, Sharpe said aloud.
What's that, sir?
They don't bloody trust your Irishmen, see? They want them out the way, and I'm supposed to help get rid of the buggers. But the trouble is, I like them. Damn it, Pat. If Luke comes, we'll all be dead.
You think he's coming?
I bloody well know he's coming, Sharpe said fervently. And suddenly the vague suspicions hardened into an utter certainty. He might have just made a vigorous proclamation of his practicality, but in truth he relied on instinct most of the time. Sometimes, Sharpe knew, the wise soldier listened to his superstitions and fears because they were a better guide than mere practicality. Good, flat, hard sense dictated that Lou would not waste valuable effort by raiding the San Isidro fort. But Sharpe rejected that good sense, because his every instinct told him there was trouble coming. I don't know when or how he'll come, he told Harper. I'm not trusting a palace guard to serve picket. I want our boys up here. He meant he wanted riflemen guarding the fort's northern extremity. And I want a night picket too, so make sure a couple of the lads get some sleep today. Harper gazed down the long northern slope. You think they'll come this way? It's the easiest. West and east are too steep, the southern end is too strong, but a cripple could waltz across this wall. Jesus! This last imprecation was torn from Sharpe as he realized just how vulnerable the fort was. He stared eastwards. I'll bet that bastard is watching us right now. From the far peaks, a Frenchman armed with a good telescope could probably count the buttons on Sharpe's jacket. You really think he'll come? Harper asked. I think we're damn lucky he hasn't come already. I think we're damn lucky to be alive. Sharpe jumped off the ramparts onto the grass inside the fort. There was nothing but grass and weed-strewn wasteland for 100 yards. Then the red stone barracks buildings began. There were 8 long buildings, and the Real Compañía Irlandesa bivouacked in the 2 that had been kept in best repair. while Sharpe's riflemen camped in one of the magazines close to the gate tower. That tower, Sharpe decided, was the key to the defence. Whoever held the tower would dominate the fight. "All we need is 3 or 4 minutes' warning," Sharpe said, "and we can make the bugger wish he'd stayed in bed."
You can beat him?" Harper asked.
"He thinks he can surprise us. He thinks he can break into the barracks and slaughter us in our beds, Pat. But if we just have some warning, we can turn that gate tower into a fortress. And without artillery, Luke can't do a damn thing about it." Sharpe was suddenly enthusiastic. "Don't you always say that a good fight is a tonic to an Irishman?" he asked.
"Only when I'm drunk,"
Harper said. "Well, let's pray for a fight anyway," Sharpe said eagerly. "And a victory. My God, that'll put some confidence into these guards." But then, at dusk, just as the last red-gold rays were shrinking behind the western hills, everything changed. The Portuguese battalion arrived unannounced. They were caçadores, skirmishers like the Green Jackets, only these troops were outfitted in blood-brown jackets and grey British trousers. They carried Baker rifles and looked as if they knew how to use them. They marched into the fort with the easy, lazy step of veteran troops, while behind them came a convoy of 3 ox-drawn wagons loaded with rations, firewood, and spare ammunition. The battalion was a little over half strength, mustering just 400 rank and file, but the men still made a brave show as they paraded on the fort's old plaza. Their colonel was a thin-faced man called Oliveira. "For a few days every year," he explained offhandedly to Lord Keighley, "we occupy the San Isidro, just as a way of reminding ourselves that the fort exists, and to discourage anyone else from setting up house here. No, don't move your men out to the barracks. My men don't need roofs, and we won't be in your way, Colonel. I'll exercise my rogues across the frontier for the next few days." Behind the last supply wagons, the fort's great gates creaked shut. They crashed together. Then one of Keighley's men lifted the locking bar into position. Colonel Runciman hurried out of the gatehouse to offer his greeting to Colonel Oliveira and to invite the Portuguese officer to supper, but Oliveira declined. "I share my men's supper, Colonel, no offence." Oliveira spoke good English, and nearly half his officers were British, the result of a policy to integrate the Portuguese army into Wellington's forces. To Sharpe's delight, one of the Caçador officers was Thomas Garrard, a man who had served with Sharpe in the ranks of the 33rd, and who had taken advantage of the promotion prospects offered to British sergeants willing to join the Portuguese army. The two men had last met at Almeida, when the great fortress had exploded in a horror that had led to the garrison's surrender. Garrard had been among the men forced to lay down his arms. "Bloody Crapo bastards," he said feelingly. "Kept us in Burgos with hardly enough food to feed a rat. What food there was all rotted. Christ, Dick, you and I have eaten some bad meals in our time, but this was really bad. And all because that damn cathedral exploded. Oh, I'd like to meet the French gunner who did that and wring his bloody neck." In truth, it had been Sharpe who'd caused the magazine in the cathedral's crypt to explode, but it did not seem a politic admission to make. "It was a bad business," Sharpe agreed mildly. "You got out next morning, didn't you?" Garrard asked. "Cox wouldn't let us go. We wanted to fight our way out, but he said we had to do the decent thing and surrender." He shook his head in disgust. "Not that it matters now," he went on. "The Crapos exchanged me, and Oliveira asked me to join his regiment, and now I'm a captain like you." "Well done." "Oh, they're good lads," Garrard said fondly of his company, which was bivouacking in the open space inside the northern ramparts, where the Portuguese campfires burned bright in the dusk. Oliveira's pickets were on every rampart save the gate tower. Such efficient sentries meant that Sharpe no longer needed to deploy his own riflemen on picket duty, but he was still apprehensive and told Garrard his fears as the two men strolled round the darkening ramparts. "Yes, I've heard of Lou," Garrard said. "He's a right bastard, nasty as hell. You think he's coming here?" "Just an instinct, Tom." "Hell, ignore those, you might as well dig your own grave, eh? Let's go and see the colonel." But Oliveira was not so easily convinced of Sharpe's fears, nor did Juanita de Elia help Sharpe's cause. Juanita and Lord Keighley had returned from a day's hunting, and, with Father Sarsfield, Colonel Runciman and a half-dozen of the Real Compañía Irlandesa's officers, were guests at the Portuguese supper. Juanita scorned Sharpe's warning.
"You think a French brigadier would bother himself with an English captain?" she asked mockingly.
Sharpe suppressed a stab of evil temper. He'd been speaking to Oliveira, not to Keely's whore, but this wasn't the time or the place to pick a quarrel. Besides, he recognized that in some obscure way his and Juanita's dislike of each other was bred into the bone and probably unavoidable. She would talk to any other officer in the fort, even to Runciman, but at Sharpe's very appearance she would turn and walk away rather than offer a polite greeting. "I think he'll bother with me, Mum, yes," Sharpe said mildly.
"Why?"
Oliveira demanded.
"Go on, man, answer,"
Keely said when Sharpe hesitated.
"Well, Captain,"
Juanita mocked Sharpe.
"lost your tongue?"
"I think he'll bother with me, Mum," Sharpe said, stung into an answer, "because I killed 2 of his men."
"Oh, my God!"
Juanita pretended to be shocked.
"Anyone would think there was a war happening."
Keely and some of the Portuguese officers smiled, but Colonel Oliveira just stared at Sharpe as though weighing the warning carefully. Finally, he shrugged.
"Why would they worry that you killed 2 of his men?"
he asked. Sharpe hesitated to confess to what he knew was a crime against military justice, but he could hardly withdraw now. The safety of the fort and all the men inside depended on him convincing Oliveira of the genuine danger. And so, very reluctantly, he described the raped and massacred village, and how he captured 2 of Loop's men and stood them up against a wall.
"You had orders to shoot them?"
Oliveira asked presciently. "No, sir," Sharpe said, aware of the eyes staring at him. He knew it might prove a horrid mistake to have admitted the executions, but he desperately needed to persuade Oliveira of the danger, and so he described how Loop had ridden to the small upland village to plead for his men's lives, and how, despite that appeal, Sharpe had ordered them shot. Colonel Runciman, hearing the tale for the first time, shook his head in disbelief.
"You shot the men in front of Loop?"
Oliveira asked, surprised. "Yes, sir."
"So, this rivalry between you and Lou is a personal vendetta, Captain Sharpe?"
the Portuguese colonel asked. "In a way, sir."
"Well, either yes or no."
Oliveira snapped. He was a forceful, quick-tempered man who reminded Sharpe of General Crawford, the Light Division's commander. Oliveira had the same impatience with evasive answers. "I believe Brigadier Loop will attack very soon, sir," Sharpe insisted.
"Proof?"
"Our vulnerability," Sharpe said. "And because he's put a price on my head, sir." He knew it sounded feeble, and he blushed when Juanita laughed aloud. She was wearing her Real Compañía Irlandesa uniform, though she'd unbuttoned the coat and shirt so that the flame-light glowed on her long neck. Every officer around the fire seemed fascinated by her, and no wonder, for she was a flamboyantly exotic creature in this place of guns and powder and stone. She sat close to Keely, an arm resting on his knee, and Sharpe wondered if perhaps they'd announced their betrothal. Something seemed to have put the supper guests into a holiday mood.
"How much is the price, Captain?"
she asked mockingly. Sharpe bit back a retort that the reward would prove more than enough to hire her services for a night. "I don't know," he lied instead.
"Can't be very much," Keely said. "Overage captain like you, Sharpe. Couple of dollars, maybe? Bag of salt?"
Oliveira glanced at Keely, and the glance expressed disapproval of his lordship's drunken jibes. The colonel sucked on a cigar, then blew smoke across the fire.
"I have doubled the centuries, Captain," he said to Sharpe. "And if this Loop does come to claim your head, then we'll give him a fight."
"When he comes, sir," Sharpe insisted, "can I suggest, with respect, sir, that you get your men into the gatehouse?"
"You don't give up, do you, Sharpe?"
Keely interrupted. Before the Portuguese battalion's arrival, Sharpe had asked Keely to move the whole Real Compañía Irlandesa into the gatehouse, a request that Keely had peremptorily turned down.
"No one's going to attack us here,"
Keely now said, reiterating his earlier argument.
"And anyway, if they do, we should fight the bastards from the ramparts, not the gatehouse."
"We can't fight from the ramparts," Sharpe began.
"Don't tell me where we can fight, God damn you!"
Keely shouted, startling Juanita.
"You're a jumped-up corporal, Sharpe, not a bloody general. If the French come, damn it, I'll fight them how I like, and I'll beat them how I like, and I won't need your help."
The outburst embarrassed the assembled officers. Father Sarsfield frowned, as though he was looking for some emollient words, but it was Oliveira who finally broke the awkward silence. "If they come, Captain Sharpe," he said gravely, "I shall seek the refuge you advise. And thank you for your advice." Oliveira nodded his dismissal. "Good night, sir," Sharpe said, then walked away. 10 guineas to the price on your head says Loop won't come, Sharpe," Healy called after the rifleman. "What is it? Lost your damn nerve? Don't want to take a wager like a gentleman?" Healy and Juanita laughed. Sharpe tried to ignore them. Tom Garrard had followed Sharpe. "I'm sorry, Dick," Garrard said, and then after a pause, "Did you really shoot 2 crapo?" "Aye." "Good for you. But I wouldn't tell too many people about it." "Oh, I know," Sharpe said, then shook his head. "Bloody Keeley." "His woman's a rare one, though," Garrard said. "Reminds me of that girl you took up with at Gawilgore. You remember her?" "Oh, this one's a bitch, that's the difference," Sharpe said. God, he thought, but his temper was being abraded to a raw bloody edge. "Oh, I'm sorry, Tom," he said. "It's like fighting with wet powder, trying to shake sense into this bloody place." "Join the Portuguese, Dick," Garrard said. "Good as gold they are, and no bloody overborn buggers like Keeley making life hard." He offered Sharpe a cigar. The 2 men bent their heads over Garrard's tinderbox, and when the charred linen caught the spark to flare bright, Sharpe saw a picture chased into the inner side of the lid. "Hold it there, Tom," he said, stopping his friend from closing the lid. He stared at the picture for a few seconds. "I've forgotten those boxes," Sharpe said. The tinderboxes were made of a cheap metal that had to be protected from rust by gun oil, but Garrard had somehow kept this box safe for 12 years. There'd once been scores like it, all made by a tinsmith in captured Seringapatam, and all with explicit pictures etched crudely into the lids. Garrard's box showed a British soldier on top of a long-legged girl, whose back was arched in apparent ecstasy. "Well, bugger might have taken his hat off first," Sharpe said. Garrard laughed and snapped the box shut to preserve the linen. "Still got yours?" Sharpe shook his head. "It was stolen off me years ago, Tom. I reckon it was that bastard Hakeswill that had it. Remember him? He was a thieving sod." "Jesus God," Garrard said. "I'd half forgotten the bastard." He drew on the cigar, then shook his head in wonder. "Who'd ever believe it, Dick? You and me, captains. I can remember when you were broken down from corporal for farting on church parade." "They were good days, Tom," Sharpe said. "Only because they're a long way back. Nothing like distant memory for putting green leaves on a bare life, Dick." Sharpe held the smoke in his mouth, then breathed out. "Now, let's hope it's a long life, Tom. Let's hope Loop isn't halfway here already. It'll be a damn pity for you all to come up here for an exercise only to be slaughtered by Lou's brigade." "We're not really here for an exercise," Garrard said. There was a long, awkward silence. "Can you keep a secret?" Garrard asked eventually. The 2 men had reached a dark, open space, out of earshot of any of the bivouacked cazadores. "We didn't come here by accident, Richard," Garrard admitted. "We were sent." Sharpe heard footfalls on the nearest rampart, where a Portuguese officer made his rounds. A challenge rang out and was answered. It was comforting to hear such military efficiency. "By Wellington?" Sharpe asked. Garrard shrugged. "I suppose so. His lordship doesn't talk to me, but not much happens in this army without nosies say so." "So, why did he send you?" "Because he doesn't trust your Spanish Irishmen, that's why. There have been some odd stories going around the army these last few days. Stories of English troops burning Irish priests and raping Irish women, and—" "I've heard the tales," Sharpe interrupted, "and they're not true. Hell, I even sent a captain down to the camps today, and he found out for himself." Captain Donoghue, turning from the army's cantonments with Father Sarsfield, had possessed enough grace to apologize to Sharpe. Wherever Donoghue and Sarsfield had visited, and whoever they'd asked, even men fresh out of Ireland, they could find no confirmation of the stories printed in the American newspapers. "No one can believe the stories," Sharpe now protested to Garrard. "But true or not," Garrard said, "the stories worry someone high up, and they think the stories are coming from your men. So we've been sent to keep an eye on you." Guard us, you mean? Sharpe asked bitterly. Keep an eye on you, Garrard said again. Well, no one's really sure what we're supposed to do except stay here until their lordships make up their mind what to do. Oliveira thinks your lads will probably be sent to Cadiz. Well, not you, Dick. Garrard hastened to add reassuringly, You're not one of the Irish, are you? We'll just make sure these Irish lads can't make mischief, and then your lads can go back to some proper soldiering. I like these Irish lads, Sharpe said flatly. And they're not making mischief, I can warrant that. I'm not the one you have to convince, Dick. It was Hogan or Wellington, Sharpe supposed. And how clever of Hogan or Wellington to send a Portuguese battalion to do the dirty work, so that General Valverde could not say that a British regiment had persecuted the Royal Irish Company of the King of Spain's household guard. Sharpe blew out cigar smoke. So those sentries on the wall, Tom, he said, they're not looking outwards for lube, are they? But looking in at us. They're looking both ways, Dick. I'll make sure they're looking outwards, because if Luke comes, Tom, there'll be hell to pay. They'll do their duty, Garrard said doggedly. And they did. The diligent Portuguese pickets watched from the walls as the night chill spread down into the eastern valley, where a ghostly mist worked its way upstream. They watched the long slopes, always alert to the smallest motion in the vaporous dark, while in the fort some children of the Real Compañía Irlandesa cried in their sleep. A horse whinnied, and a dog barked briefly. 2 hours after midnight the sentries changed, and the new men settled into their posts and gazed down the hillsides. At 3 in the morning, the owl flew back to its roost in the ruined chapel, its great white wings beating above the smouldering remnants of the Portuguese fires. Sharpe had been walking the sentry's beat, and staring into the long-shadowed night for the first sign of danger. Healy and his whore were in bed, as was Runciman, but Sharpe stayed awake. He'd taken what precautions he could, moving vast quantities of the Real Compañía Irlandesa's spare ammunition into Colonel Runciman's day parlour, and issuing the rest to the men. He'd talked a long while with Donoghue, rehearsing what they should do if an attack did come, and then, when he believed he'd done all he could, he'd walked with Tom Garrard. Now, following the owl, Sharpe went to his bed. It was less than 3 hours till dawn, and Loup, he decided, would not come now. He lay down and fell fast asleep, and 10 minutes later woke to gunfire, as the wolf at last attacked. The first Sharpe knew of the attack was when Miranda, the girl rescued from the high border settlement, screamed like a banshee, and for a second Sharpe thought he was dreaming. Then he became aware of the gunshot that had preceded the scream by a split second, and he opened his eyes to see that Rifleman Thompson was dying, shot in the head and bleeding like a stuck pig. Thompson had been hurled clear down the flight of 10 steps that led from the magazine's crooked entrance, and now lay twitching as a flood of gore spurted from his matted hair. He'd been carrying his rifle when he was shot, and now the weapon skidded over the floor to stop beside Sharpe. Shadows loomed at the stairhead. The magazine's main entrance led into a short tunnel, which would have been equipped with 2 doors when the fort had been properly garrisoned, and its magazine filled with shot and powder. Where the second door should have hung, the tunnel turned in an abrupt right angle, then reversed back to the stairhead. The pair of turns had been designed to baffle any enemy shell that might have breached the magazine's entrance, and in the bleak darkness the double angle had succeeded in slowing down Thompson's killers, who now erupted into the tiny rushlight that burned in the great underground chamber. Grey uniforms. This was not a dream, but a nightmare, for the grey killers had come. Sharpe seized Thompson's rifle, pointed the muzzle and pulled the trigger. An explosion crashed through the cellar as a cluster of flames speared through a smoke cloud towards the French at the top of the stair. Patrick Harper had fired his 7-barrel gun, and the volley of pistol balls slammed into the attackers to throw them back into the angle of the corridor's last turn, where they went down in a welter of blood and pain. 2 more riflemen fired. The magazine echoed with the shots, and the air was stinking and thick with the choking smoke. A man was screaming. So was a girl. "Back way! Back way!" Sharpe shouted. "Shut that bloody girl up, Perkins!" He seized his own rifle and fired it up the stairs. He could see nothing now except for the small shining spots where the tiny rushlights glimmered in the smoke. The French seemed to have vanished, though in truth they were merely trying to negotiate the barricade of screaming, bleeding, twitching men who had been hurled back by Harper's volley and the fusillade of rifle bullets. There was a second stair at the magazine's end, a stair that twisted up to the ramparts and was designed to let ammunition be delivered direct to the fast step rather than be carried through the fort's courtyard.
"Sergeant Latimer!" Sharpe shouted. "Count them up! Thompson's out of it! Go, go!"
If the French already held the ramparts, Sharpe reflected, then he and his riflemen were already trapped and doomed to die like rats in a hole. But he dared not abandon hope.
"Go!"
he shouted at his men.
"Out! Out!"
He'd been sleeping with his boots on, so all he needed to do was snatch up his belt, pouches, and sword. He slung the belt over his shoulder and began reloading the rifle. His eyes were smarting from the smoke. A French musket coughed more smoke at the top of the stairs, and the bullet ricocheted harmlessly off the back wall.
"Just you and Harpe, sir,"
Latimer called from the back stair.
"Go, Pat!"
Sharpe said. Boots clattered on the stairs. Sharpe abandoned his attempt to load the rifle, reversed the weapon instead, and hammered its butt at the shadow that appeared in the smoke. The man went down silently and hard, felled instantly by the brass-weighted blow. Harper, his rifle reloaded, fired blindly up the stairs, then grabbed Sharpe's elbow.
"For the love of God, sir, come on!"
Grey attackers were pouring down the stairs into the smoky darkness. A pistol fired, a man shouted in urgent French, and another tripped over Thompson's corpse. The damp cave-like space stank of urine, rotted eggs, and sweat. Harper pulled Sharpe through the cloying smoke to the foot of the back stairs where Latimer crouched.
"Go on, sir!"
Latimer had a loaded rifle that would serve as the parting shot. Sharpe pounded up the stairs towards the cool and blessedly clean night air. Latimer fired into the chaos, then followed Harper up the crooked stair. Cressiger and Hagman were waiting at the stairhead with pointed rifles.
"Don't shoot!"
Sharpe called as he neared the stairhead, then pushed past the two riflemen and ran to the inner edge of the fast step to try and understand the night's full horror. Harper ran to the door that led into the gate tower, only to find it was barred from the inside. He hammered on the wood with the butt of his volley gun.
"Open up!"
he shouted.
"Open up!"
Hagman fired down the winding stair, and a scream echoed up the steps.
"Behind us, sir!"
Perkins called. He was sheltering a terrified Miranda in one of the machicolations.
"And there's more on the road, sir!"
Sharpe swore. The gatehouse that he'd thought would be the night's salvation was already captured. He could see that the gate was wide open and being guarded by grey-uniformed soldiers. Sharpe guessed 2 companies of loose voltigeurs, distinguished by the red epaulettes they wore, had led the attack, and both were now inside the fort. One company had gone straight to the magazine, where Sharpe and his men were bivouacking, while most of the second company had spread into a skirmish line that was now advancing fast among the barracks blocks. Another squad of the grey-clad infantry was running up a ramp which led to the wall's wide fast step. Harper kept trying to break the door down, but no one inside the gatehouse responded. Sharpe shouldered his half-loaded rifle and drew his sword.
"Leave it, Pat!"
he shouted.
"Rifles! Light on me!"
The real danger now was the section of men coming up to the wall. If those men got a lodging in the gun platforms, then Sharpe's riflemen would be trapped, while the rest of Lou's men swarmed into the San Isidro. That main enemy force was now hurrying up the approach road, and from the one quick southward glance that he could spare, Sharpe could see that Lou had sent his whole brigade into this attack, which had been spearheaded by 2 companies of light infantry. God damn it, Sharpe thought, but he'd got everything wrong. The French had not attacked from the north, but from the south, and in so doing they'd already captured the fort's strongest point, the place Sharpe had planned to turn into an impregnable stronghold. He guessed that the 2 elite companies had crept up the approach road and rushed the causeway before any sentry called the alarm. And doubtless, too, the gates had been unbarred from inside by the same person who betrayed where Sharpe, Lou's sworn enemy, was to be found, and where Lou, seeking his revenge, had sent one of the 2 attacking companies. Now, though, was not the time to analyse Lou's tactics, but to clear the ramparts of the Frenchmen who threatened to isolate Sharpe's riflemen.
"Fix swords!"
he ordered, and waited while his men slotted the long sword-handled bayonets onto their rifles' muzzles.
"Be calm, lads," he said.
He knew his men were frightened and excited after being woken to nightmare by a clever enemy, but this was no time for panic. It was a time for very cool heads and murderous fighting.
"Let's get the bastards, come on!"
Sharpe called, and he led his men in a ragged line down the moonlit battlements. The first Frenchmen to reach the fire step dropped to their knees and took aim. But they were outnumbered, in the dark and nervous, and so they fired early, and their bullets flew wide or high. Then, fearing to be overwhelmed by the dark mass of riflemen, the voltigeurs turned and ran down the ramp to join the skirmish line that was advancing between the barracks blocks towards Oliveira's Caçadores. The Portuguese, Sharpe decided, must fend for themselves. His duty lay with the Real Compañía Irlandesa, whose twin barracks had already been surrounded by the French skirmishers. The voltigeurs were firing at the barracks from the shelter of the other buildings, but they dared not attack, for the Irish guardsmen had opened a brisk return fire. Sharpe assumed the Real Compañía Irlandesa's officers were already either dead or prisoners. It was possible that a few might have escaped out of the gatehouse's rampart doors as the French streamed into the lower rooms. "Listen, lads!" Sharpe raised his voice so that all his riflemen could hear. "We can't stay here. The buggers will be up at the magazine soon, so we're going over to join the Irish boys. We'll barricade ourselves inside and keep firing." He would have liked to split his green jackets into two groups, one for each of the besieged barracks, but he doubted any man could reach the further barracks alive. The nearer of the two was less infested by voltigeurs, but it was also the barracks where the wives and children were quartered, and thus the more in need of extra firepower. "You ready?" Sharpe called. "Let's go!" They ran down the ramp just as Oliveira's skirmishers attacked from the right. The appearance of the Caçadores distracted the voltigeurs and gave Sharpe's riflemen the chance to cross to the barracks without fighting through a whole voltigeur company. But it was a narrow chance. For even as Harper began shouting in Gaelic to order the Real Compañía Irlandesa to open their door, a huge cheer from the gatehouse on Sharpe's left announced the arrival of Lou's main force. Sharpe was among the barracks now, where the voltigeurs were retreating from the attack of the Portuguese skirmishers. The Frenchmen's retreat drove them at right angles across Sharpe's path. Lou's men realized their danger too late. A sergeant screamed a warning, then was clubbed to the ground by Harper's volley gun. The Frenchman tried to stand, then the butt of the heavy gun slammed sickeningly into his skull. Another Frenchman tried to turn and run in the opposite direction, then realized in his panic that he was running towards the Portuguese, and so turned back again, only to find Rifleman Harris's saw bayonet at his throat.
"Non, monsieur!"
the Frenchman cried as he dropped his musket and raised his hands. "Don't speak, bloody crapo, do I?" Harris lied and pulled his trigger. Sharpe swerved past the falling body, parried a clumsy bayonet thrust, and hammered his attacker down with his heavy sword. The man tried to stab his bayonet up at Sharpe, who gave him two furious slashes with the big sword and left him screaming and bleeding and curled into a ball. He backcut another French skirmisher, then ran on to the moon-cast shadow of the next empty barracks block, where a huddle of riflemen were protecting Miranda. Harper still shouted in Gaelic, one of the precautions Sharpe had agreed with Donoghue in case the French used an English speaker to confuse the defenders. The sergeant's shouting had at last gained the attention of the guardsmen in the nearest barracks, and the end door opened a crack. A rifle flared and crashed close beside Sharpe. A bullet hissed through the dark overhead, while behind him a man screamed. Hagman was already at the barracks door, where he crouched and counted the riflemen inside. "Come on, Perks!" he called. And Perkins and Miranda scuttled over the open space, followed by a rush of riflemen. "They're all safe, sir, all safe," the Cheshireman called to Sharpe. "Just you and Harps." "Go, Pat!" Sharpe said. And just as the Irishman began to run, a voltigeur came round the corner of the building, saw the big rifle sergeant running away, and dropped to one knee as he levelled his musket. He saw Sharpe a second later, but it was already too late. Sharpe came out of the dark shadow with a sword already swinging. The blade caught the voltigeur just above the eyes, and such was the anger and strength in the blow that the top of the man's skull came away like a decapitated boiled egg. "God save England," Hagman said, watching the blow from the barracks door. "Come in, Harps! Come in, sir! Hurry!" The panic started among the voltigeurs by the counterattacking Portuguese had helped the riflemen escape Lou's first assault, but that panic was subsiding as Lou's main force arrived through the captured gatehouse. That force would soon have Sharpe's men trapped in the barracks. "Mattresses! Packs!" Sharpe shouted. "Pile them behind the doors, Pat! Look to the windows! Move, woman!" He snarled at a screaming wife who was trying to leave the barracks altogether. He unceremoniously pushed her back. Bullets cracked on the stone walls and splintered the door. There were 2 small windows on either side of the long room, and Harper was stuffing them with blankets. Rifleman Cressica pushed his rifle through one of the half-block windows and fired towards the gatehouse. Sharpe and Donahue had discussed earlier what might happen if the French attacked, and they gloomily agreed that the Real Compañía Irlandesa might be trapped inside their barracks, and so Donahue had ordered his men to make loopholes in the walls. The work had been done half-heartedly, but at least the loopholes existed and gave the defenders a chance to fire back. Even so, in the rush-lit gloom of the tunnel-like barracks, this was a nightmarish place to be trapped. The women and children were crying, the guardsmen were nervous, and the barricades behind the 2 end doors flimsy. "You all know what to do," Sharpe called to the guardsmen. "The French can't get in here, and they can't blow the walls down, and they can't shoot through stone. You keep up a good fire, and you'll drive the bastards away." He wasn't sure that anything he'd said was true, but he had to do his best to restore the men's spirits. There were 10 loopholes in the barracks, 5 on each long side, and each loophole was manned by at least 8 men. Few of the men were as efficient as Sharpe would have liked at loading a musket, but with so many men using each loophole, their fire would still be virtually continuous. He hoped the men in the second barracks were making similar preparations, for he expected the French to assault both barracks at any moment. "Someone open that damn gate for them," Sharpe told Harper. Harper had no time to answer, for instead a great howling noise announced the advance of Lou's main body of troops. Sharpe peered through a chink in one of the blocked windows and saw the flood of grey uniforms surge past the barracks. Behind them, pale in the moonlight, Lou's horsemen rode under their wolf-tail banner. "It's my own fault," Sharpe said ruefully. "Yours? Way?" Harper was ramming the last barrel of his volley gun. "Well, what does a good soldier do, Pat? He goes for surprise. It was so obvious that Lou had to attack from the north that I forgot about the south. Damn it!" He pushed his rifle through the gap and looked for the one-eyed loop. Kill Lou, he thought, and this attack would stall. But he couldn't see the brigadier among the mass of grey uniforms into which he fired his rifle indiscriminately. The enemy's fire crackled harmlessly against the stone walls, while inside the barracks muskets crashed loud at loopholes, and children wailed. "Keep those damn kids quiet!" Sharpe snapped. The dark, chill barracks room became foul with the acrid smell of powder smoke that scared the children almost as much as the deafening gunfire. "Quiet!" Sharpe roared, and there was a sudden gasping silence except for one baby that screamed incessantly. "Keep the damn thing quiet!" Sharpe shouted at the mother. "Hit it if you have to!" The mother plunged a breast into the baby's mouth instead, effectively stifling it. Some of the women and older children were usefully loading spare muskets and stacking them beside the windows. "Can't stand bloody children crying," Sharpe grumbled as he reloaded his rifle. "Never have and never will." "You were a baby once, sir," Daniel Hagman said reprovingly. The poacher-turned rifleman was liable to such sententious moments. "I was sick once, damn it, but that doesn't mean I have to like disease, does it? Has anyone seen that bastard Lou?" No one had, and by now the mass of the Lou Brigade had swept past the 2 barracks in pursuit of the Portuguese, who had called back their skirmish line and formed 2 ranks so that they could trade volleys with their attackers. The fight was lit by a half-moon, and the guttering flicker of what remained of the campfires. The Frenchmen had ceased their wolf-like howling as the fight became grim, but it was still a one-sided affair. The newly woken Portuguese were outnumbered, and facing men armed with a quick-loading musket, while they were equipped with a slow-loading Baker rifle. Even if they tap-loaded the rifle, abandoning the rammer and the leather patch that gripped the barrel's rifling, they still could not compete with the speed of the well-trained French force. Besides, Oliveira's cazadores were trained to fight in open country, to harass and to hide, to run and to shoot, and not to trade heavy volleys in the killing confrontation of the main battle line. Yet, even so, the cazadores did not break easily. The French infantry found it hard to pinpoint the Portuguese infantry in the half-dark, and when they did establish where the line was formed, it took time for the scattered French companies to come together and make their own line of 3 ranks. But once the 2 French battalions were in line, they overlapped the small Portuguese battalion, and so the flanks of the French pressed inwards. The Portuguese fought back hard. Rifle flames stabbed the night. The sergeant shouted at the files to close to the centre as men were hurled back by the heavy French musket balls. One man fell into the smouldering embers of a fire and screamed terribly as his cartridge pouch exploded to tear a haversack-sized hole in his back. His blood hissed and bubbled in the red-hot ashes as he died. Colonel Oliveira paced behind his men, weighing the fight's progress and judging it lost. That damned English rifleman had been right. He should have taken refuge in the barracks blocks. But now the French were between him and that salvation, and Oliveira sensed the coming calamity and knew there was little he could do to prevent it. He had even fewer options when he heard the ominous and unmistakable sound of hooves. The French even had cavalry inside the fort. The colonel sent his colour party back to the northern ramparts. "Find somewhere to hide," he ordered them. There were old magazines in the bastions and fallen walls that had made dark caves amidst the ruins, and it was possible that the regiment's colours might be preserved from capture if they were hidden in the tangle of damp cellars and tumbled stone. Oliveira waited as his hard-pressed men fired 2 more volleys, then gave the order to retreat. "Steady now!" he called. "Steady, back to the walls!" He was forced to abandon his wounded, though some bleeding and broken men still tried to crawl or limp back with the retreating line. The French uniforms pressed closer. Then came the moment Oliveira feared most, as a trumpet blared in the dark to the accompaniment of swords scraping out of scabbards. "Go!" Oliveira shouted to his men. "Go!" His men broke ranks and ran to the walls just as the cavalry charged, and thus the cazadores became the dream target of all horsemen. A broken unit of scattered men. The grey dragoons slashed into the retreating ranks with their heavy swords. Lou himself led the charge and deliberately led it wide, so that he could turn and herd the fugitives back towards his advancing infantry. Some of Oliveira's left-hand companies reached the ramparts safely. Lou saw the dark uniforms streaming up an ammunition ramp and was content to let them go. If they crossed the wall and fled out into the valleys, then the remainder of his dragoons would hunt them down like vermin, while if they stayed on the ramparts, his men inside the San Isidro fort would do the same. Lou's immediate concern was the men who were trying to surrender. Dozens of Portuguese soldiers, their rifles unloaded, stood with hands raised. Lou rode at one such man, smiled, then cut down with a backswing that half severed the man's head. "No prisoners!" Lou called to his men. "No prisoners!" His withdrawal from the fort could not be slowed by prisoners. And besides, the slaughter of a whole battalion would serve to warn Wellington's army that in reaching the Spanish frontier they'd encountered a new and harder enemy than the troops they'd chased away from Lisbon. "Kill them all!" Loop shouted. A cazador aimed at Loop, fired, and the bullet slapped inches past the brigadier's short grey beard. Loop laughed, spurred his grey horse and threaded his way through the panicking infantry to hunt down the wretch who'd dared try to kill him. The man ran desperately, but Lou cantered up behind and slashed his sword in an underhand swing that laid the man's spine open to the night. The man fell, writhing and screaming. "Leave him!" Lou called to a French infantryman tempted to give the wretch his coup de grace. "Let him die hard," Lou said. "He deserves it." Some of the survivors of Oliveira's battalion opened a galling rifle fire from the walls, and Lou wheeled away from it. "Dragoons! Dismount!" He would let his dismounted cavalry hunt down the defiant survivors, while his infantry dealt with the Real Compañía Irlandesa and the riflemen who seemed to have taken refuge in the barracks buildings. That was a pity. Lou had hoped that his advance guard would have trapped Sharpe and his damned greenjackets in the magazine, and that by now Lou would have had the pleasure of meting out an exquisitely painful revenge for the 2 men Sharpe had killed. But instead, the riflemen had temporarily escaped, and would need to be dug out of the barracks like a fox being unearthed at the end of a day's good run. Lube tilted his watch's face to the moon as he tried to work out just how much time he had left to break the barracks apart. "Monsieur!" A voice shouted as the brigadier closed his watch and slid out of his saddle. "Monsieur!" Lou turned to see a thin-faced and angry Portuguese officer in the firm grip of a tall French corporal. "Monsieur?" Lou responded politely. "My name is Colonel Oliveira, and I must protest, monsieur. My men are surrendering, and your men are killing still. We are your prisoners." Lou fished a cigar from his sabretache and stooped to a dying fire to find an ember that would serve to light the tobacco. "Good soldiers don't surrender," he said to Oliveira. "They just die." "But we are surrendering," Oliveira insisted bitterly. "Take my sword." Lou straightened, sucked on the cigar and nodded to the corporal. "Let him go, Jean." Oliveira shook himself free of the corporal's grip. "I must protest, monsieur," he said angrily. "Your soldiers are killing men who have their hands raised." Lou shrugged. "Terrible things happen in war, Colonel. Now, give me your sword." Oliveira drew his sabre, reversed the blade and held the hilt towards the hard-faced dragoon. "I am your prisoner, monsieur," he said in a voice thickened by shame and anger. "You hear that?" Lube shouted so that all his men could hear. "They have surrendered! They are our prisoners! See, I have the colonel's sabre!" He took the sabre from Oliveira and flourished it in the smoky air. Gallantry insisted he should now give the weapon back to his defeated enemy on a promise of parole. But instead, Lube hefted the blade as though judging its effectiveness. "A possible weapon," he said grudgingly, then looked into Oliveira's eyes. "Where are your colours, Colonel?" "We destroyed them," Oliveira said defiantly. "We burnt them." The sabre slashed silver in the moonlight, and blood seeped black from the slash on Oliveira's face where the steel had sliced across his left eye and his nose. "I don't believe you," Lube said, then waited until the shocked and bleeding colonel had recovered his wits. "Where are your colours, Colonel?" Lou asked again. "Go to hell," Oliveira said. "You and your filthy country." He had one hand pressed over his wounded eye. Lube tossed the sabre to the corporal. "Find out where the colours are, Jean, then kill the fool. Cut him if he won't tell you. A man usually loosens his tongue to keep his balls screwed on tight. And the rest of you!" he shouted at his men who had paused to watch the confrontation between the two commanding officers. "This isn't a damned harvest festival, it's a battle! So start doing your job! Kill the bastards!" The screams began again. Lube drew on his cigar, brushed his hands, and walked towards the barracks. The Doña Juanita's hounds began to howl. The sound set more children crying, but one glance from Sharpe was enough to make the mothers quell their infant's misery. A horse whinnied. Through one of the loopholes, Sharpe could see that the French were leading away the horses captured from the Portuguese officers. He assumed the Irish company's horses had already been taken away. It had gone quiet in the barracks. Most of the French attackers had pursued the Portuguese, leaving just enough infantrymen behind to keep the trapped men blocked inside the barracks. Every few seconds, a musket ball cracked against the stone, a reminder to Sharpe and his men that the French were still watching every blocked-up door and window. "Bastards would have captured poor old Runcible," Hagman said. "I can't see the General living on prisoners' rations." "Runcible's an officer, Dan," Cooper said. Cooper was aiming his rifle through one of the loopholes, stalking a target. "He won't live on rations. He'll give his parole and be feeding on proper frog victuals. He'll even get fatter. Ah, gotcha, you bastard!" He pulled his trigger, then slid the rifle inside to let another man take his place. Sharpe suspected that the erstwhile wagon-master general would be lucky to be a prisoner, because if Lou was fighting true to his reputation, then it was more likely that Runcible was lying slaughtered in his bed with his flannel nightdress and tasselled woolen cap soaked in blood. "Captain Sharpe, sir!" Harper called from the far end of the block. "Here, sir!" Sharpe worked his way between the straw mattresses that lay on the beaten earth floor. The air inside the blocked-up barracks was fetid, and the few wicks still alight were guttering. A woman spat as Sharpe went by, and Sharpe turned on her. "You'd rather be out there being raped, you stupid bitch? I'll bloody well throw you out if that's what you want." No, senor." She shrank away from his anger. The woman's husband, crouching at a loophole, tried to apologize for his wife. "It's just that the women are frightened, sir." "Well, so are we. Anyone but a fool would be frightened. But that doesn't mean you lose your manners." Sharpe hurried on to where Harper was kneeling beside the pile of straw-filled sacks that had served as mattresses and which now blocked the door. "There's a man calling for you, sir," Harper said. "I think it's Captain Donahue." Sharpe crouched near the loophole next to the barricaded door. "Donahue? Is that you?"
"I'm in the men's barracks, Sharpe, just to let you know that we're all well."
How did you escape the gatehouse?
Through the doors of the ramparts. There's half a dozen officers here.
Is Keeley with you?
No, I don't know what's happened to him.
And Sharpe didn't much care.
Is Sarsfield there?
He asked Donoghue.
Afraid not,
Donoghue answered.
Keep the faith, Donoghue,
Sharpe called.
These buggers will be gone at first light.
He felt oddly relieved that Donoghue had taken over the defence of the other barracks, for Donoghue, for all his shy and retiring appearance, was proving to be a very good soldier.
Pity about Father Sarsfield,
Sharpe said to Harper.
He'll have gone straight to heaven, that one,
Harper said.
Not many priests you can see that about. Most of them are proper devils for whiskey, women or boys. But Sarsfield, he was a good man, a real good man.
The firing at the northern end of the fort died away, and Harper crossed himself.
Pity about the poor Portuguese bastards, too, he said, realising what the lull and the sound of fighting meant.
Poor Tom Garrard, Sharpe thought. Unless Garrard lived. Tom Garrard had always had a charmed life. He and Sharpe had crouched in the fiery red dust of Gowelgore's breach, as blood from their comrades' corpses trickled past like rivulets flowing down a rockfall. Sergeant Hakes will have been there, gibbering like a monkey as he tried to hide under a drummer boy's corpse. Damn Obadiah Hakeswell, who'd also claimed to bear a charmed life, though Sharpe couldn't believe that bastard still lived. Dead of the pox like as not, or if there was even a trace of justice in a bad world gutted by the bullets of a firing squad.
Watch the roof,
Sharpe said to Harper. The barracks roof was a continuous arch of masonry designed to resist the fall of an enemy mortar shell, but time and neglect had weakened the tough construction.
They'll find a weak spot, Sharpe said, and try to break through to us.
And it would be soon, he thought to himself, for the heavy silence in the fort betrayed that Lou had finished off Oliveira and would now be coming for his real prize, Sharpe. The next hour promised to be grim. Sharpe raised his voice as he walked back to the other end of the room.
When the attack comes, just keep firing. Don't aim, don't wait, just fire. And make room at your loophole for another man. They're going to reach the barracks walls. We can't stop that. And they're going to try to break open the roof. So keep a good ear above you. Soon as you see starlight, fire. And remember, it'll be light soon and they won't stay after sunrise. They'll be feared that our cavalry will cut off their retreat. And good luck, boys. And God bless you all,
Harper added from the gloom at the far end of the room. The attack came with a roar like a rush of water released by lifting a sluice gate. Lou had massed his men in the cover of some nearby barracks, then released them in a desperate charge against the two barracks' north-facing walls. The rush was designed to carry the French infantry fast across the dangerous patch of ground covered by Sharpe's muskets and rifles. Those guns cracked to fill the barracks with yet more filthy smoke. But the third or fourth shot from each loophole sounded perversely loud, and suddenly a man reeled back, cursing from his musket's wrist-shattering recoil.
"They're blocking the holes!"
another man called. Sharpe ran to the nearest loophole on the north wall and rammed his rifle into the hole. The muzzle cracked on stone. The French were holding masonry blocks against the loophole's outer opening, effectively ending Sharpe's fire. More Frenchmen were climbing onto the roof, where their boots made a muffled scraping sound like rats in an attic.
"Jesus Christ!"
A man stared wanly upwards.
"Mary, Mother of God!"
He began to pray in a wailing voice.
"Shut up!"
Sharpe snapped. He could hear the ringing noise of metal working on stone. How long before the roof collapsed and let in a flood of vengeful Frenchmen? Inside the barracks, 100 pale faces stared at Sharpe, willing an answer he did not possess. Harper came up with the solution instead. He clambered up on the monstrous pile of straw-filled sacks by the door so that he could reach the topmost point of the end wall, where a small hole served as a chimney and ventilator. The hole was too high for the French to block, and high enough to give Harper a clear shot along the roofline of Donoghue's barracks. The bullets would be rising, and so would be more of a threat to those Frenchmen nearest Harper. But if he could fire enough bullets, he could at least slow down the assault on Donoghue, and pray that Donoghue would return the compliment. Harper opened with his 7-barrel gun. The crash echoed through the barracks with the sound of a 32-pounder cannon. A scream answered the blast that had whipped like canister shot across the other roof. Now, one by one, muskets and rifles were handed up to the big sergeant, who fired again and again, not bothering to aim, but just cracking the bullets into the grey mass that swarmed on the neighbouring roof. After a half-dozen shots, the mass began to shred as men sought shelter on the ground. The answering fire smacked all around Harper's loophole, creating more dust than danger. Perkins had reloaded the volley gun, and Harper now fired it again, just as a musket flashed from the equivalent vent hole in Donohue's barracks. Sharpe heard a scraping sound above him as a Frenchman's boots slid down the outer curve to the wall's base. A man screamed in the barracks as he was hurled backwards by a musket ball. The French were randomly unmasking the loopholes and firing into the room, where the wives and children crouched and whimpered. The besieged huddled away from the loophole's lines of fire, the only defence they had. Harper kept firing while a group of men and women loaded for him, but most of the barracks occupants could only wait in the smoky gloom and pray. The noise was hellish, a banging, ringing, scraping cacophony, and always, like an eerie promise of the horrid death that defeat promised, the feral wolf howl of Lou's men all around the barracks. Dust sifted down from a patch of the ceiling. Sharpe moved everyone away from the threatened area, then ringed it with men armed with loaded muskets. "If a stone falls," he told them, "shoot like hell and keep shooting." The air was difficult to breathe. It was filled with dust, smoke, and the stench of urine. The cheap rushlight candles were guttering. Children were crying throughout the length of the barracks now, and Sharpe could not stop them. Women were crying too, while muffled French voices mocked their victims, doubtless promising that they would give the women something better than mere smoke to cry about. Hagman coughed, then spat onto the floor. "Like a coal mine it is," he said. "You ever been in a coal mine, Dan?" Sharpe asked. "I was a year down a mine in Derbyshire," Hagman said, then flinched as a musket flash speared through a nearby loophole. The ball spread itself harmlessly on the opposite wall. "I was just a little un," Hagman went on. "If my dad hadn't gone and died, my ma moved back to her sisters in Ambridge, I'd be there still, or more likely dead. Only the luckiest see their 30th birthday down the mines." He shuddered as a huge rhythmic crashing began to reverberate through the tunnel-like barracks. Either the French had brought a sledgehammer, or else they were using a boulder like a battering ram. "Like the little pigs in the house, aren't we?" Hagman said in the echoing dark. "The big bad wolf huffing and puffing outside." Sharpe gripped his rifle. He was sweating, and his rifle's stock felt greasy. "When I was a child," he said, "I never believed the pigs could really see off the wolf." "Pigs don't, as a rule," Hagman said grimly. "If the bastard's going banging like that, it'll give me a headache." "The dawn can't be far off," Sharpe said. But whether Lou would truly withdraw in the first light, Sharpe didn't know. He told his men that the French would go at dawn to give them hope, but maybe there was no hope. Maybe they were all condemned to die in a wretched fight in the scrabbling ruins of an abandoned barracks, where they'd be bayoneted and shot by an elite French brigade who'd come to destroy this scratch force of unhappy Irishmen. "Mind out!" a man called. More dust streamed down from the ceiling. So far the old barracks had stood the assault astonishingly well, but the first breach in the masonry was imminent. "Hold your fire!" Sharpe ordered. "Wait till they break through!" A huddle of kneeling women were telling their beads, rocking back and forth on their knees as they said the Hail Mary. Nearby, a circle of men waited with expectant faces, muskets aimed up at the threatened patch of ceiling. Behind them, an outer ring of men waited with more loaded guns. "I hated the coal mine," Hagman said. "I was always frightened from the moment I went down the shaft. Men used to die there for no reason, none at all. We just find them dead, peaceful as you like, sleeping like babes. I used to think the devils came from the earth's centre to take their souls." A woman screamed as a masonry block in the ceiling jarred and threatened to fall. "Well, at least you didn't have screaming women in the mines," Sharpe said to Hagman. "Oh, but we did, sir. Some worked with us, and some were ladies working for themselves, if you follow my meaning. There was one called Dwarf Babs, I remember. A penny a time she charged. She'd sing to us every Sunday. Maybe a psalm, or perhaps one of Mr. Wesley's hymns. 'Hide me, O my Saviour, hide till the storm of life be past.'" Hagman grinned in the sultry dark. "Maybe Mr. Wesley had some trouble with the Frenchies, sir. Sounds like it. You know Mr. Wesley's hymn, sir?" he asked Sharpe. "I was never one for church, Dan," Dwarf Babs wasn't exactly church, sir. But she was your first woman, Sharpe guessed. In the dark, Hagman blushed. And she didn't even charge me. Good for Dwarf Babs, Sharpe said, then raised his rifle as at last a section of the roof gave way and crashed to the floor in a welter of dust, screams and noise. The ragged hole was 2 or 3 feet across and obscured by dust beyond which the wraith-like shapes of French soldiers loomed like giants. "Fire!" Sharpe yelled. The ring of muskets blazed, followed a second later by the second ring of guns as more men fired into the void. The French reply was oddly muted, almost as if the attackers had been surprised by the amount of musket fire that now poured up from the newly opened vent. Men and women reloaded frantically and passed the newly charged guns forward, and the French, driven from the hole's edge by the sheer volume of fire, began hurling rocks into the barracks. The stones crashed harmlessly onto the floor. "Block the loopholes!" Sharpe ordered, and men rammed the French-delivered stones into the loopholes to stop the intermittent bullets. Better still, the air began to feel fresh. Even the candle flames took on new life and glowed into the darker recesses of the packed, fearful barracks. "Sharpe!" a voice called outside the barracks. "Sharpe!" The French had momentarily stopped firing, and Sharpe ordered his men to hold their own fire. "Reload, lads!" He sounded cheerful. "It's always a good sign when the bastards want to talk instead of fight." He walked closer to the hole in the roof. "Loop!" he called. "Come out, Sharpe!" the brigadier said, "and we will spare your men." It was a shrewd enough offer, even though Lou must have known that Sharpe would not accept. But he didn't expect Sharpe to accept. Instead, he wanted the rifleman's companions to surrender him, as Jonah had been surrendered to the ocean by his shipmates. "Lou!" Sharpe called. "Go to hell! Pat, open fire!" Harper crashed a volley of half-inch balls at the other barracks. Donohue's men were still alive and still fighting, and now Lou's men came back to life as the fighting renewed itself. A frustrated volley of musketry cracked against the wall around Harper's loophole. One of the bullets ricocheted inside and slapped against the stock of Harper's rifle. He swore because the blows stung, then fired the rifle at the opposite roof. Another rush of feet on the roof announced a new attack. The men beneath the broken masonry fired upwards, but suddenly a blast of gunfire swamped down through the hole. Loop had sent every man possible onto the roof, and the attackers were able to match the fury of the defenders' fusillades. The Real Compañía Irlandese's guardsmen shrank back from the musketry. "Bastards are everywhere," Harper said, then ducked as a crash sounded on the stone roof just above his head. The French were now trying to break through the roof right over Harper's eyrie. Women screamed and covered their eyes. A child was bleeding from a ricochet. The fight, Sharpe knew, was ending. He could sense the defeat. He supposed it had been inevitable, right from the moment that Lou had outguessed and outmaneuvered the San Isidro's defenders. Any second now, Sharpe knew, and a wave of Frenchmen would swarm through the hole in the roof. And though the first few enemy to enter the barracks would surely die, the second wave would live to fight over their comrades' bodies and so win the battle. And what then? Sharpe flinched from the thought of Lou's revenge, the knife at his groin, the slicing cut, and the pain beyond all pain. He watched the hole in the roof with his rifle ready for one last shot, and he wondered whether it would not be better to put the muzzle beneath his chin and blow the top of his skull away. And then the world shook. Dust started from every masonry joint as a flash of light seared across the hole in the barracks roof. A second later, the boom and thunderous bellow of a great explosion rolled over the barracks, drowning even the furious crack of the French muskets outside and the desperate sobbing of the children inside. The vast noise reverberated against the gate tower, to roll back again over the fort's interior, while scraps of wood dropped from the sky to clatter on the roof. A kind of ragged silence followed. The French fire had stopped. Somewhere close to the barracks, a man was sighing as he breathed in and whimpering as he breathed out. The sky looked lighter, but the light was vivid and red. A piece of stone or wood scraped and rattled its way down the curving side of the barracks. Men were moaning and crying, while further off there was the crackle of flame. Daniel Hagman cleared away some of the straw mattresses that blocked the end door and peered through a ragged bullet hole driven through the timber.
It's the Portuguese ammunition, Hagman said. 2 wagons of the stuff were parked over there, sir. Some silly bastard of a frog must have been playing with fire. Sharpe unblocked a loophole and found it open at the far side. A Frenchman, his grey uniform burning, staggered past Sharpe's view. Now, in the silence after the great explosion, he could hear more men crying and gasping. "That blast scraped the buggers clean off the roof, sir," Harper called. Sharpe ran to the hole in the roof and ordered a man to crouch on the ground. Then, using the man's back as a step, he leapt up and caught the broken edge of the masonry. "Heave me up!" he ordered. Someone pushed his legs, and he scrambled awkwardly over the broken lip. The fort's interior seemed to be scorched and smoking. The 2 carts of ammunition had blown themselves to smithereens and blasted the victorious French into chaos. Blood was smeared on the roof, and a tangle of dead lay on the ground near the barracks where the explosion's survivors wandered in a daze. A naked man, blackened and bleeding, reeled among those shocked Frenchmen. One of the confused infantrymen saw Sharpe on the roof, but didn't have the strength, or maybe lacked the sense, to raise his musket. There appeared to be some 30 or 40 dead, and maybe as many again badly injured. Not many casualties out of the 1,000 men that Lou had brought to the San Isidro fort, but the disaster had whipped the confidence clean out of the Wolf's brigade. And Sharpe saw there was better news still. For through the swirling smoke and dust, through the grey dark of night and the sullen glow of fire, a silver line showed in the east. The dawn light was shining, and with the rising sun would come an Allied cavalry picket to discover why so much smoke plumed up from the San Isidro fort. "We've won, boys," Sharpe said as he jumped back down to the barracks floor. That wasn't quite true. They hadn't won. They'd merely survived. But survival felt uncommonly like victory, and never more so than when a half-hour later Lou's men left the fort. They'd made 2 more attacks on the barracks, but the assaults were feeble, mere gestures, for the explosions had ripped the enthusiasm out of Lou's brigade. So, in the first light, the Frenchmen went, and they carried their wounded with them. Sharpe helped dismantle the barrier inside the nearest barracks door, then stepped cautiously into a chill and smoky morning that stank of blood and fire. He carried his loaded rifle in case Lou had left some marksmen behind, but no one shot at him in the pearly light. And behind Sharpe, like men released from nightmare, the guardsmen stepped cautiously into the dawn. Donahue emerged from the second barracks and insisted on shaking Sharpe's hand, almost as though the rifleman had won some kind of victory. He had not. Indeed, Sharpe had come within a hand's breadth of ignominious defeat. But now, instead, he was alive and the enemy was gone. Which meant, Sharpe knew, that the real trouble was about to begin. Chapter 5. Cazadores trailed into the fort all morning. A few had escaped by hiding in ruined parts of the northern ramparts, but most of the survivors had fled across the ramparts and found a refuge among the thorns or in the dead stony ground at the foot of the ridge dominated by the San Isidro fort. Those lucky ones had watched aghast from their hiding places as other fugitives were hunted and slaughtered by the Grey Dragoons. Oliveira had brought over 400 riflemen to the fort. Now more than 150 were dead, 70 were wounded, and as many others missing. Just over a quarter of the Portuguese regiment paraded at midday. They had suffered a terrible defeat after being overwhelmed in a confined space by an enemy 4 times their number. Yet they were not wholly destroyed, and their colours still flew. Those flags had stayed hidden all night, despite Lou's efforts to find the banners. Colonel Oliveira was dead, and his body carried horrific evidence of the manner of his dying. Most of the other officers were also dead. The Real Compañía Irlandesa had lost no officers, not one. The French, it appeared, had not bothered to assault the gate tower. Loup's men had streamed through the gates and ransacked the fort, but not one man had tried to enter the imposing tower. The enemy had not even taken the officers' horses from their stables next to the gatehouse. "We had the doors barred," Lord Keeley lamely explained the survival of the gatehouse's occupants. "Well, the crapos didn't try to break them down?" Sharpe asked, not bothering to hide his scepticism. "Be careful of what you suggest, Captain," Keeley said in a supercilious tone. Sharpe reacted like a dog smelling blood. "Listen, you bastard.
he said, astonished to hear himself saying it. "I fought my way up from the gutter, and I don't care if I have to fight you to get another bloody step up. I'll slaughter you, you drunken bugger, and then I'll feed your damn guts to your whore's dogs." He took a step towards Keeley, who, scared of the rifleman's sudden vehemence, stepped back. "What I'm suggesting," Sharpe went on, "is that one of your bloody friends in the bloody gatehouse opened the bloody gates to the bloody French, and that they didn't attack you, my lord." He spoke the honorific title as rudely as he could. "Because they didn't want to kill their friends as well as their enemies, and don't tell me I'm wrong." By now Sharpe was walking after Keeley, who was trying to escape Sharpe's diatribe that had attracted the attention of a large number of riflemen and guardsmen. "Last night you said you beat the enemy without my help." Sharpe caught Keeley by the shoulder and turned him round so violently that Keeley was forced to stagger to keep his balance. "But you didn't even fight, you bastard," Sharpe went on. "You skulked inside while your men did the fighting for you." Keeley's hand went to his sword hilt. "You want a duel, Sharpe?" he asked, his face flushed with embarrassment. His dignity was being flayed in front of his men, and what made it worse was that he knew he deserved their scorn. Yet pride would never permit Lord Keeley to admit as much. For a second, it looked as if he would flick his hand to strike Sharpe's cheek, but instead he settled for words. "I'll send you my second." "No," Sharpe said. "A pox on your bloody second, my lord. If you want to fight me, then fight me now. Here, right here. And I don't care what bloody weapons we use. Swords, pistols, muskets, rifles, bayonets, fists, feet." He was walking towards Keeley, who backed away. "I'll fight you into the ground, my lord, and I'll beat the awful out of your yellow hide, but I'll only do it here and now. Right here, right now." Sharpe had not meant to lose his temper, but he was glad that he had. Keeley seemed dumbstruck, helpless in the face of a fury he had never suspected existed. "I won't fight like an animal," Keeley said weakly. "You won't fight at all," Sharpe said, then laughed at the aristocrat. "Run away, my lord, go on. I'm done with you." Keeley, utterly defeated, tried to walk away with some dignity, but reddened as some of the watching men cheered his departure. Sharpe shouted at them to shut the hell up, then turned to Harper. "The bloody French didn't try to get into the gatehouse," he told Harper, "because they knew their bloody friends were inside, just as they didn't steal their friends' horses." "Stands to reason, sir," Harper agreed. He was watching Keeley walk away. "He's yellow, isn't he?" "Front to back," Sharpe agreed. "But what Captain Lacey says, sir," Harper went on, "is that it wasn't his lordship who gave the order not to fight last night, but his woman. She said the French didn't know there was anyone in the gatehouse, and so they should all keep quiet." "A woman giving orders?" Sharpe asked in disgust. Harper shrugged. "A rare hard woman, that one, sir. Captain Lacey says she was watching the fighting and loving every second of it." "I'd have the witch on a bumfire fast enough, I can tell you," Sharpe said. "Bloody damn hell bitch." "Damn what, Sharpe?" It was Colonel Runciman who asked the question, but who did not wait to hear an answer. Instead, Runciman, who at last had a genuine war story to tell, hastened to describe how he had survived the attack. The colonel, it seemed, had locked his door and hidden behind the great pile of spare ammunition that Sharpe had stacked in his day parlour, though now in the daylight the colonel ascribed his salvation to divine intervention rather than to the fortuitous hiding-place. "Well, maybe I'm intended for higher things, Sharpe. My mother always believed as much. How else to explain my survival?" Sharpe was more inclined to believe that the colonel had lived because the French had been under orders to leave the whole gatehouse complex untouched, but he didn't think it kind to say as much. "I'm just glad you're alive, General," Sharpe said instead. "I would have died hard, Sharpe. I had both my pistols double-shotted. I would have taken something with me, believe you me. No one can say a Runciman goes into eternity alone." The colonel shuddered as the night's horrors came back to him. Have you seen any evidence of breakfast, Sharpe?" he asked in an attempt to restore his spirits. "Try Lord Keeley's cook, General. He was frying bacon not 10 minutes ago. I don't suppose his lordship's got much of an appetite. I just challenged the yellow bastard to a fight." Runciman looked shocked. "You did what, Sharpe? A duel? Well, don't you know duelling's illegal in the army?" "I never said anything about a duel, General. I just offered to beat the hell out of him right here and now, but he seemed to have other things on his mind." Runciman shook his head.
Dear me, Sharpe, dear me. I can't think you'll come to a good end. Well, I shall be sad when it happens. What a scamp you are. Bacon, huh? Lord Keeley's cook, you said.
Runciman waddled away and Sharpe watched him go. In 10 years' time, Pat, Sharpe said, he'll have turned last night's mess into a rare old story. How General Runciman saved the fort, armed to the jowls and fighting off the whole Lou Brigade.
Bobble's harmless, Harper said.
He's harmless, Pat, Sharpe agreed, so long as you keep the fool out of harm's way. I almost failed to do that, didn't I?
You, sir? You didn't fail last night.
Oh, but I did, Pat. I failed. I failed badly. I didn't see that Lou would out-clever me, and I didn't hammer the truth into Oliveira's skull, and I never saw how dangerously trapped we were in those barracks. He flinched, remembering the fetid, humid, dust-laden darkness of the night, and the awful scrabbling sound as the French tried to break through the thin masonry shell. We survived because some poor fool set light to an ammunition wagon, Sharpe admitted. Not because we out-fought Lou. We didn't. He won, and we got beat.
But we're alive, sir.
So's Lou, Pat, so's Lou. God damn him. But Tom Garrard was not alive. Tom Garrard had died, though at first Sharpe didn't recognize his friend, for the body was so scorched and mutilated by fire. Garrard was lying face down in the very centre of the blackened spot where one of the ammunition wagons had stood. And at first the only clue to his identity was the bent, blackened scrap of metal in an outstretched hand that had been fire-shrunken into a charred claw. Sharpe spotted the glint of metal and stepped through the still-hot ashes to prise the box clear of the shriveled grip. 2 fingers snapped off the hand as Sharpe freed the tinderbox. He brushed the black fingers aside, then levered open the lid to see that though all the linen kindling had long been consumed, the picture of the redcoat was undamaged. Sharpe cleaned the engraving with a hand, then wiped a tear from his eye.
Tom Garrard saved our lives last night, Pat.
He did?
He blew up the ammunition on purpose. Killed himself doing it.
The presence of the tinderbox could mean nothing else. Tom Garrard, in the wake of his battalion's defeat, had somehow managed to reach the ammunition wagons and light a fire he had known would blow his own soul clear into eternity.
Oh, dear God,
Sharpe said, then fell silent as he remembered the years of friendship.
He was at a say with me,
he went on after a while.
And a Gowel go too.
He was from Ripon, farmer's boy, only his father was a tenant, and the landlord threw him out when he was 3 days late with the rent after a bad harvest. But Tom saved his folks the need to feed another mouth by joining the 33rd. He used to send money home, God knows how on a soldier's pay. In another 2 years, Pat, he'd have made colonel in the Portuguese. And he planned to go home to Ripon and beat 10 kinds of hell out of the landlord who drove him into the army in the first place. That's what he told me last night.
And now you'll have to do it for him,
Harper said. Aye. That bugger'll get a thumping he never dreamt of, Sharpe said. He tried to close the tinderbox, but the heat had distorted the metal. He took a last glance at the picture, then tossed the box back into the ashes. Then he and Harper climbed the ramparts where they'd charged the small group of voltigeurs the night before, and from where the full horror of the night could be seen. The San Isidro was a smoking, blackened wreck, littered with bodies and reeking of blood. Rifleman Thompson, the only green jacket to die in the night, was being carried in a blanket towards a hastily dug grave beside the fort's ruined church.
Poor Thompson,
Harper said.
I gave him hell for waking me last night. Poor bugger was only going out safe for a piss and tripped over me.
Lucky he did, Sharpe said. Harper walked to the tower door that still had the dents driven into it by the butt of his volley gun. The big Irishman fingered the marks ruefully.
Those bastards must have known we were trying to get refuge, sir,
he said. At least one of those bastards wanted us dead, Pat, and if I ever find out who, then God help him, Sharpe said. He noticed that no one had thought to raise any flags on the battlements. Rifleman Cooper, Sharpe called.
Sir? Flags!
The first outsiders to arrive at San Isidro were a strong troop of King's German Legion cavalry who scouted the valley before climbing to the fort. Their captain reported a score of dead at the foot of the slope, then saw the far greater number of bodies lying in the fort's open area. "My God! What happened?" "Ask Colonel the Lord Keeley," Sharpe said, and jerked a thumb at Keeley, who was visible on the gatehouse turret. Other Real Compañía Irlandesa officers were supervising the squads collecting the Portuguese dead, while Father Sarsfield had taken charge of a dozen men and their wives who were caring for the Portuguese wounded. Though without a surgeon, there was little they could do except bandage, pray, and fetch water. One by one the wounded died, some crying out in delirium, but most staying calm as the priest held their hands, asked their names, and gave them the viaticum. The next outsiders to arrive were a group of staff officers, mostly British, some Portuguese, and one Spaniard, General Valverde. Hogan led the party, and for a solemn half-hour the Irish major walked about the horror with an appalled expression. But when he left the other staff officers to join Sharpe, he was grinning with an inappropriate cheerfulness. "A tragedy, Richard," Hogan said happily. Sharpe was offended by his friend's cheerfulness. "It was a bloody hard night, sir." I'm sure," Hogan said, trying and failing to sound sympathetic. The major could not contain his happiness. "Oh, it's a pity about Oliveris Caçadores. He was a good man, and it was a fine battalion." "I warned him." "I'm sure you did, Richard. I'm sure you did, but, well, it's always the same in war, isn't it? The wrong people get the hind teeth. If only the Real Compañía Irlandesa could have been decimated, Richard. Now that would have been a great convenience right now. A real convenience. Still and all, this'll do. This'll do very well." "Do for what?" Sharpe asked fiercely. "Do you know what happened here last night, sir? We were betrayed. Some bastard opened the gates to loot." "Of course he did, Richard," Hogan said soothingly. "Haven't I been saying all along that they couldn't be trusted? The Real Compañía Irlandesa aren't here to help us, Richard, but to help the French." He pointed to the dead. "Do you need further proof? But of course this is good news. Until this morning it was impossible to send the bastards packing, because that would have offended London and the Spanish court. But now, don't you see, we can thank the Spanish king for the valued assistance of his personal guard. We can claim that the Real Compañía Irlandesa was instrumental in seeing off a strong French raid over the frontier. And then, honest even, we can send the treacherous buggers to Cadiz and let them rot." Hogan was positively exultant. "We're off the hook, Richard. The French malevolence is defeated, and all because of last night. The French made a mistake. They should have left you alone, but plainly Monsieur Loeb couldn't resist the bait. It's all so clever, Richard, that I wish I'd thought of it myself, but, well, I didn't. But no matter, this'll mean goodbye to our gallant allies and an end to all those rumours about Ireland." "My men didn't spread those rumours," Sharpe insisted. "Your men?" Hogan mocked. "These aren't your men, Richard. They're Keeley's, or more likely Bonaparte's, but they're not your men." "They're good men, sir, and they fought well." Hogan shook his head at the anger in Sharpe's voice, then steered his friend along the eastern battlements with a touch on the rifleman's elbow. "Let me try and explain something to you, Richard," Hogan said. 1/3 of this army is Irish. There's not a battalion that doesn't have its ranks full of my countrymen, and most of those Irishmen are not lovers of King George. Why should they be? But they're here because there's no work at home, and because there's no food at home, and because the army, God bless it, has a sense to treat the Irish well. But just suppose, Richard, just suppose that we can upset all those good men from County Cork and County Offaly and all those brave souls from Enniskilling and Ballybuffet, and suppose we can upset them so badly that they mutiny. How long will this army hold together? A week? 2 days? 1 hour? The French, Richard, very nearly ripped this army into 2 parts, and don't think they won't try again, because they will. Only the next rumour will be more subtle, and the only way I can stop that next rumour is by ridding the army of the Real Compañía Irlandesa, because even if you're right and they didn't spread the tales of rape and massacre, then someone close to them did. So tomorrow morning, Richard, you're going to march these bastards down to headquarters, where they will surrender those nice new muskets you somehow filched for them, and draw rations for a long march. In effect, Richard, they are under arrest until we can find the transport to carry them to Cadiz, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's all been ordered." Hogan took a piece of paper from his pouch and gave it to the rifleman. "And it isn't an order from me, Richard, but from the peer." Sharpe unfolded the paper. He felt aggrieved at what he perceived to be an injustice. Men like Captain Donoghue only wanted to fight the French, but instead they were to be shuffled aside. They were to be marched down to headquarters and disarmed like a battalion of turncoats. Sharpe felt a temptation to crumple Wellington's written order into a ball, but sensibly resisted the impulse. "If you want to get rid of the troublemakers," he said instead, "then start with Keeley and his bloody whore. Start with it. Don't teach me my job," Hogan interrupted tartly. "I can't act against Keeley and his whore because I'm not in the British Army. Valverde could get rid of them, but he won't. So the easy thing to do, the politic thing, is to get rid of the whole damn pack of them. And tomorrow morning, Richard, you do just that." Sharpe took a deep breath to curb his anger. "Why tomorrow?" he asked when he trusted himself to speak again. "Why not now?" "Because it'll take you the rest of today to bury the dead." "And why ought me to do it?" Sharpe asked suddenly. "Why not Runciman or Keeley?" "Because those two gentlemen," Hogan answered, "will be going back with me to make their reports. There's going to be a court of inquiry, and I need to make damn sure that the court discovers exactly what I wanted to discover." "Why the hell do we want a court of inquiry?" Sharpe asked sourly. "We know what happened. We got beat." Hogan sighed. "We need a court of inquiry, Richard, because a decent Portuguese battalion got torn to scraps, and the Portuguese government is not going to like that. Worse still, our enemies in the Spanish junta will love it. They'll say the events of last night prove that foreign troops can't be trusted under British command, and right now, Richard, what we want more than anything else is to have the peer made the Generalissimo of Spain. We won't win otherwise. So what we need to do now, just to make sure that bloody Valverde doesn't have too much sunshine in which to make his hay, is hold a solemn court of inquiry and find a British officer on whom all the blame can be laid. We need, God bless the poor bastard, a scapegoat." Sharpe felt the long, slow dawning of disaster. The Portuguese and Spanish wanted a scapegoat, and Richard Sharpe would make a fine victim. A victim who would be trussed and basted by the reports Hogan would concoct this afternoon at headquarters. "I tried to tell Oliveira that Lou was going to attack," Sharpe said, "but he wouldn't believe me. Richard... Hogan interrupted in a long-suffering tone. "You're not the scapegoat. Good God, man, you're nothing but a captain, and only a captain on sufferance. Aren't you a lieutenant on the list? You think we can go to the Portuguese government and say we allowed a green-jacket lieutenant to destroy a prime regiment of caçadores? Good Lord alive, man, if we're going to make a sacrifice, then the very least we can do is find a big, plump beast with enough fat on its carcass to make the fire sizzle when we throw it on the flames." "Runciman," Sharpe said. Hogan smiled wolfishly. "Exactly. Our wagon master will be sacrificed to make the Portuguese happy and to persuade the Spanish that Wellington can be trusted not to massacre their precious soldiers. I can't sacrifice Keeley, though I'd love to, because that'll upset the Spaniards, and I can't sacrifice you because you're too junior. And besides, I need you for the next time I've got a fool's errand. But Colonel Claude Runciman was born for this moment, Richard. This is Claude's proud and sole purpose in life, to sacrifice his honour, his rank and his reputation to keep Lisbon and Cadiz happy." Hogan paused, thinking. Maybe we'll even shoot him. Only pour encourager les autres." Sharpe guessed he was supposed to recognise the French phrase, but it meant nothing to him, and he was too depressed to ask for a translation. He also felt desperately sorry for Runciman. "Whatever you do, sir," Sharpe said, "don't shoot him. It wasn't his fault, it was mine." "If anyone's," Hogan said brusquely, "it was Oliveira's responsibility. He was a good man, but he should have listened to you. But I dare not blame Oliveira. The Portuguese need him as a hero, just as the Spanish need Keeley. So we'll pick on Runciman instead." "It ain't justice, Richard, but politics. And I call politics, it ain't pretty. But well done, it can work wonders. I'll leave you to bury the dead, and tomorrow morning you report to headquarters with all your Irishmen disarmed. We're looking for a place to billet them where they can't get into trouble, and you, of course, can then go back to some proper soldiering." Sharpe again felt a pang at the injustice of the solution. "Suppose Runciman wants to call me as a witness?" he asked. "I won't lie. I like the man." "Oh, you have perverse tastes. Runciman won't call you. No one will call you. I'll make sure of that. This court of inquiry isn't supposed to establish the truth, Richard, but to ease Wellington and me off a painful hook that is presently inserted deep into our joint fundament. Hogan grinned, then turned and walked away. I'll send you some picks and shovels to bury the dead, he called in callous farewell. You couldn't send us what we needed, could you? Sharpe shouted after the Major in bitterness. But you can't find bloody shovels fast enough. But I'm a miracle worker, that's why. Come and have lunch with me tomorrow. The smell of the dead was already rank in the fort. Carrion birds wheeled overhead or perched on the crumbling ramparts. There were a few entrenching tools in the fort already, and Sharpe ordered the Real Compagnie Irlandesa to start digging a long trench for a grave. He made his own riflemen join the diggers. The Green Jackets grumbled that such labouring was beneath their dignity as elite troops, but Sharpe insisted. "You do it because they're doing it," he told his unhappy men, jerking his thumb towards the Irish guardsmen. Sharpe even took a hand himself, stripping to the waist and wielding a pickaxe as though it was an instrument of vengeance. He slammed the point repeatedly into the hard, rocky soil, wrenched it loose and swung again until the sweat poured off him. "Sharpe?" The sad Colonel Runciman, mounted on his big horse, peered down at the sweating, barebacked rifleman. "Is that really you, Sharpe?" Sharpe straightened and pushed the hair out of his eyes. "Yes, General, it's me." "Were flogged?" Runciman was staring aghast at the thick scars on Sharpe's back. "In India, General, for something I didn't do." "Well, you shouldn't be digging now. It's beneath an officer's dignity to dig, Sharpe. Well, you must learn to behave as an officer." Sharpe wiped the sweat off his face. "I like digging, General. It's honest work. I've always fancied that one day I might have a farm, just a small one, but with nothing but honest work to do from sun up to lights out." "Are you here to say goodbye?" Runciman nodded. "Well, you know there's going to be a court of inquiry." "I heard, sir." "Well, they need someone to blame, I suppose," Runciman said. "General Valverde says someone should hang for this." Runciman fidgeted with his reins, then turned in his saddle to stare at the Spanish general, who was 100 paces away and deep in conversation with Lord Keeley. Keeley seemed to be doing most of the talking, gesticulating wildly, but also pointing towards Sharpe every few seconds. "You don't think they'll hang me, do you, Sharpe?" Runciman asked. He seemed very close to tears. "They won't hang you, General," Sharpe said. "But, well, it'll mean disgrace, all the same," Runciman said, sounding broken-hearted. "So fight back," Sharpe said. "How?" "Well, tell them you ordered me to warn Oliveira, which I did." Runciman frowned. But I didn't order you to do that, Sharpe." "So? They won't know that, sir." "I can't tell a lie," Runciman said, shocked at the thought. "It's your honour that's at stake, sir, and there'll be enough bastards telling lies about you." "I won't tell lies," Runciman insisted. Then bend the truth, for God's sake, sir. Tell them how you had to play tricks to get some decent muskets, and if it hadn't been for those muskets, then no one would have lived last night. Play the hero, sir. Make the bastards wriggle." Runciman shook his head slowly. I'm not a hero, Sharpe. I'd like to think there's a valued contribution I can make to the army, as my dear father made to the church, but I'm not sure I've found my real calling yet. I can't pretend to be what I'm not." He took off his cocked hat to wipe his brow. "I just came to say goodbye." "Good luck, sir." Runciman smiled ruefully. "Oh, I never had that, Sharpe, never. Except in my parents. I was lucky in my dear parents, and in being blessed with a healthy appetite, but otherwise—" He shrugged as though the question was unanswerable, put his hat on again, and then with a forlorn wave turned and rode to join Hogan. 2 ox-drawn wagons had come to the fort with spades and picks, and as soon as the tools were unloaded, Father Sarsfield commandeered the 2 vehicles so that the wounded could be carried to doctors and hospitals. Hogan waved goodbye to Sharpe and led the wagons out of the fort. The surviving cazadores followed, marching beneath their flags. Lord Keeley said nothing to his men, but just rode southwards. Juanita, who had not shown her face outside the gatehouse all morning, rode beside him with her dogs running behind. General Valverde touched his hat to greet Juanita, then pulled his rein sharply around and spurred his horse across the fire-blackened grass of the fort's yard until he came to where Sharpe was digging. "Captain Sharpe," he said. "General?" Sharpe had to shade his eyes to look up at the tall, thin, yellow-uniformed man in his high saddle.
"What reason did General Loeb have for his attack last night?"
"You must ask him, General," Sharpe said. Valverde smiled.
"Maybe I shall. Now back to your digging, Captain. Or should it be Lieutenant?"
Valverde waited for an answer, but when none came, he turned his horse and rammed his spurs hard back.
"What was all that about?"
Harper asked. "God knows," Sharpe said, watching the elegant Spaniard gallop to catch up with the wagons and the other horsemen. Except he did know, and he knew it meant trouble. He swore, then plucked the pick out of the soil and rammed it hard down again. A spark flew from a scrap of flint as the pick's spike slashed deep. Sharpe let go of the handle. "But I'll tell you what I do know, Pat. Everyone loses out of last night's business except goddamn Loop. And Loop's still out there, and that gives me the gripe."
"So what can you do about it, sir?"
"At this moment, Pat, nothing. I don't even know where to find the bastard." Then El Castrador arrived.
"El Lobo is in San Cristobal, senor,"
El Castrador said. The partisan had come with 5 of his men to collect the muskets Sharpe had promised him. The Spaniard claimed he needed 100 weapons, though Sharpe doubted whether the man had even a dozen followers anymore. Yet doubtless any extra guns would be sold for a healthy profit. Sharpe gave El Castrador 30 of the muskets he had stored overnight in Runciman's quarters. "I can't spare more," it told El Castrador, who had shrugged acceptance in the manner of a man accustomed to disappointments. Now El Castrador was poking among the Portuguese dead, searching for plunder. He picked up a rifle horn, turned it over, and saw it had been hulled by a bullet. He nevertheless wrenched off the horn's metal spout and shoved it into a capacious pocket of his blood-stained apron.
"El Lobo is in San Cristobal,"
he said again. "How do you know?" Sharpe asked.
"I am El Castrador,"
the gross man said boastfully, then squatted beside a blackening corpse. He prized open the dead man's jaws with his big fingers.
"Is it true, senor, that you can sell the teeth of the dead?"
"In London, yes."
"For gold?"
"They pay gold, yes. Or silver," Sharpe said. The plundered teeth were made into sets of dentures for rich clients who wanted something better than replacement teeth made from bone or ivory. El Castrador peeled the corpse's lips back to reveal a handsome set of incisors.
"If I take the teeth out, senor, will you buy them from me? Then you can send them to London for a profit. You and me, we can do business."
"I'm too busy to do business," Sharpe said, hiding his distaste. "Besides, we only take French teeth."
"And the French take British teeth to sell in Paris, yes? So the French bite with your teeth, and you bite with theirs, and neither of you will bite with your own."
El Castrador laughed as he straightened from the corpse.
"Maybe they will buy teeth in Madrid,"
he said speculatively. "Where's San Cristobal?" Sharpe changed the subject.
"Over the hills,"
El Castrador said vaguely. "Show me." Sharpe pulled the big man towards the eastern ramparts. "Show me," he said again as they reached the far step. El Castrador indicated the track that twisted up into the hills on the valley's far side, the same track down which Juanita de Elia had fled from the pursuing dragoons.
"You follow that path for 5 miles,"
El Castrador said,
"and you will come to San Cristobal. It's not a big place, but it's the only place you can reach by that road."
"And how do you know Lou's there?" Sharpe asked.
"Because my cousin saw him arrive there this morning. My cousin said he was carrying wounded men with him."
Sharpe gazed eastwards. 5 miles. Say 2 hours if the moon was unclouded, or 6 if it was jet dark. "What was your cousin doing there?" he asked.
"He once lived in the village, senor. He goes to watch it from time to time."
A pity, Sharpe thought, that no one had been watching Lou the previous evening. "Tell me about San Cristobal," he said. It was a village, the Spaniard said, high in the hills. Not a large village, but prosperous, with a fine church, a plaza, and a number of substantial stone houses. The place had once been famous for rearing bulls, destined for the fighting rings of the small frontier towns.
but no more," El Castrador said. "The French stewed the last bulls."
"Is it a hilltop village?" Sharpe asked.
El Castrador shook his head. "It sits in a valley like that one."
He waved at the eastern valley.
"But not so deep. No trees grow there, senor, and a man cannot get close to San Cristobal without being seen. And El Lobo has built walls across all the gaps between the houses, and he keeps watchmen in the church's bell tower. You cannot get close."
El Castrador issued the warning in a worried voice.
"You're thinking of going there?"
Sharpe did not answer for a long time. Of course he was thinking of going there. But to what purpose? Lou had a brigade of men while Sharpe had half a company. "How close can I get without being seen?" he asked.
El Castrador shrugged. "A half-mile? But there's also a defile there, a valley where the road runs. I've often thought we could trap Lou there. He used to scout the valley before he rode through it, but not now. Now he is too confident."
So, go through the defile, Sharpe thought, and watch. Just watch. Nothing else. No attack, no ambush, no disobedience, no heroics, just a reconnaissance. And after all, he told himself, Wellington's order to take the Real Compañía Irlandesa to the army headquarters at Villa Formoso did not detail the route he must take. Nothing specifically forbade Sharpe taking a long circuitous journey via San Cristobal, but he knew even as he thought of that evasion that it was specious. The sensible thing was to forget Lou, but it cut against all his instincts to be beaten and just lie down and accept the beating. "Does Lou have artillery at San Cristobal?" he asked the partisan.
"No, senor."
Sharpe wondered if Lou had arranged for this intelligence to reach him. Was Lou enticing Sharpe into a trap? "Would you come with us, senor?" he asked El Castrador, suspecting that the partisan would never come if Lou was the inspiration behind this news of the brigade's whereabouts.
"To watch Lou?"
the Spaniard asked guardedly.
"Or to fight him?"
"To watch him," Sharpe said, knowing it wasn't the honest answer. The Spaniard nodded.
"You haven't enough men to fight him,"
he added to explain his cautious question. Privately, Sharpe agreed. He didn't have enough men. Not unless he could surprise Lou, or maybe ambush him in the defile. One rifle bullet, well aimed, would kill a man as surely as a full battalion attack, and when Sharpe thought of Oliveira's mangled and tortured body, he reckoned that Lou deserved that bullet. So maybe tonight, Sharpe thought, he could take his riflemen to San Cristobal and pray for a private revenge in the defile at dawn. "I'd welcome your help," Sharpe told El Castrador, flattering the man.
"In a week's time, senor," El Castrador said, "I can assemble a respectable troop."
"We go tonight," Sharpe said.
"Tonight?"
The Spaniard was appalled. "I saw a bullfight once," Sharpe said, "and the matador gave the bull the killing stroke, on over the neck, and down through the shoulders. And the bull staggered, then sank to its knees. The man pulled the sword out and turned away with his arms raised in triumph. Now you can guess what happened."
El Castrador nodded. "The bull rose?"
"A horn in the small of the man's back," Sharpe confirmed. "Well, I am the bull, senor, and I confess to being wounded. But Lou's back is turned. So tonight, when he thinks we're too weak to move, we march."
"But only to watch him,"
the partisan said cautiously. He'd been scorched by Lou too often to risk a fight. "To watch," Sharpe lied. "Just to watch." He was truthful with Harper. He took his friend to the top of the gatehouse tower, from where the two riflemen stared across the eastern valley towards the hazed country where the village of San Cristobal was hidden. "I don't honestly know why I'm going," Sharpe confessed. "And we've got no orders to go. I'm not even sure we can do a damn thing when we get there. But there's a reason for going." He paused, suddenly feeling awkward. Sharpe found it hard to articulate his more private thoughts, perhaps because to do so exposed a vulnerability, and few soldiers were good at doing that. And what he wanted to say was that a soldier was only as good as his last battle, and Sharpe's last battle had been this disaster that had left San Isidro smoking and bloody. And there were plenty of carping fools in the army who'd be glad that the upstart from the ranks had at last got his comeuppance, all of which meant that Sharpe must strike back at Lou, or else lose his reputation as a lucky and victorious soldier.
"You have to beat the blood out of Lou,"
Harper broke the silence with his suggestion. "I don't have enough men to do that," Sharpe said. The rifleman will come with me, but I can't order Donohue's men to San Cristobal. The whole idea is probably a waste of time, Pat, but there's a chance, a half chance, that I can get that one-eyed bastard in my rifle sight.
You'd be surprised,
Harper said.
There's more than a few of the Real Compañía Irlandesa who'd love to come with us. I don't know about the officers, but Sergeant Major Noonan will come, and that fellow Rourke. And there's a wild bugger called Leon O'Reilly who wants nothing more than to kill crappos, and there's plenty more like him. They got something to prove, you see, and not all as yellow as Keeley.
Sharpe smiled, then shrugged. That's probably all a waste of time, Pat, he repeated.
So what else were you planning on doing tonight?
Nothing, Sharpe said. Nothing at all. Yet he knew that if he marched to another defeat, he would risk everything he had ever earned. But he also knew that not to go, however hopeless the prospect of revenge, was to accept the beating Lou had administered. And Sharpe was too proud to accept that licking. He would most likely achieve nothing by marching to San Cristobal. Yet march he must.